then she won't even be able to play her TV back there at all. Hey guys, we're live. Okay, finally it's coming through. Sorry about this, guys. We had a bit of a little bit of a technical difficulties here at first. I don't know why. But I'm just going to put in the title back in the margin here. Kind of going to bear with me for tonight, guys. Totally. Let's see. I try to do as little as we can, as we normally do tonight, guys. See if we can get through tonight at least. I'm just putting in the title. Last night I kind of had a bit of a break too. Sometimes I do that. Sometimes I have a bit of a break and then I pick back up again. Totally. So I got the title there, guys. Forgot about everything what today's topic was going to be about. And definitely. Sorry, my buttons don't snap on my suit jacket, guys. Relax those totally. Because they tighten up so quickly here. So again, the last few Haunted Hunters Cabins, guys, live, we had a couple cool topics. Being live before we get into the spooky end of stuff. The other night we had Felicia open up the Haunted Hunters. She did an awesome job. Not really much to really put across. I'm not going to go into any details. There was a topic I was going to I was going to PSA tonight, but figure not at this point. Indefinitely. Don't want to tie anybody's boxing shorts in a knot because it will. Definitely. But yeah, it was basically on respect for people that have talent and that us people that have talent and that kind of stuff like that. Basically, if you guys are not into these type of shows, you do not have to watch them. You don't have to follow them. Don't go on my Facebook page or my wife's Facebook page. Do not gripe, bitch, complain, say rude things or write threatening notices, that kind of stuff like that. Definitely don't go through the phone book. Yes, my phone number is in the phone book. Please do not go through the phone book. Not even knowing me from Adam, phoning me up, playing with the phones, phoning and hanging up, phoning pretending you're with a business or a company, or threatening or demanding money, that kind of stuff. Don't do stuff like that, guys. That is totally wrong. That is illegal. That's all I can say. Show respect for these shows, that kind of stuff like that. They're here for everybody to enjoy, that kind of stuff like that. I'm not the first YouTuber that put this across, or a TikToker, or a Facebooker at that. Plenty of them have got on there and gave you guys this lecture, but in different ways. A lot of them have actually, yes, got on here and actually called you guys out and cursed you guys out. I don't do that. I respect not to do that, but some of them just don't care in the world. They'll put you on the spot, and they'll call you out by your email address, or they'll call you out by your TikTok name, or they'll rudely put you on the spot and humiliate you publicly on social media if you do any of those things that I had mentioned. Or you're that type to do that kind of thing, or basically you identify yourselves as being a troublemaker, or bullies, or whatever you guys people call you, or whatever you call yourselves. Don't do that kind of stuff, guys. That's what I mean by showing respect. People on here, everybody that comes on YouTube or whatever, when they register for YouTube to begin with, before they can host a live stream, they go through what you call a licensing agreement, terms and conditions. So it means that before we go live, yes, we've already registered and licensed to be on here. So we can do basically anything we want to do on here, considering it's not crude or rude. As long as it's not, it is not pornographic or anything else like that. Where things like you see the restricted social medias itself. We're not going to go into any details. That behavior is not allowed on these lower social medias, because, like I said, we can set our social medias. Just for this haunted house, just because of the frightening sounds or whatever, but not saying the kids cannot watch it with their parents. No, there would definitely, yes, there'll be kids watching it with their parents. So, like I said, guys, show kind of respect and that kind of stuff like that. While tuning into these shows. Now, these shows are not something, and this is all this is just replicas of a haunted house or a ghost story or legends. Because people get on here, they tell their gypsy tales, they tell their ghost legends. They do every year for Halloween. Indefinitely. Don't get on here and gripe about somebody's skin color. Don't gripe on here against somebody's religion or whatever like that, or what they believe in. Or everybody is different, guys. Everybody is totally different in these different cultures, in these different categories. Please show respect as much as possible. That's all basically the way I'm going to put it on that one. Just so basically what I'm saying is, you guys, you don't own people, you don't own their talents. Even if you see, if you recognize us from YouTube walking down the street, or TikTok, because you see us in a TikTok music video, or you see us on YouTube live or whatever, and you seem to have a personal problem with our talents, that is not for you to approach us and literally cause trouble, and literally yell and scream in our faces, and threaten people. Don't do stuff like that, okay? Because, like I said, this is YouTube and TikTok, okay? We're allowed to do whatever we want, and as hosts, we have a policy, and like all social medias, you do not tell the host of that social media what they can and cannot do on their shows. It's like any social media, no matter if it's G, PG, rated G, overrated, whatever. That is the person's individual website, individual studio channel. Yes, we go live from our homes and that kind of stuff like that. And some people go live out of public places or whatever. Now, I don't care what you guys do with the more privatized ones, that I'll call it, that are not YouTube and that is not TikTok, is way in the Google world. or at the XX levels. You can tell them what to do all you like, but I'll tell you, you'll have to deal with their admins, who their admins are. That protects their filming and that kind of stuff like that. That then you're his or her problem, not ours. We're not doing any of those. Just to let you know, here on these channels, we're not doing anything of their nature. So technically, we're not doing anything wrong. If we're fully clothed, we're dancing around, whatever. We're abiding by rules and terms and conditions. At least for what our licenses say for YouTube and for TikTok. And generally, because we're all different. Every social media, a lot of people do not understand. They think all social media is alike. No, it isn't. They're all different. The algorithm of it is all different. Totally all different. Facebook algorithm is totally different than YouTube. The algorithm and licensing agreements for registration to get on live social media for Facebook does not allow music material at all. Indefinitely. So that is Facebook. That's where Facebook and Twitter and that are all different. Because Facebook is not licensed. It does not have Facebook, guys. Mark Zuckerberg does not have a studio. What it boils down to is the ab owner for us social media, for us live social media people. Okay, the people that own the ab have an audio, what you call audio. They have what you call an audio. What you call audio copyright license for everybody that joins on their app. So as long as we're on YouTube or TikTok, we, as being registered, we have the right to use music or copyright material. With Facebook doesn't have Mark Zuckerberg that owns Facebook. Now, Facebook doesn't have those kind of licenses for people to use whatever the hell they want. More or less. It boils down to the endangerment of being the ab owner, not the individual live streamers. Okay, it's the ab manager or owner, wherever they are, if they're in Florida, Hong Kong, bumfuck Idaho, wherever they're from. Japan, China, whatever. They're the ones that have all the licensing for us. As if we join if we go live social media on their app, which we are, okay, we're automatically already pre-registered those registered agreements through online. To be able to have social media, to access social media. Or other than that, you can't access it without going through that license agreement forms. And definitely, because that automatically, the algorithm of it automatically pops up before you can get a YouTube. When you apply for a YouTube channel, you got to go through all that. Some people think they don't have to go through that. They do. It's like for any live social media. No matter if you go to apply for Byte, you apply for Tammy. They're all different social media platforms. You got to apply differently. You apply an application form, and they'll ask you questions, and then there's a code you got to punch in, and then it says, do you agree to accept the licensing? Or understand their licensing of studio copyright agreements, that they are allowed copyright material, to use copyright material. So when you become a live social media host, when you fill that out and you go live, start doing live social medias like I do, then you have that same right to use copyright music, whatever. You've already registered all that by joining the app. A lot of people don't think that, or don't understand that, because they're too busy clicking the mouse to actually take the time to read stuff. Totally. You really have to read it and understand it before you can actually go live social media itself. Now, the algorithm of Facebook live social media is way totally berserk. It's different. Facebook now has, in their terms and conditions, says no music policy. So when you go live on Facebook, you have to agree to the no music policy. Where the other apps like YouTube Live here, TikTok, is licensed music studio agreements. So again, they're all different. People think, it's the same. No, this is all the same. No, it's not all the same. It's all different. It is totally different, and it's all written out totally. The format of it is all different. The questions they ask you is all different. So yes, on YouTube, on TikTok, once you apply for TikTok and YouTube, yes, you can use copyright material. If you want to play a movie, you can, but with the movie department under it, you've got to have the TV sound below the level 5 or 3 at a certain number. That way it's not over overpowering your live stream. Means you cannot have your TV volume cannot be up past a certain number to the level of surround sound, or if you have a surround sound system, no. That's the only where they're going to have the issue with that. Now, Bigo is a different platform altogether. Definitely, I go live sometimes on Bigo too as well. I got a few accounts with Bigo. Really love Bigo, guys. Now, just so you guys are aware how the Bigo is different, okay? YouTube will allow you to do anything you want. So will TikTok. So with Facebook, it's no music allowed. That's the only problem, or no movies allowed. YouTube doesn't. YouTube now is got a standard. YouTube itself has a studio license for every live streamer can use. We can use copyright material if we wish to. Those are the difference. It's all right. We are allowed to, because YouTube has the proper licensing, studio licensing for that, for all the live streamers that go live. It's not an individual thing with an internet app. It's not an internet mandate to have your own personal license. You're on a licensed app under a studio, licensed studio. When you do your live streams, under the YouTube studio, under TikTok studio or trend, whatever it says in the corner. So automatically, as a live streamer and a host on a licensed studio app, you're allowed to use that copyright material. If you're on a platform like Facebook that doesn't allow it, that is totally different. Because Facebook is Facebook. It's not a music studio app or performing arts app like YouTube is, or TikTok would be, or what was that other? Tender. Okay, like all those ones are Byte. And like Bigo. Okay, but now how Bigo is different, guys. Now this is where Bigo Bigo is out of Singapore. Bigo policies, before you guys go running and jumping and joining all these other apps. Okay, Bigo is very strict, to mind you. Okay, it is to go live on Bigo or to have a Bigo account. You have to be 18 years old or older. You're not allowed on there under the age of 18 at all, because the admins monitor Bigo on a 24-hour basis, and you don't know who your admins are. You know, I know who mine are, because you can select your own amongst your friends you make on there. I haven't seen them for a while, but most of the time they're all different. They can be different in different parts of the world, and you wouldn't know it. Now your actual admins, they don't go live on social media. They stay in the bushes, and they watch your live streams, and they watch how you talk in the comments. They watch how people talk to you in the comments. They watch what you do on live stream. Now, there's certain things you cannot do on Bigo that YouTube will allow or TikTok will allow. Bigo does not allow alcohol at all on Bigo. Means you cannot sit there with a bottle of beer and drink it, or a bottle of wine and drink it. But you can sit there with a cup of coffee. With a mug with coffee in it, that's fine. As long as they don't see, what they look for is if they basically they look for, basically they're too busy looking for liquor bottles. Okay, they're looking for liquor bottle symbols. They're looking for liquor bottles or beer bottles. If they see you putting a beer bottle to your mouth, you know, if you're drinking something out of a glass and they don't know what it is, they'll leave you alone. They're not going to be fussy on it, so they're not going to judge it. But the moment they see that label, or even on the glass, if it says Coors Light or it has a symbol to it, of any kind, boom, you're dinged, you're danged. Okay, you're banded. You're actually permanently banded. Now, just to let you guys know, I am a non-smoker, but for you people out there that are on live social media that smokes, YouTube itself doesn't ban it, and neither does TikTok or any of the other social medias, but Bigo does. Okay, just warning you guys, Bigo does. Okay, Bigo will ban you and kick your ass off totally if they see any of those activities. Anything of the porn nature, it is normal, like all social medias, they will ban you off there in 2 seconds. Totally. You're gone. Anything to do with anything, I'm not saying anything of the plastic Halloween costume nature. No, sometimes they got judgmental on that. Sometimes you got to be careful at this point. If they see anything like if you like eating on Bigo, which you're allowed to do, if they see a fork, like a sharp object, like a fork, or you cut, or even if you're cutting with a knife, they will ban you. Okay, Bigo will do that because it's considered sharp objects. That is not allowed on their social media. Now YouTube or any of them, they allow it. If you're sitting there and you're doing weed through a bong, now I don't do that either. I'm the type of person who don't touch that stuff. I was brought up not to touch that stuff because it was legal in my childhood. So to me, I was raised not to do it, so I don't touch it. I have no pleasure for it. But again, if you're on Bigo, it'll ban you totally. Just giving you guys, sorry to give you guys the updates on how some of these other social medias and the rules and policies are, so you understand before you get on them that they're all different, because everybody thinks, oh, they're all the same. No, they're not all the same. They're all different. Every social media is meant to be totally different. Before we get into some spooky stuff, that kind of stuff like that. Now, some people are smart because if they have to do any of those while they're live on Bigo, they just can't show it what it is. They can't show it on the camera. Now, also another thing with Bigo, okay? And it's not like this with any of the other live social medias, which is a good thing that Bigo does. Anybody under the age of 18 years of age, if they are even much as a teenager, okay, they are, just like you guys know, I'm okay. I'm legal age to be on these live streams. Okay, I'm 40 years of age. I'm above the age mandate for the rest of these live streams, which is actually 16. But for Bigo, it's 18. You're not allowed on any live social media to do with Bigo under the age of 18 at all. If you're under the age of 18 and you're caught on Bigo, or they catch you, or they they check your profile and find out that people have lied about their age, and they're like, let's say they're 10 or 9 years of age, or they're on their brother, on their mother or older brother's account or whatever, father's account or whatever, their parents are automatically their account is banned and actually is actually removed. Okay, that's how strict Bigo is. They will not allow children on live social media itself, on their live social media. It is very strict on that. It's very strict security policy. You can't even post pictures on your Bigo profile of your kids. That is how good and strict they are. Just so you guys know. Now, these other media profiles, they don't care what you do. Their starting age is 16, but I'm just letting you guys know that Bigo is more strict than what YouTube is and what TikTok is. For its reasons, like Bigo's more of an adult live interaction than anything, social media. So, we got multi-windows and that kind of stuff like that. I don't know what Up Live is like. Haven't gone live on that or Live Me. Now, the rules may be the same, but maybe different. Where they got the different patch windows you can go through in audio. You could talk to different people around the world. But YouTube Live is, I believe, is 16 years and older. This one, Facebook is 16 years and older. Something like that, I understand. And TikTok is definitely starts at the age of 9 or 10, because TikTok is more of a youth, more platform than anything. But it's got mixed ages. Like there's adults on there as well. But it is mixed. It is all mixed ages. So there's a mixture of different age categories on there. Definitely. So us adults that are on TikTok have to be a good example for the children, because there is children on there, because it is originally a children's studio app. But there is adults on there, because it is a public app, and as long as the adults are complying to its rules and regulations, they can be on there. There's nothing saying they can't be, or never too old to be on there. It is they have to comply to the same rules and regulations to the TikTok, that platform's rules and regulations. Like I said, I'm 40 years of age. I've been on TikTok since 2014, since it started, since the first trend of it. Totally. And I've always enjoyed it, and I've been on there in good standing. Just like I've been on YouTube here in good standing. Totally. And YouTube is way older than TikTok is. YouTube and Facebook are the two first live social media. When I got on live social media, is one of the two oldest ones. I've been on for years, totally, and definitely so kind of familiar with its algorithm and how it is always changing and whatever. So it gives you kind of an outline. More or less. But like I said, guys, if you guys are planning on joining Bigo, you can, but I'm just saying be careful. Any habits you have those habits may not be allowed on Bigo, guys. That may actually be careful. That may ban you. Now, people on Bigo, the girls on Bigo, yes, you are allowed to sing and dance like you are on YouTube, and TikTok. But if you're a woman, be careful of the twerking. Definitely with Bigo. Definitely, because as long as nothing pops out of your clothing, is a clean way to put it, you're fine. Or if they see anything that people are not supposed to see, off you go. That's all I say when it comes down to the twerking end of it. Because like I've got a female personality, but same with a lot of the girls on there. They love to twerk, but that's a dangerous part when it comes down to Bigo. Okay, any other live platform, you can do whatever you want. Just be careful. Again, just be careful. But like I said, it's there's limits. Okay, just so you guys know, there's limits. A lot of people don't understand that. Friend, I am live. You can't keep coming across my screen. I just got it working. So, but yeah. So, like I said, guys, definitely, guys, when you guys, yes, with Bigo being 18, you have to be 18 years of age and older. Don't take that for granted. Okay, there is definitely Bigo is very, very strict. Like there has been guys in the Middle East where they don't have the laws we have, and they don't understand these apps policies or whatever. And all I'm gonna say is some of these guys in the Middle East, they did stuff on Bigo and adios, they were gone. They were by Felicia'd, totally by Bigo itself, admins and the actual Bigo owners itself and the Bigo employees. There is paid Bigo employees on Bigo. There is Bigo paid employees that get paid to be on there. Then there's volunteer broadcasting like myself that don't get paid. Like same with YouTube. I don't get paid for this. It's not a job. It's not a career. I volunteer my time to come on here, more or less. Same with TikTok. But I'm not saying there's not TikTokers out there that are way above being a volunteer host. Like I'm a volunteer host and broadcaster. Means I'm not on any payroll with the app itself. Where some people on there are. They get mailed a check to them every month, indefinitely, of so many hundreds and thousands of dollars for doing live streams. They asked me if I wanted to apply for it. I didn't want to apply for a payroll end of it. I could have had the option to, but not to because I don't have stupid tattooed to my forehead. I'd rather just stay as what I am, is just a volunteer host, meaning coming on here and just putting my time in and not get paid for what I'm doing. So, just volunteering my time and, not being a paid service like a lot of them are. But even their algorithm and their rules are different. Okay. The ones that are employed by the app itself, their rules and regulations, they're on what you call a time limit, okay, between time zones. So they can only go live from 9 they can only go live from 9 in the morning until 6 at night. That's all they get paid for from 9 in the morning, from whenever their 9 o'clock in the morning starts in their time zones, because the time zones are different, till 6 at night. After 6 o'clock at night, they're not allowed to go live because Bigo actually disconnects their live stream to the next day. So Bigo blocks their live stream, so they cannot be tempted to go live because they're actually a paid host. They have certain time schedules that Bigo opens up their live streams for them to go live. Their live stream camera at their end. Bigo controls everything. Once they're paid, once they're being paid to go live. If you're a volunteer broadcaster like myself that doesn't get paid, you're not on a time schedule. You can go as long as you want. You can go all night long because you're not being paid. You're not on a set time schedule. Okay. With people that are employed by Bigo or TikTok, they're on a time schedule. Their cameras are controlled by that app's office, so they lock their cameras so they can't go live after 6 o'clock at night. Definitely. Or if they arrange to have their live, they have to make arrangements with Bigo if they're either going to go from 9, if their hours are kind of every day is going to be from 9 to 6, or is it going to be 6 to 10 p.m.? They have to pick. Basically, they can pick one or the other. Can't do both. They have to pick one or the other because they're actually being paid by the AB company office itself. So the office, it will, between certain times, will lock down their streams so they can't go live because they're being paid money. Definitely. That's how strict Bigo is. Now, it doesn't only section for them that is not locked is their multi-guest windows, or because it don't count on their payroll, or their audio chat. It's just their live. They can only access between certain times to a certain time. They have to pick either 9 till 6 p.m. from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., or they have to pick from 6 p.m. till 10 p.m. at night. And definitely they have to pick one or the other, because they've entered into what you call an actual job career. Just like your local news stations or whatever. No, I don't have to worry about that because I'm not a paid host. I didn't apply to be an employee of the AB to get paid for it. I'm just a volunteer broadcaster. It means I can go live whenever I want, how long I want. More or less, I have no geared set schedule time when I can and cannot go live. More or less, so I can basically volunteer my time to go live as much as I want because, like I said, I'm just a volunteer broadcaster. It means I don't get paid for this shindig. I'm just paying out money to my internet company for the service, for my internet service and for the AB services. But other than that, I'm a volunteer broadcaster, so I can go live as much as I want at night, or even during the day. I have, I'm not. It's not something. It's not a job. I'm not making money at this. Only difference is it hits a different category now because the fact that I use copyright material. Okay, this is another thing I want to cover or address on here for you guys. You can use copyright material, okay, but before, and now how I understand and how I checked it out and how it was explained to me is you can use any songs, any music from any artists or movies or whatever, but you cannot be a paid employee of the AB. If you are a paid employee of the AB, you are not entitled to use copyright material on your shows. You are not allowed to because you are making money. Okay? There's a difference. I am not making any money at this. So I am allowed to use copyright material because I am not making a profit from anything. Okay? Live streamers that are making the profit, the live streamers or hosts that are making money from Bigo or YouTube or TikTok or even Facebook. Now, Facebook, you can't use anything like that anyways because Mark Zuckerberg will kick your ass off there anyways. He won't allow it. He's a strict dick. That's all I can put it that way. But like I said, but the other apps, guys, you can use it if you are not a paid employed host. If you're a paid employed host and employed and you have a boss like you do every day you go to work, because Bigo is full of them, trust me. And I'm not going to say because like I met a few, they've been nice to me, so I'm not going. And I've seen their bad sides too, definitely with some of their hosts on there. But I keep at that point. I'm gonna bite my tongue and keep my opinion to myself because I'm just a volunteer broadcaster. I don't need my butt booted the next time I go on there. I mean, I said, even though, guys, I'm not a paid host on any of these apps, so I am I am allowed to use copyright material whenever I want. Okay, because I'm not making any money at this, and before it can actually be considered illegal, you have to be making a profit off of it. Okay, before any law algorithm kicks in, indefinitely. Because if you're not making any money off of it, then you're not doing anything illegal. You're just live streaming out of your own home. You're playing your own CD player or whatever. You're watching a movie on TV. That is fine. And it happens to be, their their work. Indefinitely. Because it's not considered copyright theft until you're being paid money for to use it. Now, if you're using something like that and you're making a profit from it, where let's say if people are if they're a live host and they're being paid money from Bigo and they're playing a CD of their favorite artist in the background, then yes, that is a different story. That is a different department. I've been explaining this for years. Because my own uncle, okay, my dad's brother, is one of the uncles that I have left anyways on my dad's side. All my mom's side is all passed on, even my mom. But my dad's brother, uncle, is a musician, okay? He has been for years. He has managed his own bands for years. And he explained on how all this copyright shindig works, okay? Before it can actually get you into any kind of trouble. You have to be one before you're considered of being or before they can take any action on somebody using their material. It's not the fact that they're using the material. You're allowed to use any live streamer is allowed to use their materials, okay? But you cannot make money from it. The moment you get paid from Bigo or YouTube, or you get a check in the mail from YouTube or Bigo that says Bigo on it, and it's an everyday paycheck or every month paycheck from Bigo for those live streams, that's when it's going to get you into trouble, because you're profiting from that stream if that stream has copyright material in it. Okay, that's how that works. That's how it was explained to me anyways. I am neither. I do not I do not work for Bigo. I do not get paid for Bigo. I just go live like I do this. I just volunteer broadcaster. So I can use I am allowed to use anybody's material that I wish to on my live streams. Okay? Because I'm not being paid any money. Okay, you have to be. Only way you can get in trouble is if you're making money on that live stream. If you apply a separate form to be paid and you're interviewed by a Bigo video interviewed, because you will be video interviewed by Bigo directors and managers. Okay, and you go through an audition to be an actual host. Then that's when you start getting paid and you become official host and you're being paid money from these apps by check, and you're using copyright material, then yes, you can get in shit with the law. Definitely. That's how it was explained to me. Okay. And it's been explained to me by several authority people the same way. And how I have that understanding. That kind of stuff like that. They said, other than that, they said it is, you're not doing anything wrong. It is fine as long as you're not making any money. Your live stream is not profiting. Okay, that means even if you have, even if you click onto what they're like on these apps where it says set your profile to raising money. And that even raising money for charity, you have to be careful, because in a way, even if it is, somebody is still profiting from your live stream. Even you might not be, someone else is. That is running those charities up. Okay, that's where you have to be careful. That's the only way they're telling you to be careful, is if you're going to use any copyright material, or you're going to show movies or whatever. You cannot be a paid host. You cannot be allowed to be or have the right to be a paid host if you're going to use copyright material on your live stream. If you become a paid host where you get paid and it becomes a job, where you're being paid money every month for your live streams by the company itself, then yes, and you're using copyright material, then you're entering into a law violation. This is how it was explained to me by several, not by the actual non-profitable groups itself and different studio corporations. This is the information that and it's not false information that was fed back to me, totally. My dad's brother, my own uncle, he is a musician, where he actually gets paid. But again, so that's why he has his own, because he makes money at what he does, he profits because he's a musician. That's how he knows what he's talking about. That's where, yes, he has to have his own private licensing because he's making money. Definitely. If you're not making any money at this kind of stuff, you're fine. You're fine. That kind of thing. You're not really, you're not really taking somebody else's work. You're not really, it's not considered a copyright claim at all. It is only if you're making, if you're a live streamer and you start making money from the YouTube company itself, or you start making money from Bigo or whatever, and you apply to be a host and they video edition you, and you are actually paid, they send you a check on a monthly basis to be a host. Then you're under restrictions on what you can do and what you can't do. So, then they can, yes, make you get your own private licensings for stuff. If they want to, because they're paying you money. Because then you're considered making money off them. Okay. That's what a lot of people do not understand. They're too quick to fucking point fingers and judge. Definitely. They don't understand the difference of it all. Before you guys start making false accusations about people, make sure you research stuff first, before you actually bully streams and that kind of stuff like that, or other live streamers, or try to set them up to blackmail them. Totally. That's why I'm saying you guys got to definitely be careful, and definitely, because like I said, I have connections since I was a kid with people that are in paid big time careers, where they use copyright material, and has explained all this to me, even before social media came out. And definitely, it is only if you are entering into a job where they're paying you money to use it, and your live streams are consisting of using it, and you're not a volunteer performer under on a live social media on a licensed platform, or that kind of thing, and you going into it to make money. Okay, that's where the trouble starts. That's where you have to be careful. If you're just like me, just a volunteer broadcaster and that kind of thing, they all already told me. They said no. I know a guy for years. He's an Elvis Presley imitator, and the guy makes money at what he does. And he explained even all this to me. Even since I was a little kid, he explained how it all works. A lot of people do not understand a lot of this. Half of them shouldn't even be live streamers. They don't understand this crap. Definitely, but today they just think they're all that up here, and they're not. And definitely, but yes, I can volunteer to go up on stage and sing with any licensed band that I wish to, and it's fine, because they're not paying me. I'm considered as being a volunteer, volunteering my time to join in with them. Okay, that's fine. If they're okay with that's different. But if I go out on my own if I was to go out on my own and start making money, then yes, that hits a different department. Totally, that's when all the everything, the shit caboodle hit the fan. Totally, if you're not careful. That's how all that works. Indefinitely. Even a lot of religious people are too damn religious and stupid. They don't even think that way. They're too busy thinking they know their ass from their elbow, and they don't. And don't bend over in front of a mirror. You'd be surprised what you'll see. Definitely. I just put that as a joke, guys. Totally. Good thing this is tonight's a restricted show. I tell you. But when it comes down to YouTube or TikTok Live, guys, definitely, all that's already, before you even get to go live on social media, you have to register all that. Definitely. Before the app actually opens up your cameras, you have to confirm and register all your information. So that's, but see that's that. So basically, that's what I'm getting at. Like I said, guys, I'm just a volunteer on here. I don't get paid for this. A lot of people think I'm being paid money for this, and that's the rumors that they're accusing and spreading. No, I do not get paid to be on here. Okay, because I'm a live. I do live social media, and there is people on these channels that do get paid money. Okay. I don't, okay? I'm only a volunteer broadcaster. It means I volunteer my time to come on here to do these. I've been on here for years. And there's a lot of us like volunteer our time to come on here. There is people on here that are being paid money by the app itself to be on here. They work for the company. They work for YouTube. They work for YouTube Studios. They work for TikTok. They work for these apps. Means they've applied to a separate application form separately online than applying to just the basic live stream app alone. And they actually get mailed a check every single month or every 2 weeks, something like that. Beagle, I know it's every month, but as I understand, because I know people that are paid hosts in British Columbia, and they were flashing it on Beagle. Then again, guys, that's another thing. Don't you do flash your money on live stream? You wouldn't flash your money out in public. You don't flash it on live stream. Okay. That is a number one rule, indefinitely. But like I said, guys, what I do on here, I'm just a volunteer. I like it's just like it's just like volunteering out in my community. It's like volunteering at the Rotary Village Fair, and I don't get paid for that. Okay, that's all volunteers. Now there is a second that you can apply for if you want to get paid. It is called joining the carnies at with Magical Midway, okay, or Funland Midway, whatever Midway's coming through town, or Gypsy Midway that's coming through town, Conklin World Finest Super Show, whichever. Those are the only punks that get paid. We don't get paid a cent. We're just volunteers. Well, just like live social media. Okay, it is no different than volunteering in our community. So in our social media community, you have social media broadcasters like myself that are just volunteers. We just volunteer our time from our homes to come live. And we're just now with this pandemic, we're bringing our volunteer work home with us, more or less. Be somewhere else. So technically, I'm a different type of. Always been a different type of broadcaster, guys. I'm a volunteer. Means volunteering means you do not get paid money. Okay, means you don't make money at what you do. Okay, and you're just volunteering your time like you would for your local church food bank or whatever. Okay, but like I said, but I am surrounded by people I know on different YouTube channels. Not everybody on here is volunteers. There's a lot of volunteer YouTuber channels that do YouTube live streams. There is people on here that are on here because they've actually are uh, are paid employees of YouTube, and they get paid money to be on YouTube. So they actually make money from their live streams. Um, and I can't do that because the fact that I'm on assistance, I can't make any money at all on here. Okay, because what the YouTube company or that I do know of or the payroll of YouTube is, and people have pre assured me of that. That's why I didn't apply for a job with YouTube to be an employee or Bigo because it is friggin' like $3,079 a friggin' hour. Like holy shit. I'm telling you. And that's what they get. That's what they get on a monthly basis. If they were is going to apply as being an actual host of the being an employee or being employed by the app itself, and then just sitting on their ass at home, going live on TV. Must be nice, but no, it's not my cup of tea to become an employer or employee of the app itself. I'm just a volunteer broadcaster, meaning I'm totally a different department. But yeah, it means I host my haunted houses on here every Halloween voluntarily, or same with Facebook. Because anybody can go live. And I'm not saying you can't go live on live social media. It just got to be advised that some people that actually have live stream are actually hired by the company, is being paid money to go live. I don't get paid money to go live. I just volunteer my time to go live. That's all I do. There's a difference. Just like some of your volunteer communities, like you have in the community, you have your volunteer jobs, but then there's people doing the same jobs that the volunteers are doing that overstep the volunteers, and then there's people out there that are actually being paid for the same job that the volunteers are doing. These apps are the same way, totally the same way. So you guys see how the difference is. So I hope I kind of explain the differences. So like if you guys become like, let's say if you fill out an application, you get a visit, you get a phone call from, and you get hired as an employee. They will dictate to you a set of rules and regulations. What your time, you actually put on a time schedule to go live. And any copyright material, because you're making money, will consist of either, then yes, you'll have to apply for your own licensing. For one, have to pay out for your own licensing, and two, or you cannot play copyright material on your live stream at all. Those rules don't apply to people that are not being paid by the company. That is only, those laws only contain, is how it was explained to me, is if you're making money. If you're not making money, you're not doing anything wrong. You're not profiting from it. But if people start profiting from the live streams and there's music being played, if you're using copyright material and they're making a profit from it, that's a different story. If that paid host is playing copyright material and they're a paid host, then yes, they're at risk. They're in a lot of legal danger, or could be. But us ones that are not being paid for this, that are not paid by the company to be on here. We just volunteer our time to come on here. But we're still part. We're still part of the live stream community or whatever. Us volunteers or whatever. We're fine to play copyright material on YouTube or on TikTok. It is the ones, even the TikTokers that are being paid, that are claiming that they're being paid money by TikTok or being paid money by YouTube or being paid by Bigo, and you guys are playing copyright material. That's where you have to be careful, okay? Because you're considered profiting from it. If you're like me, that's just a volunteer, you're fine. You're not making any money from it. You're not doing anything wrong. You can use whatever you wish to use, and it's fine. And it goes through the algorithm. You just have to be careful that even your TV is not above a certain number level, and it's not in surround sound, because what happens is the surround sound will blow their servers right out and overload, and probably overload their servers at the other end, because it is not healthy for the algorithm of it. Totally end of it. Anyways, oh man, it's already 8 o'clock. But yeah. But other than that, at a volunteer level, like I have my, I have my talents and that kind of stuff like that too as well, with the different costume changes and that kind of stuff. Like that. I enjoy that. I've been doing that since I was a kid. I always enjoyed it. Always get a kick out of it. But that's how the cookie crumbles out of the cookie bag. Definitely. I have no idea what I'm going to do for Ghost Legend hour tonight for Haunted Hunter's Cabin here. Totally. It's always different. Always definitely different, guys. Totally. Also, too, yes, TikTok now has gotten strict on who they accept now too. They like right now. A lot of the people are the same on TikTok because they're the people that are on TikTok that are still on TikTok. Have been on, like myself, been on TikTok since it started, since 2014. But with new people joining, there is actually they got stricter standards now, that they got forms and that they got to go through when they download the app or whatever. There's some security form that pops up in their face on their either on their computers or phones or tablets, whatever they're using. They have to pass a bulletin arm assist now form. Definitely. I don't know what you call it. It gets automatically sprung with an online arm assist form that they have to fill out. One of the since Oracle took it over, they said the people that have been on, like myself, that's been on TikTok since 2014, since ByteDance started it. They didn't send us that form because they said it was not mandatory for us to do it. Because the fact we've been on there since the app started, since 2014, we've been on there for years. But they said it's just the new people that are joining now, that joins TikTok now, has to actually answer and pass the questions on those forums. Now, if they get the questions wrong on those forums, then the algorithm of it is they're automatically declined. And if they try to apply for TikTok again, it won't go through. It will remember their question score, what they got. And to get into TikTok now for the new people, they have to have a passing percentage through that form, that armistice form. They have to totally have 100% pass to get on TikTok, or they won't get on. They can't do it as much as they want to. They actually have to pass it, because if they don't pass it, then if they try ever in the future try to get on TikTok automatically will recognize their name and birth date, because with TikTok, when you do the armistice form, you got to put in your real name, your real birth date, your real location, everything. You can't go by just a fake username. No, none of the usernames are fake. Like none of my accounts are fake. They're all real. They're just being protective, more or less. A lot of apps are becoming like that once you newly join them. Yeah, whatever. But yeah. I guess it's one of those new security safety thingies they do now. So I don't know. It's because I've known a lot of people now that I've invited to join, and they said that they've experienced an armistice form that pops up on their screen, and to get on TikTok they have to pass it. They can't get on it. But it's some new thing. Again, it's with the algorithm always changing. So that's why I said they're always for changing stuff. That's why I said now, since Oracle owns it, in California, the rules are different, regulations are different. Definitely it is set up different. They've changed everything. I'm surprised they haven't even changed the name. I'm surprised it even still says TikTok. Definitely. But I wouldn't be surprised in the next 2 days, or I can't say next 2 days, or after Christmas. I wouldn't be surprised if Oracle actually starts putting their name on there and takes off TikTok. And the site actually, instead of reading, you wake up January 1st and all of a sudden it no longer says TikTok, it says Oracle on the right-hand corner of the screen. It has their name on it. I wouldn't be surprised if they kind of, strip off the name TikTok and put in their name, because most all DJ companies are different. They'll do stuff like that. Just like if DJ Italy had bought it, his company had bought it through DJ Italy, and his retro company bought it. Much Video Dance Party bought it, and that. Then yes, it would, in the corner, instead of saying TikTok, it would say DJ Italy Retro. Much Video Dance Party right on it, on the name. Or it would just say DJ Italy. Definitely. No, that man, I'll tell you, that man, I met him a couple times on Beagle. He's a really nice guy. I tell you, he can afford to own these abs. Like he is, if he wanted to. He's got access to big time bucks to buy into these abs if he really wanted to. He just chooses not to, because he knows the propaganda behind it, and he knows the politics behind it. Majority of them all. He likes to stay away from all corners of it, impossible. but he has, yes, he has got offers. He's got asked. He's got offered. He was offered. He's gotten the offers. He's gotten asked a lot of stuff like that. Um, but he's more down to earth person. He's very smart. He doesn't want to get into anything that he is. He does. He wouldn't be able to. That would be too heavy over his stress load or level of what he can handle. Definitely. Because I know before all this pandemic started, he was supposed to come to Wiarton. He was booked to come to Wiarton here to do events, and those events got canceled due to the pandemic. And the pandemic hit because he was supposed to come in April. One, he was, for some reason, I don't know how he got booked for the Optimus fashion show here. And definitely when they always get used to get Dave Nixon and Midnight Blue. I don't know. I guess this year they were going to do things different. They were going to change the entertainment around this year or something like that. I was hearing anyways because I was talking to him on Beagle just before then. But yeah. But then yes, the fashion show got canceled because of the COVID-19. Same with Canada Day. Then he was supposed to do an event in Owen Sound after. Also, too, in the same time, he was supposed to do an event for the sportsman club or some soccer group or whatever club in Owen Sound here in Ontario to do an event or whatever DJ party, DJ video dance party event or whatever he was supposed to do there too as well. He had, I guess he was telling me he had a couple bookings anyways. But since I've been back on, well, I come and go on Beagle because I'm on these other platforms. Like I volunteer my time to do these live streams for people. And basically Hunter's Cabin is more of my summer camp ghost story experience from when I was a kid. And kind of adding in my own camp experiences from when I was a child or whatever. I love doing that. It's a hobby. I've got my talents, like I put my talents to it and that kind of stuff like that. But since I've been on Beagle, I haven't ran into him on there. I don't know how he's doing or whatever. He's like Ichabod Crane from Sleepy Hollow. All of a sudden, he disappears. Definitely. But yeah, he was quite interesting. He was quite interesting to talk to on there. He was an all right, nice guy to talk to on there. He is great. I tell you. I would be having these PSAs, and he'd jump right on in there. I'll tell you, right in those windows. I tell you. Now with all this pandemic hitting, I think all his gigs went downhill or whatever. And I think he's just sitting at home doing nothing. I don't know if he went back to Italy. No, he's originally from Italy, guys. He has a summer cottage home here in Canada, but he has dual citizenship. So he is Canadian citizen and he's Italian citizen too, Italian citizen of Italy. I think he said Rome, Italy, or Venice, somewhere around there he's from. Or Milan, Italy. Somewhere he's from there, anyways. Big Italian fellow. Now, it's hard to say social media. Now, he could come across to be a big Italian fellow, but he could be like short and puny like me and be an Italian fellow. I'll tell you. But pretty soon, guys, we're gonna get into the spooky hour here soon as well, because you guys like the kind of thing. Also, just let you guys know, I've got a set up narrator, program narrator that I work from. And then definitely, and I do apologize for the ads getting in there too. Enjoying a good ghost story, I tell you. We get the headless head hunters here in the cabin. Now, this is just a replica, guy. This is not the real cabin. This is just my apartment. This is just a replica of the cabin for Halloween. It is a Halloween haunted house, so on live social media that I do and that kind of stuff like that. Like I said, I definitely will not film in the real cabin. I'll tell you, one, we'd be using old school equipment, and would not be able to plug it in anywhere. Definitely, we'd have to pre-charge the battery before we went in, or be on a battery pack and make sure it's fully charged. Other than that, we wouldn't be able to pick anything up. Nothing working there, totally, for the guys. So, other girls that are on the different teams and that kind of stuff like that. But yeah, it is basically. But yeah, see, like I said again, those again are volunteer positions too. More or less to be able to go and do that. Again, it's just it's becoming more and more of a hobby than anything. Totally. Half these people wouldn't know a ghost from a hole in the ground. One came, snuck up behind them, and kicked them in the arse. I'll tell you. I can honestly say that. But show. But yeah. Also, like I was sharing before, Halloween may be different this year. It may not be happening at all out there in the candy collecting world. More or less for the kids, it basically now it all boils down to the actual house owners or house tenants. If they could continue to open the doors and hand out to the kids, or if they're just gonna be be superstitious over this virus and just end up shutting their lights off and shutting their doors and not bothering to hand out to the kids. Parties, I do know parties itself, definitely, because they're so worried about the social gathering and that kind of the social distancing and the large gatherings and that kind of stuff like that. So definitely, yes, parties are definitely like everything else that happened at the beginning of 2020. Boom, gone, canceled. Basically during a pandemic of COVID-19 pandemic, I guess, according to our government, unfortunately, is if any association, nonprofit organization is caught hosting a party that's attracting a large gathering of people over a certain number, that number that they quoted, is in violation of what you call the COVID-19 restriction of its restriction. Safety code policy and COVID-19 bylaws to do with the health or violating the health and safety end of it. And definitely is what they're quoting now. Anyhow, now like I said, no, I hate to see this too myself. Like I said, this is not coming from me. This is what, like I said, I follow. Or pick up on bits and pieces on what Doug Ford says when he's on live social media, or if he's on when he comes across Facebook or he comes across the news or whatever, picked up in bits and pieces on what he had to say about it, more or less what's going on. I know with the how old of a tradition this is. It is going to be. The way I see it, is it going to be safe because it's an ancient history? It goes back to ancient times. Um, and like I said, what happened on the first early Halloween, this cancellation, yeah, in one way it might be good, it might be safe, but also too, it may be twice as dangerous. And definitely, yeah, would see either point, but if you look at the reason why the parties were actually to begin with were invented, was people wouldn't get terrorized on Halloween. People wouldn't get harmed. That's why the candy tradition started. That's why the party tradition started. That's why the parade tradition started, to keep people safe. With it being Halloween and how powerful and how evil of a night it can be. They don't want to see in these time and decades, the 1930s, all hell breaking loose over because nobody's handing out candy or nobody's running parties or whatever. Um, and history repeats itself. But that's what I said. But like I said, myself, I'm too old to go trick or treating. I don't trick or treat. I stopped out when I was about 15. Definitely about 14 or 15 years of age was when it actually was my cut when I stopped doing it. Ever since then, I've built haunted houses for the trick or treaters on my front yard. Now, kind of indoors, now since we've got live social media, and I have since 2014, 2015, turning my inside of my home into a haunted house and going live. And I lock my doors, definitely lock my doors. And like I said, my building I live in, we have an inner building policy that people can't go to door anyways if it's operating. To go to door for candy anyways because the building ownership doesn't allow it, or most apartment building ownerships don't allow it. They can only go to street residents only. That faces the street, so they can only go as far as the apartments that are out on the sidewalk. Apartment units that are on the sidewalk. Anyone's behind here, behind the glass partition doors and up, in here, they can't come through here. The building owner does allow them to. But yeah, that kind of stuff like that. But most of the big city apartment buildings, what they do is sometimes tenants in the building will sit downstairs between the glass partition doors with a little table and a chair and hand out a bowl of candy, or put a bowl of candy out there and put a sign that says "Help yourself, first come, first serve." They walk away with everything, even the bowl. But yeah, that's how they do it, more or less. But with these kind of buildings, but other than that, it was like street houses, downtown businesses or whatever, that kind of stuff like that. I don't know what they do. Maybe during the day, I don't know. Maybe during the day, during the daytime hours. Now, might be Tim Hortons might be the only ones that might have a bowl sitting out or whatever they do for Halloween, even though if the government decides you're going to shut down Halloween generally, I don't know if Tim Hortons is still going to be nice enough to still do what they normally do. That kind of stuff like that, whatever decisions our government makes. I don't know with the guaranteeing to the trick or treat program end of it. That they call it today. For the kids or whatever. That kind of stuff like that for those that go to Tim Hortons for to go through now. They still can't sit down at Tim Hortons. They still have to order and walk through and out the other door. But as you're doing the walkthrough, I'm sure, or drive through, I don't know. They may have something in place for their customers, but won't be like normally what they're used to most years or whatever. I can't say more or less how it's going to be different, or if they're going to chance it, and the house owners or the actual house tenants are going to be brave enough this year and try to comply to a social distancing. So many kids at a time on their doorstep, and I don't know how they're going to manage that on their property, because kids, when they go trick or treating, they love walking in large crowds, indefinitely, more than they should. Definitely. I know we did when we were kids. We didn't have this. See, we didn't have this when I was a kid, we did not have this 6 feet away from each other that we see now in this pandemic time. 6 feet away from each other, wear masks on your face. We had masks on our face because it was Halloween. But it wasn't the 6 feet system that we have today because of this pandemic that we're seeing today. No. It was only 6 inches, okay? 6 inches. As long as we were 6 inches, okay, that doesn't say we could never slip. This other way, you can't slip. Because with the 6 inches, we used to slip all the time. Definitely. Nowadays, the kids today, no. It's definitely totally 6-7 feet away. You can't. How can you slip with being told you have to be 6 feet or 7 feet away? And you have to have a mask on your face, and it's all social distancing. Back when I was a kid, it wasn't social distancing. It was only thing, and it wasn't the government. It wasn't the government telling us we had to be 6 inches away. It was either our parents or our youth pastors that were telling us that, or our school teachers. It wasn't the actual federal or provincial or municipal government telling you to do stuff. It wasn't coming down to an actual government order. Definitely. That's how it was different. Today it is, and definitely back those days, we always had to wash our hands, but I mean, it didn't come down to where the government had to tell you to wash your hands or wipe your ass, whatever. Definitely, it was our parents, or it was our camp counselors, or our teachers. It wasn't the government, or it was our youth staff, or whatever you want to call it, youth staff or youth group or whatever. It wasn't the government. It wasn't a government order. It wasn't back those days. It wasn't the prime ministers. It wasn't the Queen of England. It wasn't people like Doug Ford telling us what we can do and what we can't do. It was boiled down to our individual school teachers, or our parents, or if we're at summer camp counselors, if we were kids, Boy Scout leaders, Cub leaders, Beaver leaders, cadet sergeants. I'll tell you. It didn't go as high as the Royals or the federal or the provincial or municipality government, okay? Like it does today. Giving you strict orders. Now that's why I said these times are definitely getting bad when it is your religious, when it's your actual government leaders or your royal leaders telling you how to wash your freaking hands. Um, definitely. Um, or it's your sovereign or your government. I'll tell you that's embarrassing. You guys should have known that. Should have been knowing that and be that smart since day one. But there's a bit of a sense of humor there for you guys. Definitely. Usually, I don't like telling government jokes because everybody thinks it's a political conversation, so they have to jump into the comment sections very quickly. I'm surprised they didn't. Um, but yeah, um, but we like to for the haunted house guys. I like doing like a lot of scary stuff for you guys and that kind of stuff like that. Now, like I said, just let you guys know. Um, that yes, my shows I do use strobe lights, and again, I volunteer broadcasting these shows. I volunteer my time, and yes, we do use copyright material. I'm allowed to. I'm a volunteer. I don't get paid for this, so I'm fine. The other thing is what was the other thing? I forgot now. It slipped from the top of my mind. Totally. One, yeah, we use strobe lighting a lot. We have chess games and other spooky props. The reason why I set the Halloween shows as it is 18 and up, because some of the props I bring on here are 18 plus on the box itself. When you buy it, replicancies. Oh yeah, the other thing I was going to say, yes, about Ghost Legends. Now back to Ghost Legends. At one time, the algorithm of the Ghost Legends, which if you want to refer to as the diversing spiritual apparitional energy of it, or identities that you experience or close encounter, are kill. Yes, that's been scientifically evolutional proven, but they're not as they're just sounds that may disturb you or scare you. Normally, if you were to close encounter or anything like that, not like what happened in 1814. Like no, that yes, that really happened. But nowadays, when it comes down to telling the ghost legend of it all, it's told around many campfires and or electric fireplaces or digital fireplaces like nowadays, or if you were out in the woods camping or whatever, if we didn't have these pandemics. The coronavirus, the COVID-19 is a ghost story of its own. Definitely, you don't need help writing about that one. But that's one we'll avoid from going there. Somebody's already made a horror movie out of it, fortunately. Sorry, I wasn't me. It wasn't me. Some fool from their own home somehow got a hold of real media clippings, copied the media clippings from the news or whatever, and added zombie filters from TikTok or whatever, and they made a horror movie out of COVID-19. The coronavirus zombies or something like that they call it. It's all over the movie sites. I've seen it. I thought it was boring. It's definitely not a Hollywood production. It is a film company that did it somehow, but they did it from at home, probably from the home-based computers. It looked good, but it definitely won't scare you. It was done by Moonlight Productions or something like that. That does all the or Full Moon Productions. Sorry, that does all Ghost House and that kind of stuff like that. But again, they're not in their studios doing it because it can't be. Definitely, and they're limited to actors and how many they can have or whatever. So definitely, somebody did it from their home that works for that company or whatever. Did everything from their home computer. It's still just barely turned out, but it's nothing like the way Shaun of the Dead was made. I tell you, that was done by an actual studio company with a bunch of actors or full cast. It didn't turn out to be that good. Like especially with this COVID-19 pandemic, it's understandable. But yeah, they pulled it off, just barely. Definitely. I can't. I did like it. But I gotta wait till I see it out on Walmart. It comes out on DVD. And once I see it floating around the Walmart shelves on DVD, I'm buying it. Definitely. To add it to my horror movie collection. That's the only reason I buy it. But other than that, it didn't have the greatest turnout. It probably won't be the biggest seller like a lot of the big horror movies are. And definitely that are done in the actual studios. In the studio. Not by the studio representatives or committees or chairmen from at home. It's not the same. Definitely it's not the same. But because it had to animate it, a majority of it, and they had to what you call pick and poke from other movies, or play old movies, old zombie movies, to green screen it all more or less through the computer, so it's all computer animated. Hardly no actors in it. Definitely all probably computerized. It just barely turned out, but I guess they were saying, but not as good as they thought it would have been. Totally. If we didn't have these challenging times, or we didn't get hit with this pandemic, it probably would have turned out all right. It probably would have never existed. Definitely. But I don't. For me to fall asleep through a horror movie never happens. Okay, that one I fell asleep through. I slept like a baby through that one. And usually, to sit there and watch a good horror movie, you can't fall asleep through because something is always jumping out at you off the TV set or out of the TV set, especially if it's in 3D. I love them. I love the horror movies when they're in 3D. Definitely. We got 3D glasses on. The evil serial killer guy's jumping right out of your TV, right at you. Or he's throwing an axe right at you through the TV. He's got 3D glasses on. Now, how can you sleep through that? You can't. Probably in the near future, if things ever do get back to normal, then they're probably going to take that movie that they just did, and yes, I can imagine they're going to upgrade it again with actual actors, and they're going to go back and they're going to redo it all. They're going to remake it all. They're going to redo it over again, and definitely, But yeah, it is so comical on how they just barely managed to put things or glue things together. Totally. But no, guys, if they ever do pick up on doing Hunter's Cabin, guys, definitely, and they go to bring that one out, and they take some of my ideas or whatever, that's fine. If it's Hollywood that's doing it or whatever, at least, like, guys, have a cast and crew to do it. Like, definitely, let's see it be done in a very professional way, like you do, like you did Friday the 13th, or you did Sleepy Hollow or whatever. And trying to trying to do what the people that did the coronavirus zombies, and it doesn't make any money. It doesn't make anything. It goes tits down. Um, you know, make it exciting, make it jumpy. Make it spooky. Lots of blood, lots of guts. Definitely. Let's see heads roll off. I tell you. I can't wait to see the scene of Pringles Pete character. I have to see how they do that one. Do they get their actors to do that character, or the characters, or how they're going to set up the Wicker Square, that kind of stuff like that. If they do pick up on that, if they do choose to take that idea, that's up to them. Only the Hollywood people, only, guys. Okay, definitely. But yes. But other than that, every Halloween, I'll try to keep my haunted house live going on YouTube or whatever, the way I started it, that kind of stuff like that. But so there's my PSAs for tonight, guys. I know I don't like doing the PSA video, doing a PSA moment, but all live streamers have to do them, volunteer or not. We have to all do them. I don't know why, but we do. It looks good for the algorithm of the app, apparently. It makes the people that own the app look good. So I guess it's an educational moment, the way they see it. Definitely. I guess it helps them number how many people actually understand the service end of it, the app service end of it, the live social media end of it. It puts a smile on their face. Totally. But yeah, now, like I said, some nights, guys, I do take a break from YouTube and watch movies and that kind of stuff like that. I had to put a bunch. I didn't watch all through them because I think instead of getting a whole pile out of them, I get them out as I want to watch them. It's easier. Then I don't have a stack of my movies ain't stacking up too much. Definitely. Also, too, this is a good time. You guys have any questions? I'm surprised nobody's wrote me with any questions. That's okay. If you guys have, between now and Halloween, guys, you guys want a good Ghost Legends, you guys want her read off on here, write them out, guys. Send them to me. Please make sure they're clean, guys. Definitely nothing very, very rude. That's going to be inappropriate. Send them to me, and if you want, I'll view them before I go live, and I'll read through them. If I think they're okay to read on here, I will read them. And definitely for you guys, no problem. We'll see how many people up for this challenge. And definitely, if you live locally here, guys, write it out down on paper. If you guys got any scary, ghostly experiences or frightening experiences, and you want shared on here, I will read them. If you guys live locally, drop them by to me, or if you see me, give them to my wife. She'll give them to me. I'll read them off on here for you guys if you want me to. That's fine. Around the digital campfire, around the digital fireplace here in Haunted Hunter's Cabin. Make sure everything's spelled correctly. That's the number one key. Even if you do it by pen, paper. I've shared a little bit about Haunted Hunter's Cabin. Make sure when it gets to if it is like hunter's cabin, please watch the details of it too as well, with it being live internet as well. That way it doesn't get way too overboard, because there is what you call an algorithm limitation when it comes down to Ghost Legends, because I know a lot of campfire Ghost Legends, you guys might have heard when you guys were children, could be very gross and very vulgar, full of profanity. You'd be surprised what's in them. Totally what's in them. To be able to read off publicly, and definitely. Even if you guys have an old-fashioned typewriter, that's what I want to get, because at least you don't actually have to put ink in it. It already comes with ink. They don't get colored ink, but you get black and white ink that's in there all the time. Indefinitely. And you just have to reel the paper and scroll it. Those were great. I love those. They're very hard to delete your mistakes, but that they're challenging enough. That's what I wanted to share. Now, I do have books here too, guys, as well. I've got a book called The Six Gothic Tales that I may start sharing tonight. I don't know. Kind of hard to read with these on. I'll have to double the light, but that's okay. Normally, I don't like doubling the light. I like because the orange light can be very too brightly. I like it like this, totally. Oh, but like I said, it's very hard to actually read the words in the dark with dark sunshades on. So, definitely. But that's what I said. I use a lot of bright lights. So, there may be long words totally in there. I know some of my live streams, guys, is very hard for people to digest my talents. They just have to get used to them, guys. Like I said, it doesn't matter how I appear, doesn't matter how I identify myself on here, guys. Like I said, please respect that. If you can't respect these shows, nobody says you have to watch them. You don't have to tune in. Definitely. You don't have to just come in here and just cause trouble. If you see me downtown, you don't have to get in my face at me or yell at me or that kind of stuff like that. Like I have experienced in the last 2 years, by several different people, because they didn't like the fact, the way I am or the way I identify myself on here, or my personality. They thought they could control me. They thought they could boss me around, order me around, tell me what to do. Like I said, this is my live stream channel. Same, no matter if I'm on Facebook, no matter if I'm on TikTok. Like I said, this is my page. These are my pages. These are my live stream shows. As long as I'm complying to their rules and regulations, or no matter if I'm on Beagle or whatever live social media I'm on, if I want to come on here in a wig, a dress, a blouse, whatever, dance around, that is my choice. Those are my talents. Those are my hobbies. That's my business. Okay. There's a lot of people that they do enjoy it. I don't mind if they enjoy the music end of it or whatever. But telling me what I can and cannot do on my live streams, guys, that is a no. You don't tell any live streamer what they can and cannot do on their shows. Okay? You do not ever tell, no matter if it's a volunteer, broadcaster, or host, you do not ever go into that live stream and tell that host what they can and cannot do on their live stream. Okay? That is not your decision as a viewer. You're technically, when you're in someone else's live stream watching, you're considered a guest. Okay? you're considered a viewer, audience, guest. You're not on there to play Mr. Producer or manager. Um, you're not on there to sit there and tell any live streamer what they cannot do, that they can't do this, they can't do that, they can't do this, they can't do that. We're gonna do whatever we want to do in our live streams, considering it is to community standards and that kind of stuff like that. So if we come out on here and we're dancing around to a couple tunes in a dress or whatever, or lipstick or makeup or wig, or if I even dye my hair, it's our choice of our live stream content that we choose to use or to live stream social media in, or what they call media interaction. We're allowed to do that. Okay, we're not going to tolerate people telling us what to do, because they come into the comment section and they're bossing and they're coming around, bossing people around, calling people names or whatever. What's going to happen as a host, okay, either volunteer host or broadcaster or paid hosts, they have the right to ban and block you from coming through. They can kick you out, okay? As a viewer, you can be kicked out. We have what you call admins, okay? No matter what live social media we're on, we have admins, hidden admins that will kick you right out and block you from coming in to view these streams. That will view your comments. You don't know where they are. Like I said, there are people that do not go live ever. There are people you don't even see in the social media, on social media at all, but they're there. They're hiding in the woodwork. They're hiding in the bushes, okay, that we call it. And you'd be gone like a flash of lightning. You'll be like biflation in like 2 minutes, because either I have the right to kick you out, or they have the right to kick you out. I know a lot of that happens on Bigo a lot, okay? Because people will get on there and they'll say crude things. They'll say rude things. They will make accusations. They'll get on in the comment section. They'll write rude stuff. They'll yell. They'll swear. They'll dirty name call the host or whatever. Or they'll enforce and push their religion on the people in the comments. They'll get what we call transphobia ism, which is definitely not acceptable, because we do have, like I said, we do have hosts that do identify as being transgender, and you guys need to respect that totally. Like I said, it is YouTube, it is Facebook, no matter if you're TikTok, Bigo. Definitely keep your comments to your damn selves. Totally. Do not get rude on with the host. Do not start shit with the hosts. Because that's not what social media is about. It is. We come on here to kind of, to kind of relax. So if some of us have talent, we're entertainable. We can't help that. No matter how, like I said, no matter how we identify ourselves, or if I made myself, like I shared my story growing up as a kid. I never considered myself as being a male. I always considered myself as being a female myself, because that's the way I was raised, was to be a little girl. But I felt, I was born the wrong way. We're not going to get into any detail about that. Because, like I said, that I can share, but it goes into more detail than that. I don't really want to get into that But basically, if I come out the same way to be a transgendered, spiritually or physically, um, you guys need to respect that. There's no, there's no dirty name calling allowed, that kind of stuff like that. Because you're not here. If you guys are viewers, you're not coming in here to. If you guys are coming into the stream to watch the stream, you're coming in to watch the stream. You're coming in to support the host, not tell the host what to do or how to do things, or view your Bible believing Christians' convictions on people or try to convert people. If that's not what it's about, you got to be careful, because with us people at Hunter's Cabin, I'll tell you, we only put up with so much religion, and instead of bye Felicia, you go nighty night Felicia. No, just kidding, guys. I'm just teasing you. Don't take me seriously on that one. I wish that was legal. That was legal, but it isn't. I'm good it isn't, okay? Because we don't want to see the war days over again. Totally. I'm just cracking a joke on that one. So I've got a good sense of humor, a funny sense of humor, comedy sense of humor. At times I crack jokes. And that drunk or sober, well, not drunk, but having a few Buskis or whatever. Sometimes like Canada Day, like I've done stand-up volunteer comedy before too as well. I love doing that. I love doing this kind of stuff. To me, it's a hobby. But again, guys, just so you guys, just addressing basically what I'm saying. The only reason why I'm addressing this, guys, is because on TikTok, I see a lot of, even when people are on the way to go live, for some people, it is hard to go live because they get bullied because the way they look or the way they are. I've seen a lot of that myself. I try to do when I'm doing my 60-second video, guys, and I am got a good video on the go, and then all of a sudden a little girl comes through there and she's whining and crying because somebody bullied her from the States, or somebody in the States bullied her or whatever. On TikTok, I hate seeing these kids cry like that. I'll tell you, because they're crying out for help. So the first video they see go live, they're going to stitch a comment in that video. And if they're all broken down and upset, they're looking up to somebody to help them. Because of all the bullying that's going on TikTok. Like, this is why I said, guys, that's why I said the people that are doing it, cut that shit out. Definitely. Social media is not about that. It's to enjoy it, so people can be entertained or whatever. Like what I do, like doing performing arts or entertainment. A lot of my Halloween shows are 18 plus, but I'm not, like I said, I don't have a problem with anybody under 18 watching, but make sure you supervise with your watch with your parents or whatever. Because like I said, with it being on actual haunted house, yes, some of the sound effects may be frightening. When I've got the narrator going, or I've got the strobe lights going, I do pre-warn everybody that I do use strobe lighting, so that way anybody that is epileptic, they know they can always catch another show that doesn't have any strobe lighting like this one. But yeah, that's just what I wanted to address, more or less. Like social media is a safe place. Like I know I do go live. I bring Ghost Legends to life in a live haunted house for you guys every Halloween. This is what I love doing now with social media and that kind of stuff. That I've been doing this since 2015, 2014. It's always worked out pretty good. More so this year, if everything's going to be shut down out there, and definitely people are going to be sitting at home enjoying this too. Sometimes I like doing live social media, doing live stand-up comedy myself. Sometimes I crack out some childhood jokes, or during the haunted house. So far up to now, I've done a lot of costume changes, a lot of dance numbers or whatever. To make people laugh. That's different. That is good comedy. That is a good laugh, but like I said, it's like a lot of things. It has its limitations. You know, um, but yeah, that's what I wanted to share before we actually get into the spooky part of this guy. Pick on with the spooky hour or the witching hour, we call it. Like I said, the one headless headhunter, he's a witch and that kind of stuff like that. But I'm just saying, all I'm saying, guys, it doesn't matter how what the host looks like. I mean, the host can come on here looking dressed as a bag of cookies. You guys should still respect that. I tell you, it don't matter if you guys like cookies or not. Um, show respect for the show. Shut up and enjoy the show. Um, it's not yours to complain about. You're not the one at the other end of this camera and filming and live streaming it. So shut your mouth, sit down, and enjoy the show. Or page, none of your business. Just enjoy it. Just enjoy watching it, like everybody else. I do this because there's a lot of horror movie fans out there. They love the horror movies. Same with Fog TV. Like, I know the guys at Fog TV. They run a real live ghost hunt for you guys, totally, on live when they can go live. And they don't do it for the haters. They don't do it for the trolls. They don't do it for the haters. They don't do it for the bullies. You know what they do? They do it for the ones that love that kind of thing. Us people that love that kind of thing. For us horror movie fans. Same when you enter in Fog TV live stream. You're a guest, okay? You're one of Paul Lucer's guests, okay? You don't get on there. You don't tell him what he can and cannot do on his live stream, okay? Because, one, he has the right to block you and remove you from his live stream, from viewing. Like, he can kick your account right out. If you guys use his comment section, or no matter if he's live on Facebook, no matter if he goes live on Bigo, no matter if he goes live, what platform he goes live on, or if he earns his way to the top to go live on TikTok, whatever, up live, YouTube, Twitter, Skype, plenty of fish even, okay? You're not there to tell him what to do. You're a guest, okay? When you enter the Lee's live streams channels, it's like changing your channel on the TV set. If you don't like it, you can always change the freaking channel, okay? Go to someone else's stream and bug the shit out of them. If you're going to be a bully or a troll. More or less, or go back to watching Sesame Street or Barney and Friends on TV. There's your punishment. So you can go spend time with that big fat purple bitch. Just kidding. I always like that TikTok audio. I don't know why I like that one. Out of them all, there's a lot of them I don't like, but that one there, I get a kick out of that one. Because like I said, Barney was a big thing when I was a kid. Same with Pee Wee Herman. But like I said, they had dark hidden secrets that the world didn't know about, okay? So I'm not trying to scare anybody away from watching. If there's kids today that may like Barney, or the young age or whatever, like watching Barney or Pee Wee Herman on TV, but if he's still on TV. But I'm just saying, us people that grew up with those clowns, we know exactly what the actors of those that played those characters are really like in reality, and we're not too happy about that and why they were taken off the air to begin with. But like, I mean, if the kids today are enjoying just the TV shows of it, that is fine. Of theirs, that's fine. We're not going to discourage them, because we were the same way when we were kids. We enjoyed their shows. I mean, it entertained us totally. We're not going to ruin that for the kids. You know what I mean? Like they love watching TV. Like, we're not going to take them away from cartoons. Even if the kids today even sitting around watching Pee Wee Herman or Barney, I don't think so. I think they're into new and better stuff today. Or whatever cartoons there that's new on the cancer box today. what I refer to back there. Everybody calls it a cancer box. I don't know why. People have the crack box back there. Everybody's got different names for it. Idiot box, dummy box, the fool's corner. Us adults love to call it, but us adults, we love watching our horror movies on it. So definitely we never get away from that crack corner. I'll tell you, watching that crack box. Even though that we're like some of us, like myself, are smart enough not to touch the stuff, I'll tell you. But at least we still watch the TV. But I'm not addicted to it, so not like some people in the other room watch it morning, noon, night, 24 hours a day. Definitely. But yeah, like I said, like actually to with this time of year with Halloween, there's gonna be probably a lot of Halloween movies on there too as well, or TV shows and movies. They better. I'm telling you guys, I'm on YouTube Live, and I got all you producers' attention, and you guys are watching and loving this Haunted Hunter's Cabin series. I'll tell you before we get to the spooky part, you guys better please show Mr. Boogedy on TV, okay? You haven't showed him on TV for years, okay? The last time you guys showed Mr. Boogedy on TV, I was 12 years of age, and after that, you guys never, ever aired it ever again, okay? You might have had your reasons, yes, okay? I can understand that because it's old school, and us kids grew up with it, old enough to remember Mr. Boogedy and Bride and Mr. Boogedy, okay? But please, this Halloween, guys, bring back Mr. Boogedy. Please, in the lineup on a TV. I know I'm 40 years old and still love that movie. You're never too old to watch a movie like that. I tell you, I remember it though. I grew up with it. It was one of my Halloween cult classics I always liked growing up with. Okay, I loved Mr. Boogedy when I was a kid. I'll tell you, I had no pet peeves against it. But again, guys, if you guys are listening, please play Mr. Boogedy on TV. Okay? You guys haven't played him on there for centuries. Every Halloween, yes, I know there's always new Halloween shows kicking other old stuff out. Or you figure out, it's too old. This generation kids won't sit down and watch. You'd be surprised what these generation new kids will sit down and watch on TV. It probably, yes, will be new to them to watch it. But as far as their parents go, if they're as old as I am, they will be old enough, not enough to remember it. I'll tell you. Like let's see more of those older stuff come back too as well. I know we have the newer stuff from the 1990s. Well, not that new anymore. Like Halloween Towns are really not that new. They're just as old as Mr. Boogedy because I grew up with them as well. With a little bit of with some of the movies that Kimberly J. Brown starred in. Sorry to hear about the other actors that were in it that I heard about anyways. But we won't go into any details, but there was a couple of them in that that's the main characters in that series that passed away or whatever I heard. Some good actresses or good actors anyways. I think it was a mother and a daughter, something like that. I heard back to back, something like that. Wasn't pretty to hear, anyways. But yeah, I know that's on TV. That is still what I grew up with. That's fine. But I mean, like the Monster Squad. Okay, that's another good one. Little Monsters. Hasn't aired on TV since I was 12 or 13 years of age. It's always been newer stuff. More modern stuff that's taken up most of the time. But yeah, bring back the old Beetlejuice cartoons. Bring back all the for this year. If you can, bring back all the Addams Family's TV shows or Hilarious House of Frightenstein. Those series. Play them again this year for starting this Halloween. And have them as part of the every year Halloween lineup. Same for the adults. You've got True Blood they play, or this Legend of Sleepy Hollow TV series, or the movies. Bring put on the Legend of Sleepy Hollow cartoons for the kids. At least, guys, get a good selection going. Over the last few years, the selection for Halloween's been shitty. It's just as bad as Christmas. At least Christmas has got a better selection on TV of old stuff and new stuff compared to what Halloween has. I know we just had a Christmas in July, fortunately. I don't know what that was about. Showing Christmas movies on TV in the month of July. Okay, for the whole month of July. I know, I was sitting down, I was watching them, I was shocked. I'm like, okay, this is new, Christmas in July. What's all this about? I know we're in a pandemic, but what's all this Christmas in July about? I mean, Christmas isn't until December. But again, what all the Christmas movies they showed in July, they're going to show in December anyways. So definitely. But yeah. But yeah, give you guys some ideas anyways, a little bit. Now, like I said, as much as I love the Neverending Story movies, or the TV shows Tales from the Neverending Story. Now, they're not really Halloweenish, guys, but I grew up with it. I loved it. I'm a big fan of it, but I have to grant, I never get sick of it. But I know, but it has its religious interrelation to how the movie was made or symbolizes. But yeah, like I'm just trying to think, guys. Shows, like when you guys are showing at nighttime, yes, you guys are definitely showing all the adult horror movies for us adults. But at least for the kids, because the kids are going to be up during the day, and the kids, some parents during this time are refusing to send their kids to school because of their safety or because of this COVID virus going around or whatever. If they're stuck at home and kind of stuff like that, during the day, guys, play some Halloween cartoons for the kids. If you guys are producers of them, throw them on TV. Throw some. Mr. Boogedy, now apparently it is a Disney. It is at a kid's level. Fortunately, it scared the hell out of me. Definitely. Throw that kind of stuff like on there, along in there. Find a time slot in there with the up to date newer stuff if you can, on the TV. Like really fill that TV up with. If I say this now, okay, I'll give you guys an idea. Okay, I do not like Steve Rocco's show. Okay. I'm sick of it. The guy might be a nice guy. Yes. Okay. I respect the guy for what he does, or he counsels people with their problems. Okay. But he's taking up too much TV time on my TVs. Okay. Judge Judy, please, for Halloween season, it's Halloween time and Christmas coming up. Replace that shit ding stuff. Okay. With kids' Disney movies, Halloween movies, Christmas movies for Christmas time, Halloween movies for this time of year, guys, please take that shit off my TV. Just kidding. I love pay. I always pay for my satellite. I don't mind paying for satellite. I love having satellite. No problem. I pay it every month. But like this time of year, like I would rather see, if I'm going to sit back and watch my satellite TV this time of year, I like to watch Halloween shows. I like to watch Halloween movies. Reschedule. I'm not saying you can ever play Judge Judy or the times. They're getting too much. They are getting too much for court TV. They're getting too much time. Too much time. 24 hours a day. Why does all the other shows only get less time on TV than what court or law TV ever gets? This is bullshit. Definitely reschedule the court shit for like 2 a.m. or whatever. But during the day, replace it with, when the kids are up, replace it with all kids cartoons if you can. see more kids cartoons, more Disney stuff for kids, more Halloween shows during or being Halloween time or whatever. Around Christmas month of December, more Christmas shows, line them up back to back, fire them all up there. I'll tell you, just like the digital fireplace back there, fire them all up on there. Okay, it'll put a smile on some of these kids' faces. They'll love that totally. Reschedule. Shorten the time down that Law TV gets, or Judge Judy gets, or Judge Miles, or whoever the fuck it is that's a judge on there or whatever. Sorry to put it that way, guys, because they get too much, and I can understand why the other networks complain, because they get too much time. They get what you call too much airtime. They should not, or screen time that they should not be airing. They're airing 24 hours a bloody day, 48 hours a day. I know my wife sits there and watches it all day and all night. Or if it's not that, it's church on Saturday and Sunday. Okay? And even I'm even surprised church takes up the whole entire Sunday morning and night. But between church TV, a Christian church TV, nothing against Christian people, between church, religious, Christian TV, okay, and Vision TV, okay, and court and law TV, takes up too much damn time on the TV airtime. It's taking up all the freaking channels, all the good channels. When you guys could put something half decent on there. Totally. I'm just asking. I'm not telling you guys what to do. I'm just asking, cut the court shit down at least in hours. Like, come on. As much as I don't like calling it that, like let's see more kids cartoons on there during that time frame during the day. With that, especially with it being Halloween, like, come on, they can't help it. They're shut at home. It's Halloween time, their favorite time of year. I play more Halloween cartoons for them during the day or whatever while they're up. At least it keeps them occupied, and it keeps them, from being bored and being under their parents' skin or hair. More or less the way my parents used to, or my mom used to say it when I was a kid. Now, when I was a kid growing up, I loved TV when I was a kid, because the TV was full of cartoons, the TV was full of kids shows, and that was all day and all night. This generation, it's like, it seems like it is there's less children's channels on there than anything, or TV shows than anything. Like when I was a kid, yes, there was court TV, but it didn't take up every channel. It had its own Pacific channel. It was only on once a day. Okay. Those court shows, like People's Court, only came on once a day at a certain time. Let's go back to that. Let's go back to that algorithm. Just a word of encouragement. Let's try going back to that algorithm, even though I know we're in higher technology times. Okay, you like your time schedules are, I don't know, or somehow are screwed up. totally screwed up. It is like Law TV is not on just once a day like it used to be. It's on every bloody channel, taking up every channel that you could think of. And in between that time, there is no, especially when it comes around Halloween time, when this time of year should be loaded up with all kids Halloween shows to do with Halloween. In the midnight hours, horror movies for us adults, that kind of stuff like that. That I don't mind. Give court TV like it used to be, less freaking time. They don't need, like, Judge Judy does not need to be on 24 hours a freaking day. or be aired 24 hours a day. That is complete propaganda, and annoying. Same with Jerry Springer. You don't you only see him once a day now. Same with Maury Povich. You're lucky I even see him at all. I'm not too worried about him, but he's another one. Good, but now he's like Jerry Springer. He's only getting airtime once a day. But Judge Judy gets to show her ugly face 24 hours a day, or 48 hours a freaking day on TV. Same with Judge Joe Miles or Joe Brown or whatever the hell they call him. Like, guys are taking it. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to disrespect our law system or its TV algorithm or its TV networking, but it is cutting into the kid. Honestly, it is Monday to Sunday, constantly, 24 hours a day. It is cutting into time slots that you could put could fill up with kids cartoons, or show more Disney shows, or especially with it being Halloween, show more Halloween shows, in the midnight hours, like show more horror movies with being close to Halloween. Definitely with it being this time of year, or even with Christmas coming up, these time of years when it's, more festivity. Show less of law networking or on TV. It is, as much as I respect those shows being, those court shows being on there, I do have my opinion. I do have my opinions why they shouldn't be on there. Okay, but why it shouldn't be exposed to public TV. Because the people actually have to go through that if it is a real case going on. They've gone through enough exposure as is with the actual news media or whatever. They don't need to be on their own private TV show. I think that is all bullshit, especially when it's stuff that they claim that is supposed to be under oath and confidential. And definitely, why make a bloody TV show out of it? It doesn't make any sense at all. And make their everyday lives worse off than it is. I'm not saying that I'm protecting people or whatever, or supporting people, or that kind of thing, or trying to be a Superman out of it all. I'm just saying is, go back to the way things used to be. Yes, they used to be on TV. I remember for ancient times, since I was a kid or even before I was born. But at least they only got scheduled once a day, if they were lucky. They aired only once a day on TV. Then they had room on their TV board to show other stuff, more movies, more more kids shows, more Disney shows, that kind of stuff like that for the kids, and that kind of stuff like that. They made it. That's when TV was more entertaining to watch. Definitely today it is, it is as much of those, I respect those networks. Is it Cops TV is taking up too much time alone as it is. It does not need to take up all that airtime. It doesn't. It's a waste of airtime. They're just as bad as the commercials. They take up enough airtime as it is. I know it was like that when I was a kid. Definitely. But yeah, let's go back to, to that kind of programming, where, it's just an idea, guys, just an idea. If you're gonna show the court shows, show them only once a day. Don't show them 15 times a day on TV. It's bad enough if people want to watch it 15 times, they just go on YouTube and watch it, because they all have YouTube channels too. Like the soap operas disappeared awfully freaking fast. You know why? Because they were taking up too much time, taking up too much airtime. Their producers and networks. it was getting just annoying. So they replaced it with that channel. They actually replaced it during the day with actual more kids shows, and I think every channel should be doing that. Or during the nighttime hours. There used to be a Pacific channel for us adults. They used to have. I used to love it. It was called Scream, and it was full 24 hours of horror movies. Now that was different. But that channel was definitely, was actually frightening. What you call every day, scary, like stuff like Nightmare on Elm Street. That it was its own channel to show horror movies at night. But during the day, Scream Channel had stuff for Halloween shows for kids. It had what you call a mixture of programming. It was a little bit like YTV or whatever. During the day, you got your YTV shows on there. You got your Family Channel shows, kids shows on there, and then at night you were getting us horror movies for us adults. That's the way TV. I remember TV used to be, like I tell you, even satellite was like that when it first started. We came into it. Let's go back to that. Try to show the court TVs or people's court. Steve Wilkos, less on TV, showing them on TV today. Like they're taking up every freaking channel, totally taking up every freaking channel. I'm sure there's a lot of, especially this time of year with being Halloween, I'm sure you guys got a whole laundry list of Halloween shows you want to show on TV, especially for the kids to watch. Or fill up every channel like you do on YTV just for Halloween at least. Give the court TV a break, guys. Totally, I think we start replacing those court shows with more entertainable stuff. I'm sorry, I like the person that's the actors in it. Like in real life, they might be all right type of people, but they're getting what you call too much airtime they shouldn't be getting, and they're cutting into kids networking. If what you call it, kids or children networking, especially when this time of year comes around, when it comes around to being Halloween and Christmas, they want to keep festivity, more or less. Like wrestling only airs once a week or twice a week. And see, wrestling has its own channel. Or if you guys want to show stuff like Court TV or show People's Court, why don't you do like you did with the wrestling channel? Make them up their own channel. Get them to buy into their own channel to air on. That people have to pay extra for if they want to watch it. Just like you do the wrestling channel. I know with the wrestling channel is different because if you pay for the regular channel that Monday Night Raw is on, you get the wrestling channel included. Okay. So if you guys are going to show Court TV that much, or you're gonna show Raw TV that much, guys, do what you did with the wrestling channel. Make up a court channel. Just that if people want to watch that stuff, they have to buy separate from the rest of the package. Then you watch it all they like, or you can go on YouTube and watch it all they like. Now she's working. Before he has a spooky thing, now she is working. Definitely. again, guys, those are just my opinions. We're gonna get on with our program here, but just something to think about, guys. Totally. Like I said, especially during this pandemic that's going on, kids are at home, they're bored. Okay, they're not gonna sit around the TV. And do you think the only thing they see is what court TV on every channel? They're gonna be. It's gonna bore them. Um, you know, stuff like Judge Judy, or all those court shows, or all those Law and Order shows. Get them their own freaking channel that you have to pay extra for, just like you did the wrestling channel. If people want them, they pay for the channel separate from the rest of the other channels, and then fill the other channels up, with more Disney stuff for the kids, um, children's cartoons, especially this time of year for Halloween and Christmas coming up, that kind of stuff like that. That way, people are not bored. I love satellite. I love my satellite. I love my satellite channels. I pay for them every month. I enjoy watching it. But there's just some idea. Anyways, is if you guys are going to air court TV as much, why don't you just get a channel as court TV channel? That everybody has. If people that like that stuff will have to pay extra from the rest of the satellite package or cable package to watch it. Like you guys did with the wrestling. um, it has its own channel. Um, just some idea to think about when you guys approach it to your board of directors or whatever. Um, when you guys are deciding on or channel networking or whatever, or creating channels or whatever for one specific category. Because I know I know there used to be an actual horror movie channel. It'd be nice to see you guys bring something like that back. Totally. Um, that'd be awesome because I always loved that. I tell you, there's a lot of horror movie fans out there. I'll tell you, they love that kind of thing. And that was just all year round. I know to kind of put together some type of topic for tonight, for Haunted Hunter's Cabin. So we're gonna get into now. We're gonna get into some spooky narrator. Now, I books, guys. Now, one night, guys. We'll take a break from the narrator. I'm gonna try for some books. I suck at reading. Gonna bear with me. Um, on the search for some cool ghost legends to tell, and definitely, you guys will probably scare you guys, especially we're getting close to Halloween, especially Devil's Night. Guys, we're gonna have an awesome. Kind of have very awesome night. Playing around the digital campfire. No, we're not gonna. I know I am not going to react. That's the song hour of Camp Northern Lights. No, thank you. Some of the songs were actually gross and perverted that we sung. Okay, I don't think we're gonna sit on here and sing them. Even if I brought somebody on with a guitar, we're not gonna sit in here and sing Kaibo. All the songs we were taught, I'll tell you, because they were gross, or probably grosser today. Words have been changed around. I had, even when I was a kid at camp, I had my own little song that I put together because to keep my mind off these ghostly things. But I'm too old to be singing that. I'll tell you. That's why I stick to copyright material. It's easier, shortcut. Definitely. Okay, there's your campfire songs. Okay. Um, I may narrate some, but I ain't singing them. Sorry. Not the ones I grew up with, not the ones we were taught. They were freaking gross. Totally gross. Probably grosser today, or some of the ones we even sang in cadets. Definitely, I cannot share on here for you guys. Definitely, because they were actual military war songs. I'll tell you, we were even singing in cadets. I'll tell you, on our bush audience, it was disgusting, but funny indeed. Now, some of the things we would have sang out in the bush, out in the boonies. Again, we used to, okay, I'm going to share a little bit of the title. Now, some of these titles that made a big hit today, different artists are actually singing them because they're on YouTube, are on a narrator. Um, um, but back those days, like I said, we didn't have internet. Definitely. So, but we still sang them. We still sang them. I'll tell you, around the camp when I was a kid at summer camp, we still in our councils we sat there around the campfire and we sang them. I'll tell you, even before we went into the Ghost Legends, same Cal to Gypsy Warriors. When we became Cal to Gypsy Warriors, we had our traditional camp songs we sang, and some of them were gross, totally. That's probably why I developed acid reflux in my stomach. I can't help puking. Definitely still remembering those songs more so. The story, the legend alone scared the heck out of me. I tell you. Um, we used to sing everything from the good old Mountain Dew, or what was that other one? The religious people hate it. Okay, we had yes, we had religious kids that got up and left the campfire. Definitely left the campfire pit. Um, hour because of what we were singing. They were so offended. Um, and definitely, especially they didn't make it through to becoming a Celtic Gypsy warrior. Um, because they didn't want to stick around for the legend. They ran to the cabin to play Monopoly. All the religious kids did. To lunch to the main back to main base camp to play Monopoly with their friends, religious friends or whatever. They didn't come on to the overnight outing with us because we had told them if we became Celtic Gypsy Warriors, the legend was going to be told of Haunted Hunter's cabin at this spooky old cabin, the actual haunted cabin, and they didn't like that fact, so they stayed behind at base camp to play Monopoly or whatever with the religious counselors. That's just like them. Uh, we they definitely were not brave enough to go through what we went through. I'll tell you. Um, but yeah, if we were around campfire at the base camp, they wouldn't even sing half the songs we sang. They were too gross. They were too offended. Especially the good old Mountain Dew. Now that's a bit of a redneck song. Anybody who's redneck, you'll remember that one. I'll tell you, but it's all over YouTube now. You can find them on the YouTube thing. But back those days, Ghost Rider in the Sky. It was the actual woman that actually where Johnny Cash got it from was at our camp session, indefinitely. Now that's a very old song. I know it goes way back to the Pioneer days, but it's been rewritten by different people. And this woman was what you call a rewriter of it, one of the original rewriters of it. The Johnny Cash who picked it up and sang it. It went from one musician to the other, and it was a native lady that used to sing around all our campfires, especially when we were at Haunted Hunter's cabin. She was one of my camp counselors. and she used to play it on her guitar all the time. She was a laugh. She was a hoot, definitely. Um, when singing it, and she sang it very awesome. Totally sang it very awesome. And very spookier, way spookier than Johnny Cash ever sang it. Holy jumpins, man, wasn't she spooky woman? I'll tell you. And she sang it. But yeah, now they pile it all on YouTube. But yeah, there's another one I don't want to mention, guys. Totally don't want to mention. It is a sick song, totally, and it was sung to us when we were kids. Totally, we used to sing around the campfire. Oh, Kumbaya, that's an old one. Oh, you can't get to heaven. That's another one we sang. We used to add our own words, and we got a little gross singing that one. Anybody who's been to that camp session with me probably remembers half these songs. I'll tell you, singing them. Those were the authentic old classical camp days. I remember that. And then that we all got an enjoyment out of them. Now I'd probably if I ever replayed them on here, I'd play it on here through the narrator, and definitely. But I'm not going to go too detail with Hunter's Cabin. Like I said, I shared a little bit outline of it, but there was a lot of legends that I heard as a kid that was at its level or just as bad. Totally. And then hearing the Washington Irving one with Sleepy Hollow on top of that, when that came out, oh man, that added to my nightmares. Totally. No, it was the same type of, had a bit of that relation or same idea that I thought myself was the same idea, and then I was taught differently, totally, as a kid, on how they were different, how they were both different, and why they were both different. But no, like I said, like I never learned how to drive, but like I said, if I was a type of person that had a car or had a driver's license, I'd be out in the boonies camping myself during the nice weather. Um, taking along the old video camera, not this new, even with this newer stuff, because I know this newer stuff won't work out there. No place. Well, yeah, plug it into the car, yeah. But yeah, if I was able to pick up internet, yeah, it would go live. But when you're out in the boonies, you can't pick that kind of stuff up. I'd actually have to regular video camera it. And after I got home, I would actually have to transfer it into a computer, or use a regular video camera itself. Go back to the old way of doing stuff. But yeah, or even if I had a house out in the boonies or whatever, I would love it. Totally. It would be awesome. Living in a house with a real fireplace. I'll tell you, I would love that kind of lifestyle. Totally. My wife doesn't like it. You know, but no, her friend don't like it. That's why I said she likes these apartment buildings. But you know what? The only thing with these apartment buildings, are nice too. But the thing is with these apartment buildings is there is how do I put this in a polite way? it doesn't. You can't. You don't. One, we don't. We're not a. Now some apartment buildings has a nice balcony you can sit out on. We can't sit on a balcony, and we don't have a balcony. For one, you know, of course, we live right downtown. It's noisy. You know, it is. You live in apartment buildings with people above you, beside you, and definitely stairs in a building with no elevator that you have to climb stairs all the time. Especially getting groceries up and down the stairs is a pain in the butt, but we manage. Or at least with a little country house or whatever, you don't have stairs to climb. Totally, you may only have like, you'd be lucky if you only have, you have your front door that has the steep stones, or probably have steep steps or wooden or stone steps, and a deck, or you have a back deck, or you like my dad's house in Saba Falls Parkway that's got an actual back door that's out in, like, he's out in the boonies, like he's actually got a back door that goes into his place. He could actually, if he wanted to, take groceries in instead of have to go up the steps, or into what you call a side door that slides open, that goes right into the kitchen. He just drive his car up to there and take the groceries in the side door. And it's flat. You walk right on in. Or my in-laws, they have a nice house out in the country now, outside of Port Aaron. There's no stairs. It's all flat going in. And once you go into the garage, it's got an elevator lift, a wheelchair lift. Boom! Talk about an easy flat lifestyle. Totally. And of course, it's got security cameras all around the house. So you can film a big live haunted hunter's cabin at the same time. Spook everybody out. No, just kidding. But yeah, those are the good advantage of that. But the only thing is, if you have pets, you really have to be careful, because yes, it is all woods, it's all bushes. You have a problem with coyotes. Okay. That's the only other issues. We have a little dog, so definitely we'd have to really be cautious if we had a place like that to let her out, because of the coyotes being in the bushes. I'll tell you, because you never know when those little four-legged fuckers are gonna come up there and snatch your dog. I'll tell you, you really gotta pay attention, because they're quick. They can snatch a chocolate bar off of the trunk of somebody's car. I'll tell you. You'd be surprised. They can snatch up little cats and dogs very quickly if they wanted to. And they're fast at it too. And they actually will attack a human being to get at the dog, the little puppy or dog, or whatever pet you're walking down the street, even if it's a gerbil. But yeah, that's the only other advantage. But yeah, and then it's cool because you got, again, cause like my dad's got all that 100 acres, right? All the way goes way back. I'll tell you, he's got like what you call like an old shed back there. I don't know if it's still an old garage shed, but he's got an old double garage shed back there. Totally. One side used to be garage, the other side is like an actual shed pen. I think he's probably turned it into a cabin now or whatever. But yeah, and he has what you call and then the downstairs in his rec room, he's got a wood stove, and then upstairs in the big cathedral living room, with the cathedral roof, he's got an actual stone wood stove fireplace. Awesome, real one. You actually put logs in. All that, guys. That definitely would make a cool. Too bad he didn't have high-speed internet, because the guys, I would replicate Hunter's cabin out there for you guys and go live if he let me. But I tell you, he wouldn't. He loves the privacy of his living room too much. Definitely, but that would have been awesomely cool, guys. Totally, even for Halloween time. Really give you guys get spooked, but it wouldn't work out because, like I said, he goes to bed very early. And Hunter's Cabin Haunted House, guys, is an all night show. Definitely, midnight to early morning. And there's some things sometimes on our shows that we'd have to refrain from doing, due to the fact that he is into CAS care and that kind of stuff like that with the CAS kids. Definitely, we wouldn't be allowed to have the Bloody Beerskis. That definitely would be scratched off out of our content, out of my content. Anyways, I would have to, indefinitely. So, like I said, a lot of things would be restricted. And the other thing that I have in my haunted house that you guys normally see, definitely having a briefcase will be also restricted. Would not be on the circus wagon. Wouldn't be allowed to be. Indefinitely. But for sound effects or anything else like that, that would have been fine. Or the hang up dolls or whatever. But yeah, they would have to be displayed differently. Probably the banners would have to be like probably be tied around chairs or whatever like that. Not the way I have it here. Totally. Taped up. He's picky on that one. He would be. But yeah, then I would have his brother up here joining in and everything else like that. Jumping on in there. And some of my cousins on my dad's side jumping on in there. I'll tell you. But yeah, and some of the things we do on the narrator, guys, it would have to go back to the old fashioned. We definitely would replicate back to the old fashioned haunted house, haunted cabin, with the old candle wick lantern and the handheld candle. Totally. But no, we wouldn't get the darkness in the living room like this. Totally. He loves his hydro too much. He loves his electricity. He'd ruin the shows. He'd be just as bad as her back there. Definitely. He'd be walking back and forth, peeing every 5 seconds to the toilet. So no, like I don't think, guys. I don't think it would actually work out. Totally. It was one of the other ideas I would have had. Totally would have had for Halloween, indefinitely. But I was looking at a couple different options. A friend of mine, he at first he's the type he'd be okay with it one way, and then the other way he wouldn't be, because he's got that camp, he's got like that conservation areas back there, wooded area. And with him being a very religious person, no, he would not be for what I do. With that kind of stuff, even though he has the cool setup, automatically the nature setup for it, the right size setup, he's got a good place for a good bonfire or whatever, campfire, to actually replicate the camp and the part of things. If he'd have the high speed internet or whatever, and feed from the laptop computer or a regular camera. But yeah, it would be, again, it would be more of an outside thing than anything. But again, he would. There would be a lot of this. Yes, I could respect where he's coming from. He would not be for, and definitely, because of where Halloween comes from and what it represents, that kind of stuff like that. It'd be different. It'd be different if I was I was living in my own place like that. That'd be different. but yeah, my wife likes being in an apartment building. She doesn't like being in the boonies. This is why we settled for an apartment, for a small apartment when we left the house from Frank and Brown Street. Moved from there to here. More or less, and her mom moved to the other side of Port Island to Seguin. To the boonies. I can't live on a First Nation reservation. Depending what tribe it is, because my dad's mother was Mohican, was Mohawk, where a Deserano would have more white cultured Mohawks. Is probably where more I would fit in, more so. Was closer to what she to where she lived in Napanee, outside Napanee, Deserano, Ontario. But out here, the native tree out here, the treaty is different. It is strictly, they don't consider white natives to be even being natives out here. The reserves out here can get very, very strict and very violently racist. Totally. Not more amongst the elderly ones, or the elders. It's more the younger generation, like the grandkids are little bitches at times, can be. I'm not saying that in a bad way or in a disrespectful way, but they can be. Because they've got the attitude of, if you're not brown, you're not native. They don't understand they don't understand, like any cultures, or same with a Celtic culture. Now, I was born and raised as Canadian. I was born here in Canada. I'm a Canadian citizen, but my ancestors have got mixed nationalities. Means that there's a little bit of native in me on my dad's side. On my mom's side, there was French, Scotch, Irish, German, English. A lot of different nationalities like that. A little bit of British. On my dad's side was Jewish, Native, Irish, English. I don't know. There might have been some Scotch on his side. I don't know. I haven't checked. But yeah, there is enough native tree in me to be full Celtic. And Celtic and Celtics are first native settlement, the same time as the Asians found in Canada, so as the Celtics came the same time. So the Celtics is considered considered a First Nation tribe, but yeah, it is. But there's different ones. But also too, like I said, my dad's mother was native. She was from Deserano. She was full Mohawk, Blackfoot Mohawk. Let me get this going here. Oh, the battery almost came out. But this reservation here, on the South Bruce Peninsulas, there's a few of them here, are very pridely toned to brown skin natives only, or segregated to brown skin Induish only. They don't believe in the fact that native kids being born with white skin. They don't believe that is possible at all. Even if they adopted kids that aren't native, still they don't. If they're young enough to be adopted or whatever, like any culture, If they're young enough to be adopted, then yes, they would automatically be adopted by Native parents and being living on a reservation, but may not be granted all the same rights as a Native would be as when they got old enough. They would face a lot of discrimination and probably racism because of their skin color more so than anything. But yeah, or they would not feel comfortable there totally. It's not like I said, these two reservations here is not like Deserano. It is not like Curve Lake in Peterborough, or Hiawatha near Peterborough, because there yes, you do see more and more white Native people, in generally. That is more their treaty. Their treaty is both white and brown natives. So, like I said, here again, different tribes have all got different treaties. It all depends what their treaty or tribal laws say, because they're all different. Definitely, just like the Celtics is Irish native, Celtic native that goes back to the early Viking days, and definitely. So it doesn't matter in a Celtic native tribe, Celtic Gypsy native tribes, if you're white, brown, or what color you are. It's still a native tribe, but it's not a Canadian First Nation tribe. But like I said, I live here in Canada, but my ancestors came from these different tribes and that kind of stuff like that. Mohawk has a Celtic history to it. Mohawk for generations came. The Mohawk natives actually originated from an Irish Celtic tribal circle, Gypsy circle. So it is. So yes, they're in their tribe. Yes, they do have. That's why they have white natives, because the white natives represent the Celtic Mohawk Gypsies as well. That kind of stuff like that goes back to still goes back to their earliest elements. So again, it is both is honored as in the first in Canadian First Nation. The Celtic Gypsy native tribe. If you've got more nationality in your Celtic native Gypsy, you're considered what you call Six Nations, because you're mixed. Totally, because you're mixed nationality. And definitely from Celtic Gypsyism to tribalism to into our Canadian Native tribes and that kind of stuff like that. But no, like I said, it is these particular reserves. No, I would not be allowed to actually live on, because this one here these ones here definitely will very be at what you call a very higher standard and maybe more picky or more strict. And they're allowed to be. They're it is their land. They're allowed to. There is nothing wrong with that. But yeah, my wife can go and live on it anytime she wants to. That's fine. I just because of my skin tone color, I would not be accepted on these ones. I would have to go back to my grandmother's homeland, which is Deserano, is the one I'd have to go to. In that. But that's, which is outside of Napanee. But it's funny because this treaty probably wouldn't accept me, but the Deserano one that my grandmother was from would accept her, no problem. It's funny because it wouldn't make sense. Totally. It is this one here is got more of what you call, these ones here have got more what you call a very racial pride. A friend of mine that I was in Trade Start with, what was 2 years ago, actually pre-warned me of how they he wasn't supposed to, but he pre-warned me to be careful. Anyways, because he said he said that these ones here were more strict. That that this area here this one here does not see eye to eye with the Mohawks tribe at all. It is it's got it's more touchier when it comes down to Mohicans or Mohawks. Totally. And there's not too many left around too either. So neither is there any amongst the grandkids, any of us grandkids or whatever, from my dad's mother. But anyways, but yeah, there's a little history there for you guys. Totally. And it's funny because some Six Nations grandkids don't qualify for Native status, fortunately, according to the rules and regulations of Canada here. I thought that was quite funny because I tried when I was 18, and that's what they told me. They said because I was considered, now this was the Peterborough area, was because I was considered, even if I got married to a Native person or not, they said because the fact that my dad's mother was my dad's mother was full Native, they said I wouldn't qualify because the fact that if I was considered Six Nations to its history or mixed, I wouldn't qualify because it was a violation to the Native Treaty itself. They said yes, still nativism, but they don't consider it to be 100% because you're mixed. They declare Six Nations as being of Six Nations, of being mixed of Six Nation blood, meaning that some of my tribal ancestries originated from Ireland, Celtic from the Celtic Gypsy tribes of Ireland, the Highlands, and on what you call on top of Native, also Celtic Native and Egyptian culture for generations, which we were declared as actually Gypsy First Nation, and then being born. When I was born in Napanee, Ontario, as a kid, I was being born to a grandmother that was full Mohawk Native, 100%. Or grandchild of being born to grandparents that were of full Mohawk Native American back then, and then being Native Canadian as well. But just our ancestry goes way back to the Egyptian, Celtic, Irish Celtic traditions of Ireland and that too. So, like I said, on both sides of my families, and then after that, there's my biological birth mother, because she was French, French Canadian. Her father was German. There was too much of a mixture. I was born with too much of a mixture in me. On top of that as well, I was mixed nationed, that they call it. So I was born of different nationalities, like with Scotch in me, French in me, German Native, a little bit of Dutch, Italian, Italiano Spanish. What a mess. Totally what a mess. Because it got to a point where, where the ancestry end of it started marrying outside its circle or its tribal rules, regulations, or laws, or they definitely weren't playing hide and go seek. Definitely. But that's why I said I've got a mixture. I got too much of a mixture in me, kind of more or less in my genetics. And they said it's not normal, totally not normal. But they said it just happens. It just happens. You can't pick your relatives. You never could. I wished we could. Like they say, they always say you can always, they can all, like they say, you can always pick, you pick anything you want, but you can't pick your relatives. You can't pick your parents. You can't pick your where you come from, or your ancestry. It's just one of those things according to history that's happened. Going back to the early days, or its grandparents before your grandparents. Means your grandparents' grandparents, or your grandparents' parents. Go back to the ancestry times. That's why I said we all come from somewhere. Totally. We just didn't one day rain out of the sky. That was possible. Definitely. And like I said, the Celtic history of it, and the ancestry ends of it, the Celtic Egyptian rituals, goes right back to my Celtic Gypsy ancestry end of it, goes right back to the time of early witchcraft too, during those days. I'm not saying everything's like that today. That's why, like I said, I'm very, very watchable. What I follow. More or less, you have to be safe nowadays. But yeah, like I said, that is part of my ancestry that goes back to ancient times. Totally. I don't have to do my family tree. I already know it's my family's history on my mom's side too well. Totally. I got to know it. And nowadays with the internet, like, you can research stuff yourself and go back and find stuff yourself. You don't even need the Mormons to help you go back and search stuff, because they're not even 100% right. They can pop up with the wrong information too as well. I'm not saying they've ever been wrong. I'm not saying they ever made any mistakes. But when researching that, there's an archivism forms that you got to fill out to go through them, and those archive forms too. If the Mormons are doing it, if you're getting a church group to do it for you, like the Mormons or the Jehovah's Witnesses to do it all for you, you're paying big time bucks for them to do it. They're not going to do it for nothing. They only go so far back for you for free. Then you're paying a big loot lump sum for them to go way back. Totally go way back. They can even take you back. They are strong enough. They can take you way back to your to your ancestral war days, back to the early Viking War, the early Celtic Wars, or the Egyptian War, or the Egyptian Empire. Or goes way back to the Celtic days. Goes way back to Egypt, even to where the Celtics even started. Before they originated to Ireland. Between Egypt and Ireland is the both birth grounds for Celticism. Totally. Before it made its way, it's this way over time, or over centuries. But lot of people, I think what it is, a lot of people don't like me sharing that. They get offended. Oh well, shit hits the fan. What you can do about it? That's probably why Walmart is always out of toilet paper. Somebody's gonna clean it up. I'm just kidding. I'm just joking, guys. That's a joke. That is a joke. Especially, well, that wasn't a joke when the toilet paper panic buyers hit Walmart and hit every grocery store worldwide and cleaned out all the stores of its toilet paper. I tell you, that was crazy. Like they were acting like, oh, the world would come to an end. Yeah, well, if it is, why would you buy so much toilet paper? You won't need it then. What are you gonna do with it? Definitely, if the world's going to end, it's going to end. It's going to end. Toilet paper is not going to save you. I'll tell you. Yeah, that's what I said. It's a bunch of knuckleheads we have living in the world today. I'll tell you. Hey, you guys really want to know a little Celtic secret that I didn't share, that I learned about my ancestry? Okay. Growing up as a kid, okay, that's that we used to joke about. You know that even my grandfather before he died used to share about his parents being Celtic gypsies. Um, there was, what was it? Oh yeah, the thing about potato skins. Okay, the potatoes, they used to grow their own potatoes. They went in. You couldn't buy them in a box like today, or a bag of pierogies. Okay, it didn't work that way. Um, they would, when they would peel potatoes around the Celtic festivals for dinner and serve potatoes for dinner because they're a big potato family. Okay, they grow their own potatoes. They find a way to grow their own potatoes. Now, guys, you may think this is a little gross, but grin and bear with this. This again, like I said, I did restrict this. Okay, they would buy the potatoes, they would peel the potato skins, they would keep the potato skins. Okay, and they would mash the potatoes. Okay, in a pot, in a metal pot. Okay, with sticks and stones, and they would, when they eat it with their campfire roast pig or whatever. After they were done, if they had to use the kaiba hole, they used to wipe their butts with the leftover potatoes and then the potato skins that they didn't eat, and they'd bury it and fertilize the ground with it, so they grow more potatoes for dinner. That is scary. Nobody ever try that in this decade. Okay, people look at you like you kind of, what's wrong with this guy? Is he got a mental problem? Because I live in a town, you give it too many ideas. Okay, they'd actually do it. Totally would do it. But no, that. Those are hidden secrets, you know, to gypsies. Okay. Back in the early days of it, not these times, but back in the early days, there was, when way before toilet paper was even invented. You'd be surprised what they used. I tell you, they used what they had. Okay, not what they hadn't had. There's a difference. Now, guys, is bringing Hunter's Cabin here to a gross level. Definitely. But that there was a class, that there is one of the best potato stories I've ever heard of. Totally. And definitely. And then see, now you have Now you wonder what potato chips are made from. Potatoes. But yeah. So really think about that the next time you would buy a bag of potato chips. And that those chips have been around the world and through different time zones. No, just kidding. I'm not trying to gross you out away from eating potato chips. Totally. But we're gonna get the narrator set up. We get in the spooky mode, guys. I hope you guys are enjoying tonight, guys. I've got a lot of cool stories to share. Totally, from narrator, from a book. If I can see in the dark, I'll tell you. Um, Somewhat dark. That's probably how shepherd's pie was invented too. We're not gonna go any further, guys, because, like I said, my wife would hear this or see this YouTube channel. It'll gross her right out. She'll never eat potatoes again. She won't even eat pierogies. I guarantee you. Looking for a good narrator for tonight, guys, that you'll enjoy. Back in a minute, guys.
These incidents happened around 1984 or 1985 in Baltimore, Maryland. I was in my early 20s and on my way to meet a shuttle bus that would take me to my job in Washington, D.C. It was around 1 p.m. in the afternoon. I was driving down Windsor Mill Road, going towards Woodland, Maryland. As you drive down that hilly road, it kind of feels creepy because you pass an old graveyard that sits across the street from a small patch of old, single-family homes. As I drove, I looked over at one house in particular, and I saw a young girl. She appeared to be about 10 years of age. She was extremely pale, and her hair was long and bright red. She was alone, sitting on the steps. What really stood out, though, was the way she was dressed. She wore a long, old-fashioned dress and black granny-style boots that buttoned up. The clothes looked like something people would have worn in the 1800s. She just kind of sat there, with no expression on her face, staring across the street at the graveyard. I was really puzzled seeing her. First, because of the clothes she was wearing, and second, because it was extremely hot that day. We were experiencing a heat wave. It was at least 85 to 90 degrees. I figured she was just a kid playing dress up, and maybe her parents weren't aware that she was outside in the oppressive heat, dressed in those heavy clothes. I went on to work and didn't think any more about it. I took the same route every day and didn't see her again until about 3 to 4 months later. I was driving down that same road, and when I came upon that house, I noticed a group of kids in front of the house, playing a very lively game of tag, laughing and chasing each other. I looked closely, and there was the redhead girl, running along, as if she were playing with them. I say as if, It seemed like the other kids were not playing with her. It looked like they didn't know she was even there. There was no direct interaction between her and the other kids. The kids would run one way, and she would run too, but not with them. She was playing by herself. I can't explain it any other way. It was just weird. She wore the same old-fashioned clothes that she had on the first time I saw her. I honestly thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. A year passed. I changed jobs and forgot about the sightings until one day I was having a discussion about the paranormal with my mother. She was born in the South and had experienced her fair share of paranormal sightings. I began to tell her about my sighting, and she quickly interrupted me and described what the girl looked like and what she was wearing. She told me that she had seen the girl before and assured me that my eyes were not playing tricks on me. That is because I'd indeed seen a ghost. I've driven down that road several times since then, but I've never seen the red-haired girl again. I've spent most of my life growing up in Hartsdale, New York, a block away from the Ferncliff Cemetery, directly behind the old cemetery flower shop. When I was younger, and our family first moved into the house, my mother would yell at my father, blaming him for leaving the door to the basement open, claiming that my sister and I could easily fall down the stairs and hurt ourselves. My father would always deny it was him who was opening the door. It couldn't have been my sister and I, because the bolt to keep the door closed was too high for us to reach at that age. My father wanted to test if it could be someone else. My mother, my father, sister, and I all went into the guest room to watch a movie one night, around the times of the door constantly being opened. Before the movie started, my father went downstairs to check and make sure the door was closed and the bolt was locked. Halfway through the movie, he went downstairs and realized that the bolt was undone and the door was wide open. My mother had to have a priest come over one day and do whatever it is they do when there are signs of a ghost in a house. Clearly, it didn't work. Or maybe there's different spirits because that instance isn't the only time. One day, around the time we were about to remodel the kitchen, I walked into the house and my mother was looking at me like she'd seen a ghost. That's because she actually saw this white form of a little girl running up the stairs and into my bedroom. Often, I've come home and heard voices or whispers. I would yell out that I'm home to inform whoever, thinking my mother or someone else was home, that I'd come back from school. I would then go around the house and realize no one was there. At first, I would think there were thieves who broke in and hid. Eventually, I realized this was a common occurrence. I did not want to be home alone by myself because of this. My mother has heard voices too. When I moved away for a while to live in New Jersey, I would get frantic phone calls from my mother to come home to visit her because she would constantly hear voices and objects would move on their own. One night, the most terrified I ever heard my mother. She said she did not get any sleep because she kept hearing things, objects moving about, and then the wireless doorbell she had recently installed went off at around 2 or 3 a.m. She went as far as to take the batteries out, but the bell continued ringing for a good half an hour or so. I believe she said her bed was shaking too, before any of this happened. Books had flown off the shelves and across the room in my sister's bedroom. This has happened on several occasions. I also recall as a child my toys moving on their own, and me just telling myself that it was all my imagination because I couldn't believe what I was seeing, resulting in me just hiding under my covers until sunrise. Finally, I know this is probably just a weird coincidence, but the day my old refrigerator died was ironically the same day the elderly grandmother of the previous owners died fridge, and was very upset that the family didn't take it with them to the next house they moved off to. I just considered it an odd occurrence, but whatever. The dang thing was as old as time, so I was surprised it even lasted as long as it did. Oh, and while we're on the subject of the paranormal, the Ferncliff Cemetery. Never had a problem with it until one night I was walking through. My friends and I would always cut through the cemetery to get to one another's houses, because it was safer than walking on the main and busy streets. Usually, we would go in packs, or if alone, during the daytime. I don't anymore because, well, besides the fact I can drive now, one
Just taking a
night,
bit of a break.
when the moon was full, and you could clearly see that no one was around, except for the field of graves, I constantly heard voices whispering. I would constantly look around, thinking maybe it was some teenagers drinking. That's what kids used to do in town, drink in the cemetery. But no one was anywhere in sight. I know my house in this town and area near the cemetery is not the only one that has or is still being haunted. On the other side of the cemetery, in White Plains, there is another house near where my mom's friend lives. The mother thought the son was making up an imaginary friend that he would talk to, until one day she saw for herself an apparition of an elderly man. He rose up from the ground of the room she has her washer and dryer in, and then he vanished. My name is Patrick, and I submitted a story to the site about 5 or 6 years ago of some things that happened to me back when I was in college. But I wanted to submit a more recent story of mine as well. About 3 years ago, I purchased the house I live in now, which is the 1940s Cape Cod in a suburb of Pittsburgh. The land upon which my neighborhood sits is the site of the post-revolutionary military installation known as Legionville, which is where General Mack and the light next to my bed turned on. Now, I'm a light sleeper and need to hold dark to fall asleep. I figured I must have turned the light on in my sleep, so I turned it off and went back to sleep. The next night, I woke up again at 3 or 4 a.m. and the same light was turned on. I was a little weirded out with this occurrence, but shut the light off and went back to sleep. The next night, I made sure I was going to sleep with the light off, moved the light all the way to the other side of the nightstand, and slept all the way on the opposite side of my queen-size bed. Sure enough, at 3 or 4 a.m., I woke up and the light was on. What weirded me out more than the experiences of waking up with the light on is the fact that it completely stopped after I confronted it. Fast forward about 3 months. I have a career which allows me to work from my office at home for much of the time. I was in the second bedroom, which I converted to my office, doing some paperwork around 3 p.m. I heard a door downstairs open and could sense that someone was in the house. I figured it was my parents, who have a habit of letting themselves in on unannounced visits. I called down, "I'm up here," to them, but received no response. I went to the top of the steps and yelled down, "Hello," and nobody answered. At that point, I heard the door to my kitchen slam shut, and loud, heavy footsteps run down into my basement. I ran outside of the house and called the police, as I was certain there was an intruder. From the sidewalk across the street, I observed the house while waiting for the cops to arrive. I have a front door, a garage door, and a side door, all of which are visible from the street. Nobody exited the house during this time. 2 police officers showed up and seared my house. but found nobody. The strangest part of this occurrence is that the door I heard slam, which is at the top of my basement steps in my kitchen, was locked. That door locks with a deadbolt. It is the type where you cannot lock it behind you and shut the door. You have to either lock it from the kitchen side or with a key on the basement step side. I clearly heard the door slam shut, and then steps ran down to the basement, but the door was locked from the kitchen side. At that point, I decided to have a priest do a house blessing. For the next few months, nothing that degree would happen. However, I would be in bed late at night, just at the point where I'm about to doze off, and would hear a male and female talking. It's just like when you were a kid and were sent to bed when the adults are still up talking downstairs. I could hear voices back and forth, but could not make out what they were saying. I'd get up out of bed to listen closer, but the voices would stop. I made sure to check to see if I was catching the neighbors talking or left a TV or radio on, but never found an explanation. After those few months, all activity stopped altogether. I never really did figure things out, but as long as it stays quiet, I'm happy. I've had an encounter with an invisible thing, such as what was posted in the first glowing Texas post. It was on my great uncle's farms, Uncle Nut. Have no idea why they called him that. Out near Elgin, Texas. We were visiting, and I got bored of the grown-up. So I went out past the barn, and their dog went with me. We went out about 50 yards from the back of the barn, and we were looking for bugs and such. The dog was fine, I was fine, and all was good. The fields and woods we were in had short grass, and all the trees looked about the same age, and the trunks were maybe a foot around each. The trees were spaced roughly about 10 to 20 feet apart, or more, and you could easily see through and past them without any problems. More trees were behind them about the same distance, but there would be no way a person could move from behind one tree to another without being seen. The dog was fine, I was fine, and all was good. Well, pretty soon, all that changed. I started feeling like something big was up ahead of me in the dark, maybe 100 feet or more. I looked, nothing in sight. Shake it off. Keep bug hunting. No, something is there. Can't see it, but something is there. Then, a loud grunt-like noise from ahead of us sounded deep like a bull or buffalo. Still can't see anything, but the hair is standing up on my neck. I move my position to get a better view, and as I do, the dog moves closer to me and let out a low growl, which is answered by another loud grunt, but slowly closer. Now I can hear grass and leaves being crunched, and can definitely tell where the sound is coming from, but still nothing but trees and grass ahead of us. Those trees can't hide a bull and buffalo, and as I look forward, I see some of the grass moving, but there isn't any wind. It's like I'm in a vacuum. I look down at the dog. He looks at me, and whatever is ahead of us comes closer. This time, not a step, but a faster pace. I'm still looking at the dog, and he at me. We hear a gurgly, ugly-sounding grunt, and whatever it is coming on strong at a good speed. I look up and see Bart get knocked off the side of a tree and decide I've had enough. I look down to the dog who is already hauling you-know-what back to the barn. I took off and actually got to the barn before the dog did. Neither one of us stopped at the barn as we both headed straight to the house. Whatever that was in those woods was chasing after us, snorting and stomping as I was running after us. I've been chased by a bull before and vividly remember the sounds associated with that experience, but stopped before it got to the barn. At least I think so. But it still sounded like a bulldozer crashing around out there. When I turned back towards the field and woods, once I got to the house, it was something. I went in and told my great uncle about what happened, and he got all worried and said, "Oh, we don't go out there." And that's all he said. I later looked, and on the back of the barn was painted this weird symbol, like a pair of glasses, like an infinity sign, but with some other marks as well. Nope, I didn't go out to the field again and press my luck, and the dog spent the rest of my stay under the old house. Hi, my name is Lee, and I'd like to share my recent haunting experiences with you all. I'm Australian, recently moved to Ireland, and during my first week here, I was staying at the Dublin International Hostel. I was staying in a dorm room with 9 other women. However, one night, I woke up in the middle of the night, sitting bolt upright. I didn't have any trace of sleepiness, and after looking around for a few seconds, I heard someone whisper Ella in my ear, clear as day. I thought it might have been one of the other women, but looking around, I saw that everyone else was asleep. The next day I asked at the front desk about the history of the hostel, and apparently it used to be an orphanage, go figure right, and a school for the local area. And the good folks at the front desk told me that there's been a fair share of people reporting spooky things. Next, I arrived at my new house, new job working as a nanny. I got to know the children and got to know the story of the family. The father's parents had passed away before the children were born. One day, I came into the room to find the oldest daughter, who is 4, talking away to herself. I asked her what she was doing. She said that she was talking to Granny Teresa at the window. I asked her if she was there right now. She said that she was gone now, but Granny Teresa knows all about you. You're staying in her room. I got the chills like you wouldn't believe. The parents told me that she often says she's talking to her Granny Teresa. Another time, it was just myself and the baby, she's 2, in the house, and we were just playing away when she stood up, went to the staircase and said, "Hello? Hello," with a big smile on her face. I asked her who she was talking to, and she just pointed to the top of the staircase and started chattering away in baby to the person at the top of the stairs. At other times, I've heard footsteps on the upper floor when it's just me in the house on the bottom floor, and sometimes in the room I sleep in, it gets unbearably cold. I wonder, who was Ella? Has anyone else stayed at the Dublin International Hostel and had any ghostly visitors? I wonder if the girls are actually talking to their granny, or if they're just pretending to feel close to her. It's still creepy either way. If you don't subscribe to this channel right now, if you aren't subscribed already, you will remain creepy for the entirety of your life, which maybe is a good thing, because then you can send me stories and I can read them, and then the stories will be so good that they'll crap your poopy pants. I was trying so hard not to curse because I didn't want to get demonetized, because I'm controlled by the corporations of YouTube and Google. Yeah. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for tuning in again to this wonderful YouTube platform and watching my narrations, my silly narrations. Be sure to obviously comment to let me know how you're feeling, how you like the stories. I thought it was a good eclectic collection of different stories. So you got a lot of variety in here. I personally like the last story a lot. Imaginary friends, that kind of stuff always gets to me, because it's like, can you actually question whether it's a ghost or not? I don't know, but to me, that was very creepy. But yeah, you guys let me know in the comment section below which stories you like the most. Don't forget to share this video as usual because it really helps my channel a lot to grow. And I want to get to 30K. We're so close to 30K too, even though we've got to get to 26K. But yeah, that I have, merch, new merch available. A lot of people say that they, from the purchases they made, they enjoyed it. So if you want to pay respects to the Phantom wagon, I don't even know why I call it the wagon, but if you want to pay your respects to it, in the description below or down below somewhere on YouTube, you can find the Phantom gift shop and you can purchase yourself a Phantom shirt, hoodie, cup, whatever you want. It doesn't matter to me. Anyway, guys, love you so much and I'll see you in the next video. Bye-bye.
Get ahead schedule here, guys.
So just lying down, we're going to focus the attention on the different parts.
Sorry, we're just gonna skip that, guys. We don't need that on the narrator. How do you get the red book? Now, guys, I'm hearing Hunter's Calling. There may be some books. There's a certain book. I had to dig them out. We may actually read from. Close to Halloween, guys. There's going to be special books we're going to try to read from. Hopefully, it doesn't. Hope nobody has any issues with them. Again, if you do, this is not a show for you guys to follow or watch. We get into Hunter's Calling, guys, close to the Devil's Night one. This show on October 30th, which I'll have the actual day it falls on soon. And the 31st, we're going to take you through that tentacle. Especially for Devil's Night, authentic reading, guys. Definitely. Maybe an extra spooky props. Hopefully by then we'll have the other spiritual things made up. But again, horror movie replicancies, guys. It's a spooky time of year. So only if you guys are horror movie fans, feel free to follow me on these shows and tune in. If this is a thing that you guys don't believe in or not for watching, you don't have to watch my shows, guys. Because I've got everything on here that goes right down to dark, occult stuff. So legends, everything. So guys, you can see on the side, guys, 6 Gothic Tales. I have to find my flashlight because I do have a flashlight, guys. I think the print on this one's going to be quite small. I have to magnify. don't know. I used to have a separate cord on this one, and I used to run 2 cords. I don't know what happened. I couldn't find it. Oh, my flashlight isn't working, so I don't think we're going to get to these. Let's see. I don't have a paper thing to put in the middle. Stereo for you guys. So guys, we'll be reading from this too as well. Sometimes we rotate from the narrator to Reeves. Use it up the bigger words in them. And record those stories, guys. Awesome. I think the flashlights are stunning, nonetheless. Well, this flashlight is dead. I will go look. I will look for something else. Hopefully, it really isn't out, and I'll look at this other thing to look for. So, we got you guys on spirit. List. Let's do those guys of spiritual communications right here. English and French, yes. So we can do it in English or French or Italian. Or Celtic. Deal or Arabic. We can do the spiritual communication thing in any language. I prefer English because I'm not too strong on the Spanish and French. So it'll be awesome right there. We'll get to that. Totally. Remember, guys, I live stream from my own home, so what I do on the live stream in my own home, this is my channel, not yours, so please respect it. Spiritual communications right there, guys. Some books on spiritual rituals and communications. We can get into this Halloween, guys. We only allowed 2 for Halloween. That is it. Take a flash at those. Oh, she locked it in. It's probably resetting itself. So you guys, be prepared to be spooked tonight, guys. I was going to go into some 6 Gothic tales. So guys, I can do this with the flashlight. As soon as I have to kill that, what we'll do is restart this, guys. Definitely going to ask for all your cooperation during the Ghost Legend hours, guys, as we go into the books. This is guys. This is a Ghost Legend. So that's you guys. We're not filling up. We're not taking up. We're not running the narrators so much. So we give the algorithm a bit of a break too as well. What? Also, if there's anybody that wishes to come and join me during these, or be on these live streams with me, if you want, that's up to you guys. Make sure you guys ask ahead of time. And you are most welcome to come. Again, like I said, I cannot have any more than 2 or 3 people at a time, more or less. Make sure you guys are into this too as well. We don't want people that don't believe in this. and that kind of stuff. So make sure you guys that this is a type of thing you're a horror movie fan for one, and you love the stuff to do with the paranormal, supernatural, and you're comfortable with the props, that kind of stuff like that, and you're not too easily frightened, and you can stomach this. If I get anybody showing up Halloween night, join me in on these sessions. That's great. If not, I'm not worried about it. I'm not too worried about it. I can understand with the pandemic and that kind of stuff like that. People want to stay home as much as they can. That kind of stuff like that. Because I know the pandemic frightens people enough as is. Definitely. And right now, people may not be there. A lot of horror movie fans probably. A lot of horror movie fans will be into this kind of thing like I am a lot quicker, or paranormal fans. But if you're a big time strict church going person, Christian person, this is not for you. Please do not follow indefinitely. It's best you don't. Spiritually speaking, definitely. Just for your own spiritual safety. Wait till Christmas to watch me and follow me. That's more of your shows. Haunted Hunter's Cabin, guys, is a paranormal, supernatural, occult show. So that's why I said this ain't for you guys. If you don't believe in this. Just get my battery up to a good level, guys. Totally. We've got pretty soon we're doing the spiritual communication stuff. We'll move to the front. Because I like to be the way I am now, focused right on camera with it. I hope it doesn't bugger up my computer. Because of its energy, source of energy. Totally. Also, too, guys, going into from ghost legends to real life haunted legends, guys. Real life haunted ghost legends from Haunted Hunter's Cabin here, guys. Is a gypsy ritual as well. Well, ritual, I can't say. Well, we can say ritual, tradition. It is a tradition we like to keep sacred as well. Also, even though yes, I'm YouTube Live, nobody's seeing this, but this definitely. If you guys are sitting live on the side of the camera, guys, make sure that when you guys are on this side of the camera, guys. Just don't make it a downtown conversation. I know they all could have seen it on YouTube. I'm not worried about that because it's Halloween time. But Just don't talk about my order downtown on the public streets, guys. Totally. Do respect the group. Do respect this group. That kind of stuff like that. And what we do, what we talk about. Its history. And whatever we read, it's not to be discussed downtown with mixed crowds downtown like at Tim Hortons or down on the public sidewalk, because this is Celtic Gypsy Warriors. We have zero tolerance for exploitation, totally, of any kind. We're no different than your everyday Freemason people. We're not that far advanced yet, but we should be, but we're not. We should have been, but we're not. But again, guys, also the fact that we are a Midnight Secret Society, we like to keep. We like to keep this group as much as confidential as possible. Now I'm live from my own home, guys, and I'm live on social media. That's I know that's different, but just don't gossip, don't start rumors about this group. Don't say shit down. Don't repeat what I talk about on here. Don't go back and repeat some of the book readings you hear on here or the spiritual communications. That is to be kept totally. If you guys are sitting on the side of the camera, that is to be kept confidential. Not because when you're actually sitting with me on this side of the camera, you're actually going to be a part of the spiritual communication automatically if you choose to. Or if you just back it and not watch it on YouTube, feel free to. But again, please don't talk about us. Definitely, please respect us. Totally like you would any other religion. Totally. If you see this as being a religion, this is one like the Freemasons, like the Orangemen. We don't talk about it. Or go into detail about it. Celtic Gypsy Warriors is just as strict. Totally. It's not like your everyday optimist group. It's not like your Rotary, that kind of stuff like that, guys. This is taking you back into dark Egyptian Celtic ritual times. Totally. We're bringing to life a real life haunted house, a real life Gothic Gypsy style type show. Now we got social media. We can't help that. Thing called internet, right? So, but still, this is not your story to go around in town and talk about this. Totally. This is my story, not yours. Even though that we use material that other people written, and we use music material to make it lively and fun. Add to the costumes, we do a little bit of twist with the costumes. But back the early days of Haunted Hunter's Cabin, when it really happened, guys, Hunter's Cabin was never like this. Probably old traditional ghost legends, that kind of gypsy legends over time and that kind of stuff like that. Yes, or add-ins, but. We kind of add material in as we go along, just like Freddy Krueger's an add-in. That character has been around for years. It was created by Robert Englund for years, totally. We just love us horror movie fans. We just love the character, because we can't really afford to pay out money to bring the real people on here for you. This is why a lot of us live stream hosts will actually volunteer time to buy some type of a costume resembling of them and come out on in a costume. Same with Friday the 13th. If I had a Friday the 13th costume, I come out in one too as well. Definitely. Felicia's an add-in. So my visionation of Pringles Pete. Like I said, guys, this gets very. The reason why it's called spiritual communications, okay, because it gets very spiritual. And when a book is open, or any kind of book is open, no matter anything to what you're used to, that book comes to life. I'm going to show you one other book. It was done by Michael Ende. The original artist and man that wrote the Neverending Story. Now, I do have a journal book, but it's not. It's got a little bit of writing in it. I want to show you a little bit of that if I can find it. Oh, where did I put that one? Maybe I have it in the other room somewhere. I'll be right back. I'm going to show you something else prior to the book that I have, because I cannot find that book right now. I cannot remember. But I do have something else. I can share the other look for it. But the chain broke off it. I had the book here somewhere. I don't know where it went to. I'm losing my false teeth. So again, there's the double snakes, guys. If you guys can see that, that's the orange symbol that Atreyu wore in the Neverending Story. That's on the cover, which is kind of an orange and grayish book, yellowish book. And part 2, it actually came off, saving in the TV shows. I had a chain for that, but the chain just snapped in the last 2 days. But I had it around my neck. I do wear mine around my neck too, especially around Halloween time. And that, so it kind of makes it look kind of interesting, guys. Definitely, I'm gonna get some milk for that. Definitely. I'm gonna open the chain. I'm gonna put the crystal ball out for this. Now, sometimes, like I said, guys, with stories about, or legends, I should say, paranormal legends. So it can always be added to. You can create as you go along. Doesn't like you could take what artists actually wrote, and always add to it. You can do that. You can do that with stories and legends. You could add your own words into it. Even if you guys are like me, if you guys have trouble reading big words, you can always add words to it that were never there. You can make up a total another story inside of a story. most legends, actual legends, that's what makes a pretty good ghost legend. And they get scary too. I tell you, you can bring that legend to life and not know it. So when a book is open, guys, it's not only just the book that opens. Things come out of the book, and you experience things. Sometimes the characters don't stay in the books. Sometimes the characters, if it was like, that's what opens the door, the channels for a good ghost legend, a frightening ghost legend to come to life. And that's where all the hauntings start. That's when you start experiencing things and that kind of stuff like that. Where you could have close encounters. Because you never know when those characters are not going to stay in the book, they're going to come out. Or they're going to jump out at you. Now, just by looking at how round this crystal ball is, guys, okay? It usually lights up. There's a plug that I can plug it in and it lights up. And it's got purple little UV from it. Really annoying. The plug that out, it's broken. I already tried another plug, I haven't yet. But this is a bit of an example. If you know it's round, like a circle, like the moon sometimes is on Halloween. This year, people are predicting we're going to have a full moon for Halloween night. Signs are showing. We could have a blood red moon. This could be the century, because don't forget, guys, we're coming into the millennial year, which is 2021. So this Halloween night, guys, for 2020, we could either have a full moon or we could have a blood moon. Red pitch blood moon. It'd be nice for this Halloween night if we had a pitch red blood moon. It'd be awesome. Totally awesome, guys. If you believe it can happen, it can happen. There's a thing called faith. Now, the way the churches will look at it, every different group or denomination, you can you use the word faith. A lot of the Christian groups the communities will use the word faith. A lot of Gothic groups tend to would not call it faith. They use the old Gothic termination called fate. It means the same thing. Definitions to the same thing. No matter what you are, a lot of the occult groups like Cathar will use constitutional lawyers. Like I went to when I was a kid, they use the word fate. It's a Viking warrior word that is used a lot. And that they'll use the word fate, not faith. They will take off the H, and they'll just pronounce it fate. Still means the same thing. It's same encouragement, if you want to put it that way. Or you want to get a little technical, spooky. Now, sometimes for spiritual communications, it can get a little strong, especially Halloween night. Depends on how the night goes. It can get a little strong, guys. Definitely, that's why I require a lot of quietness in here for concentration, more so. And that. At this end, so like I said, guys, if this is like if you live locally, this is something you're for, feel free to stop in and join me on this if you want. But if this is not for you, you don't even have to watch this channel. You don't have to watch these shows. You can bypass them. You can wait for Christmas Elf Lounge, that kind of stuff. That's the best I can put it. Again, these are old, guys. These paranormally and supernaturally, these are old gypsy traditions, guys, that we're getting into. Definitely, this is the time of year, guys, that everybody loves. The horror movie fans love. You'll find some of these articles all over Facebook. You're gonna find them all over YouTube. You're gonna have a halo day with what I'm about to teach you guys. And the nun doll back here is for the energy, okay? For spiritual safety. And we're going to direct the energy that normally would go into somebody spiritually and try to take possession of them. Will diverse into her. Guys, this is a magic trick. Please do not try at home. When we get to that, when we get to those nights. Again, like I said, this is not a game. This is not a toy. This is why to follow these shows, you must be 18 years of age and older. So, like I said, this is an energy science illusion that you're about to see, guys. Right before your eyes. We're just going into the book reading tonight here in a minute. Starting off with the nights of paranormal ghost stories here, death or tales. Again, like I said, guys, I am a spiritual type person. Just to let you guys know. So this works. This works for me. Okay, I'm comfortable with this. This works for me, but this doesn't work for everybody. Okay, just to let you guys know, this does not work for everybody. This is why I always say, do not try any of these tricks at home. Definitely, if you don't know what you're doing, don't try these because they can backfire on you if you don't know what you're doing. Like I said, guys, I've done this, experienced this before. This is how I close encountered as a kid at summer camp in 1989, 1990 with Hunter's Cabin. These are some of the articles that we had made by hand at summer camp, and we actually did make a run for it. I'll tell you, we were not brave enough to stick around. Now, guys, you guys also during this, guys, you guys are you're gonna see some movement. You guys are gonna see some more probably illusion movement or whatever. And that I'm gonna see what happens to this thing not plugged in. Definitely, because I bet you it's gonna light up. It's not even plugged in. I've done this trick before. I know what I'm doing. This is why I got the doll. Okay, this is why I got the nun doll. So I'm doing it safely. So again, guys, if you guys are not for any of these shows, this is your time to back out. You do not have to follow. You do not have to watch. Okay, I just let you guys know I am authentic. I'm an authentical gypsy Celtic gypsy warrior. Okay, I've been doing these little these little illusions stunts since I was a little kid. So I well know what I'm doing. It's talent that I have. Okay. So I do have a bit of magical talent in me that nobody ever knew about. That I never shared. Never shared in my life. If you guys are noticing, you guys, like I said, you guys see me snapping the fingers, the strobe light, controlling the strobe light, the actual strobe light behind me, how I'm flicking it on and off, flicking it on and off. Okay, that is another trick or illusion, and a secret that I've shared with very few people. Holy. That's for me to know and you to never figure out how I do that. Okay? or I get her back here, that nun back there, eyes blinking and saying what she says halfway through. Also well being around so like coming on here, guys, too, as well, to watch even. That's what I'm saying. I'm not discouraging anybody under the age of 18 to watch and that, but make sure that you're adult supervised while watching for spiritual safety and that. So that way nothing scares you, because like I said, it is Halloween time. This is a live haunted house. Again, this is Haunted Hunter's Cabin. So, like I said, it may frighten you. So, I'm not saying you can't watch it. I'm just saying is make sure, if you're under 18, make sure you're with an adult that's 18 and over. And unless you figure you're mature enough, you can sit through this at a young age and be able to handle the fright if it gets very frightening, or if it turns into a real life ghost chase through here, or a real live ghost hunt, a real live witch hunt. Any which way it goes, definitely. According to the book, according to the Code of Merlin, I am strong enough to do this on my own, because, like I said, I've done this before. But if you're somebody that is training and new at this kind of a thing, don't try it on your own. Definitely don't. I wouldn't suggest it to. Definitely. Again, you notice I'm in my gypsy garments, so like I said, it is. And if you guys were asking why we wear a safety clip on our bandanas, okay, is because the energy, no matter what type of energy, electricity, or source of energy, will the paper clip reacts like a magnet, okay? So the energy will bounce will hit the metal up here, because it's in line with what I'm about to do. And definitely the next few nights, right up to even into Halloween or on Halloween night, guys, the source of energy builds up around here, okay? And the paper clip is metal, so it is like a magnet. The energy magnetizes itself to it. So to diverse the energy from one object to another to create a magical illusion, that magnet is going to scientifically circulate like that identity or energy or spiritual energy from what I'm about to do, from whatever in here, from a tool, from a spiritual tool, into the doll. So this here, it will react, magnet will bounce, will stick and bounce back. Definitely. So I'm surrounding it with metal objects on my clothing, on pieces on my clothing, like even this my cloth bandana, or if I got my metal rings on, or copper rings on, or whatever, I can contain and control that energy, definitely, and I can transfer that energy from one thing to another, out of one thing or into another. See, I paid attention in science class when I was a kid. I didn't horseplay around like most of the kids I was in class with, and that kind of stuff. And guys, I do, like I said, I do this as a hobby, so I love this stuff. too, especially being a horror movie fan. You guys are probably sitting there, probably after you guys see this, and definitely you guys, this Halloween, guys, this is going to be Halloween, guys. You're never going to forget. You're probably understanding now why you're told to stay home. I'm just joking. A bit of a sense of humor, guys. Definitely gotta have a bit of sense of humor, guys. Definitely. Okay, now I know there's one guy here. He likes to copy me. Don't. I'm saying right now, publicly, don't copy me. Okay, because I've done this shit dig before. I know what I'm doing. I used to do this when I was a kid at summer camp. Even at the real historical haunted cabin, on a real haunted cabin site in the middle of a native cemetery, ancient native cemetery where the cabin sits in. When we went to Celtic to the Woods, we had the overnight. And my counselors were shocked of my talent, spiritual ability and magical talent that I happen to have. What based on talent. Okay? It's not based on how much education you have. Spirituality is nothing about your brain. Okay? It has nothing to do with your brain. It has to do with your inner spirit. It has to do with your soul. It has to do with your inner talent. What they teach you in school, or what they teach you in university, is not your spirituality. They're two different things. That's just head knowledge that they're teaching you. So you look good on paper, or on a GED equivalency. Spirituality, okay, is not a high school diploma. It's not a college or university diploma. Spirituality comes from within you and what you believe in. It's a source of spiritual energy that comes out of you and what you believe in. And spiritually, what you may choose to become. Well, we can't say choose to become, because a lot of transitioning usually starts spiritually before people become of age to have physically changes done, or medical science changes done. Things inside your body has to spiritually change you first, like it has been me. But I haven't now been able to afford to go through the physical changes yet. That's just the painful part of it. The real painful part of it is when you change inside yourself spiritually first. Your spiritual inner spirit changes from what you are to what you're supposed to be. It's your inner spirit that takes over. It's not what's in your head. It's not what's in your pants. It's what's inside of you. A lot of people, you guys gotta get your mind out of the gutter. That's the main point. It's, do you believe that yourself is changing? Are you just thinking it? Or like they would say, are you just thinking with your dick? Not good things to think with. Sorry, I'm not trying to be rude or perverted or anything like that, guys. Good thing this is a restricted show tonight. Definitely. So don't repeat what I said. Totally. I put that in a bit of a sense of humor. That's what I said. Whatever you go through, everything you go through life, or any changes or any transformations, they all happen with inside you first, with your spirit. A doctor is just college and university educated. with just medical science and a degree. Your inner spirit does not need a university degree. If it decides it's gonna generally change you inside your soul first, or allows your personality to change spiritually. Are you come out to be what you're supposed to be? So if your inner spirit changes you first, that's usually what happens. Is what people go through. Is the spirit they feel the spiritual changes before they go for the physical changes. Like I said, the physical medical end of things is only education. Is an educated man or woman that is cutting body parts. That's not the real transformation. The real transformation actually starts inside your inner spirit first. That changes you inside you, that you feel, or your emotions, or your emotions change from one gender to another, and it does it on its own. It's not. That's why they always say it's not a choice. Some people believe it is not a choice. It just happens because they believe inside themselves that's what's happening. Or that's what they experience. Or it's what they see themselves as, what they're supposed to see themselves as. Or their inner spirit tells them, you weren't supposed to be born this way. You're supposed to be born this way. It all starts with your spirit. So the bottom line, guys, is consult a psychic before you make any decisions and find out what your spirit is really telling you, because it can tell you different things. Its future could be its past or rebirth could be taking you different directions. Everybody's different. Everybody could be meant to be different things. Or what they say in the next life, or what the next life format is going to be. A couple more minutes of this, guys, and then we're gonna get into some cool live ghost legends here from Haunted Hunter's Cabin, guys. Totally the best told haunted, paranormal, supernatural, haunted legends ever told. I'll tell you, out loud, the way we always heard them. But yes, this time I'm doing from the book. Like Hunter's Cabin is not in the book, guys. Not yet. Not that I know. Might be someday. You never know. Also, too, guys, before we get into some of these haunted, a lot of these, the way Celtic Gypsy Warriors, like I said, we're a Midnight Secret Society, guys. We believe in telling ghost legends, bringing ghost legends to life, paranormal, supernatural legends to life, no matter if they're read from a book, no matter if they're told out loud, the way we heard them. I used to hear them, that kind of stuff like that. No matter which way they're told, how they're told. They can get frightening. This is why this is 18 plus show. Before I started any of these things, and you guys are big horror movie fans, and before I totally scare the shit out of you, and I will scare the shit out of you, before that happens, make sure that you guys have your washroom breaks and empty yourself. Tanks, I mean, if you have to. I'm not trying to say that in a rude or crude way, guys, because when we go into Ghost Legends, you guys are gonna be so scared crapless. And you gotta wet your trousers or shit your pants. It never fails. Always happens. So I was not trying to say that in a very sorry guys. I'm not trying to say that in a cold way or perverted way. Just so you guys don't experience that. Because when Ghost Legends are told, and they're very spooky, they're very frightening. You end up with a real big stinky surprise. Definitely, unexpectedly. So before you guys come back and watch, I will give you guys that leeway, totally. Meaning that break, even though I will still be live, definitely. It is Halloween time. Anything even after spiritual communications, you'd be surprised what happens. Definitely. That's why I said there's a whole lot of magic going on in this place. I'll tell you, it's a magical place. Hunter's Cabin not only is a magical place, it is a very powerful, it is a very witchery magical place. On top of the two native headless headhunters, definitely, or the apparitions of haunted. Totally. This is what actually brings the legend out to life, and the characters, once it's told, come out to haunt. Now what? Boy, well, our calendars are working. Before we get into this, guys, before we get the energy to get into this here, but like I said, the illusion night, guys, we're saving the best for the closest to the last, okay, for the haunted house. So definitely that illusion night, guys, that I was talking to you about, that magical illusion that's going to take place is going to take place October the 30th, okay? Black, which is known to be Hell Night, Black Halloween night. And definitely the night before Halloween, because that's the strongest night ever. That's the most powerful night. That is the night, guys. I definitely lock my doors during that, and I make sure that everybody in the household is settled. There's no walking across my cameras. Okay? Only things we want to see walking across the cameras are dark shadows, if they're going to, or apparitions, if they're going to. Means actual people that I live with are not to walk across my camera. At any point in time when I am live, or turn on any lights, because we take you back to the early dark times of Haunted Hunter's Cabin. You know, this is your replicancy, and yes, I have a hydro in my apartment. That they're not to turn on any lights, that there's no excess TVs going in no other rooms that's gonna upset or disturb anything. Definitely. So this will work, and also too that the fact that the phone refrains from going off as well. So that way there's no heavy other disturbing distractions that's going to distract whatever it's trying to communicate. Or we're magically going to see appear before your eyes. Now, most years I kept saying I was going to actually bring a couple, invite a couple Wiccans to be on the show for these spiritual communications. So that way there was more than one of us, but with COVID-19 times, we can't get them. And also too, on top of that, I'd get billed. I definitely would get billed. So, for their time. So, like I said, it's, like I said, I couldn't know that I've done this before. So, and I was actually a success at it. So, this way we're getting around the billion of it. And also, too, my glasses got metal too, so the energy will bounce off my metal on my glasses, on my paperclip, my rings. So I'm well prepared. I'm not doing anything unprepared or unexpectedly. So if anything unexpectedly is going to happen, okay, the energy is going to bounce off the metal objects, and it's going to go right into the doll back here, totally. Okay, so you guys' minds are at ease if you're so superstitious over what I'm about to do on Devil's Night. So, fortunately, fortunately, it was too bad. These times had to hit, and we couldn't bring a team of Wiccans on here for you guys. That would have been awesome, guys. They would have taken over all this totally for the show for Halloween night, guys. Definitely. But again, we're in COVID-19 times, so we have to do everything the old-fashioned way, or the way I used to do things at summer camp. I haven't done this in a long time, guys. I have not done this. Last time I did this, I was 10 years old. Believe it or not, 10 years old, and I shocked everybody. Totally. So you guys are gonna see some spooky shit. I'll tell you.
Then you have it for next time.
So basically, we just let what the spiritual energy is going to do what it does on its own. Okay, we let it have its space. So I let it do whatever it wants on its own, more or less. Which way it's meant to go, more or less. But we do know that it is going to go towards the doll, because we're going to. I don't know how I'm going to device it. It's going to bounce off the computer. Shit. The computer desk is not facing this way towards the doll, so I may have to face another way. Definitely, to line it up with the doll itself. I don't. I'm sorry, guys. I'm facing totally the wrong way, and then if I'm facing that one, I might have my back to you. Unless I'm sitting sideways, it means that, guys, I'm going to be further back, so you guys are going to have to really listen carefully to what I am saying. because I'm going to be further away from here, from my desk. So I'd be probably further back there like I was last year. Totally. Now, I was looking for something.
Yeah.
One last time before I get ready to read something to you.
Just say yes and that yes. Okay. Okay.
Um,
And this week, open it and we'll be watching it. And you never know. Just come to season 8, watch it. Then finish the other one, say, okay, yep, they work. Well, I watched it all over again. And it's just insane. So, I thought I'll make my phone call.
okay,
Okay, you have a good night.
we
Okay.
don't want that one. That phone is gonna have to be out of order to some people. On Devil's Night in generally. Because it's going to interact because of the static energy of it. But again, it's going to spook her because anything can happen. The energy can go into the phone and it could phone her up. That would be funny. That would be funny if it went that way. I'll tell you. That'd be fucking funny. Sorry, let's put it that way. Didn't mean to put it that way, guys, but that just slipped. That would be funny. Definitely. Where is it? I had it here. Definitely. I had it right here just a minute ago. This is why I said, guys, just so ahead of time, guys, just so let you guys know, if you're a strict church going person, I would suggest you don't follow me on these shows. And definitely because this is not your cup of tea. This is not your kind of show. Your best bet is not to follow or watch. No, I'm not saying that I wouldn't love you to follow. Like I would love you to follow and watch, but this will violate your Christian beliefs. So that's why I said don't. Or convictions. Don't follow this if you don't believe in this. If this is not your kind of thing, don't follow. Please don't watch. You're excused. Okay. I was looking for this. I had a specific one on my mind that I kind of play all the time on here. Oh, there it is.
Today, I decided to forgive you. Not because you apologized or because you...
Narrator drives me nuts at times, guys. Totally. Get ready.
Spirit of fire, come to us, we will kindle a fire. Spirit of fire, come to us, we will kindle a fire. We will kindle a fire, dance a magic circle round. We will kindle a fire, we will kindle a fire. Spirit of fire, come to us, we will kindle a fire. Spirit of fire, come to us, we will kindle a fire. We will kindle a fire, dance a magic circle round. We will kindle a fire, we will kindle a fire. Spirit of fire, come to us, we will kindle a fire. Spirit of fire, come to us, we will kindle a fire. We will kindle a fire, dance a magic circle round. We will kindle a fire, we will kindle a fire. Spirit of fire, come to us, we will kindle a fire. Spirit of fire, come to us, we will kindle a fire. We will kindle a fire, dance a magic circle round. We will kindle a fire, we will kindle a fire. Spirit of fire, come to us, we will kindle a fire. Spirit of fire, come to us, we will kindle a fire. We will kindle a fire, dance a magic circle round. We will kindle a fire, we will kindle a fire. Spirit of fire, come to us, we will kindle a fire. Spirit of fire, come to us, we will kindle a fire. We will kindle a fire, dance a magic circle round. We will kindle a fire, we will kindle a fire. Spirit of fire, come to us, we will kindle a fire. Spirit of fire, come to us, we will kindle a fire. We will kindle a fire, dance a magic circle round. We will kindle a fire, we will kindle a fire. Spirit of fire, come to us, we will kindle a fire. Spirit of fire, come to us, we will kindle a fire. We will kindle a fire, dance a magic circle round. We will kindle a fire, we will kindle a fire. Spirit of fire, come to us, we will kindle a fire. Spirit of fire, come to us, we will kindle a fire. We will kindle a fire, dance a magic circle round. We will kindle a fire, dance a magic circle.
I'll go one more here in a minute, guys. Or two more.
Boom!
Let's get into the story.
Get strong, secure home Wi-Fi you can depend on.
We all come from the goddess, and to her we shall return like a drop of rain flow into the ocean. We shall return like a. We all come from the goddess, and to her we shall return like a drop of rain. Flow into the ocean. We all come from the goddess, and to her we shall return like a drop. We all come from the goddess, and to her we shall return like a drop of rain. Flow into the ocean. We all come from the goddess, goddess, goddess. We all come from the goddess, goddess, goddess. We all come from the goddess, and to her we shall return. We all come from the goddess, and to her we shall return. We all come from the goddess, and to her we shall return like a drop of rain. Flow into the ocean. We all come from the goddess, and to her we shall return like a drop of rain. Flow into the ocean. We all come from the goddess, and to her we shall return like a drop of rain. Flow into the ocean. We all come from the goddess, and to her we shall return like a drop of rain.
Now, I could end up bringing somebody back. That happened to me. That actually happened before. So, guys, definitely please respect these shows and watch closely and carefully.
Come, little children, I'll take thee away.
Who knows this? You'd be surprised what can happen on October 30th when we do this. Illusion, guys. Totally. This is the best one I've ever played when I was 10.
Times come to play here in my garden of shadows.
Trust me, guys, it will scare the shit out of you. It will shock the hell out of you.
Follow, sweet children, I'll show thee the way through all the pain.
But honestly, guys, in the long run, I'm not cold. In my own place. People are safe. How safe is this going to be after October 30th? Just kidding. I should jump into that, guys. Because this goes into a very serious moment, too.
Hush now, dear children, it must be this way. Too weary of life and deceptions. Rest now, my children, for soon we'll away into the calm and the quiet.
So spiritually, if my late mother on October 30th decides she's going to come back and do this illusion and voice the doll and transform me to her, the transition is done. Because actually, too, I got her around my neck. I'm hoping that it goes to the ball line and just go for the miracle because I'm already feeling the spiritual part of it. For years since I was a little kid. You see, you never know which way it's going to go. You never know. You let it take its own course. Spiritually, which way it's going to appear.
Hey guys, guess
Oh,
what?
wait till the 30th. Totally. Meantime, I get into some spooky legends here in a minute. I just have to get I don't know. I don't know. Should I get cold water at this point? A coffee? No, I think I should go for coffee. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do, guys. So I got room for my coffee and my book. I'm not going to be like the Oracle on The Hilarious House of Frightenstein and afford to break my crystal balls because I'm not like him that can afford to keep buying a new one every time I bust my balls. Good glass balls. Definitely. They get expensive. So I'll put that in a safe spot over there, okay? Definitely. We'll be back in a minute. Man, I should put this shindig on Beagle. I'll tell you it would be. I could, but no, I have respect not to because that is extra equipment. I have to tune into. Definitely. Can't believe this thing over here is actually going to take 2 bottles of water. When I first got it, only took 1. Definitely. I do not know what happened. It's Halloween time, guys, too, so make sure. Oh, shit. Kind of the way I do stuff around here, I tell you, it will scare the hell out of you. I'm good at it. Totally good at it. Yes, the person in the other room that lives with me. I tell you, I've scared her many a times. Unexpectedly. I am so good at it. Who knows? She might hear some knocking at her door and then blame me for it, and I'm not knocking at her door. Who knows? We could have a good hell of a laugh at this point. Oh, no. The bottom for good stuff. Totally. I gotta get more Snickerdoodle, guys. Totally. I am running out of flavored coffee. Also, too, I got pumpkin spice. And definitely, hey, Pringles. Oh, we got Pringles Pete over here. We got a nun over here. I got a. I don't think you guys are going to know. You guys are not going to see me. I'm going to have to go closer up at the table. That means I have to clear that section off. So we move trays over, that kind of stuff like that. So guys, you're gonna see me kind of closer to her, like on camera there, just kind of here. Okay, but I'm gonna apologize that my back is gonna be a little bit turned to you guys, but I might have to be sitting sideways to do this. And definitely. because I want to be able to focus what I'm focusing at the none. So definitely. How many people were watching last year? I was on live last year on Facebook. People loved last year. You guys will love this year's. Definitely, you guys will love this year's. I'm tired. Definitely tired. Maybe a coffee will wake me up. Always does. So vampire did anyways. See, guys, October only comes about once a year. Actually, I'm surprised because I actually didn't have to go all summer like I usually do. Well, this is the first time I didn't start through the whole summer didn't run through the whole summer season right into now. Totally. So when I first started, I did a whole whack load of summers. So I think I've cut my timing down a bit, more or less. And being able to be on season, totally, or in the Halloween season. So I'm not taking up the whole entire summer. Like technically, I'm used to technically casting all summer long with the Hunter's Cabin. Hunter's Cabin is kind of here is kind of on season on time, totally. I don't need it. Someone made it too sugary. Totally. Also, too, people are dinging me on calendar messages. Please do not ding me during a lot of these shows because they're very distracting. Because the dinging actually will get a little bit on the annoying side, totally, guys. No matter if it's, like I said, ooh, that's spicy. There's no sugar in that. Especially when we get to this part, guys, definitely. And we get to the Ghost Legends part of the show. Like, you guys always love the Ghost Legends. Everybody loves good Ghost Legends and that kind of stuff, don't you? Hope you do, because technically you guys are in one. If you guys don't believe you're in a Ghost Legend or horror movie, then get off my page. Bye. Because you're in one if you're watching me. Definitely. We were going to start we were going to do those illusions, start illusions today, but there's a lot of events going on right now with a friend of ours and that kind of stuff. We want to make sure that is all cleared up. We do anything very heavy and spiritual. It definitely shows. And she loves movies. She loves good horror. She loves horror movies. Loves horror movies, paranormal shows live, psychic shows live, that kind of stuff like that. But like I said, we're gonna wait until closer to the 30th of October, more or less. Now, usually it's something that we should have started earlier, kind of thing. But indefinitely, because we know the timing, right timing. Now, the other guy that has done this too, I'm not the only one that's done this before. The other guy, there's somebody else who does it as well. He is not on a time pattern. He does everything right out of season into season. I've always done this in season, and it's worked. Okay, in season means if you do it in season, it'll work. Okay, the illusion will work. Okay, because the three main nights, okay, that is the very spiritualist nights, okay, are Friday the 13th, October 30th, which is the night before Halloween, which is Black Halloween, which is declared Hell Night, and Halloween night itself are the three strongest nights. Now, just to let you guys know, if you do this kind of the ones that are like me that know how to do this illusions, if you want it to really work, the transformation energy, spiritual energy into the doll, the reason why it doesn't work effectively as quick, because if you're doing it from out of season into season, it isn't going to work. Okay, because it is not going to pick up. The doll is not. It's not going to, and nothing's going to move around. It only moves around. The strongest nights. It doesn't say it doesn't move around all year round, but it doesn't move as strong. It doesn't haunt as strong. The communications will work strongerly on those three specific dates, and those specific dates needs to be definitely a full moon or a blood moon or eclipse, indefinitely. Either it just experienced a fresh daytime sun over moon eclipse, a moon over sunlight eclipse during the day, or a night moon eclipse at night, or the eclipse of a new or blood moon. Those are what you need. Definitely, those are what you need. In generally, so I was surprised, David, when we did this at a Haunted Hunter's Cabin, as our group did, Celtic Chicks Warriors, when we were 10. The reason why it worked was because Hunter's Cabin is a haunted place to begin with. Very strong levels. So spiritual energy, anyways. For the illusions, or if you're not in any of those places, you're on a Pacific scheduled Pacific dates, okay, that are between a Friday the 13th, Devil's Night on Halloween, October 30th, and Halloween night, the 31st, and it contains, even an even stronger point too is if that night is a full moon, or if it's eclipse of a moon, or if it's eclipse of the sun during the day, or whatever. But everything is done at night. Everything is done after dark. But it would have to be a day that it was just, or even during, if you were going to do that kind of an experiment during the day, it would have to be done during the eclipse of the sun, while the eclipse is happening, freshly happening, indefinitely. That's why the one guy, his scientific turnout didn't turn out definitely not as good, anyways. Not as strong. It would have stronger. Would have spooked you too. So we're getting into some ghost legends here, guys. How's my battery doing? Okay, I hope it's not dying down. Totally. I have no clue why I'm freezing. In general, 1 minute I'm going strong and freezing. Okay, so again, this part, guys, we're just going to get into some kind of like I said, guys, this is going to have an awesome start. I have no idea where this stuff starts. Hey, it's 12 o'clock at night. Woo. Good timing. Good timing on that one. We're going to take you to Spooky. Now, it's out of the Red Book, and definitely I'm going to put my face down because I do not have my glasses on. I've got some other type of glasses, and the good thing with the flashlight Then they're big words. Okay, so we're going to go chapter 1. Okay. Here. Where does this start? Okay, so this one's the Legend of the Jamaican Inn by Delphina du Marie, if I can pronounce that. She is, I don't know, maybe it might be a guy, it sounds like a woman, but it might be a guy with a woman's name. And it's possible. It does happen with book writers, and that kind of stuff like that. In their culture, it might be in everybody's name. You know, it is normal. So, so chapter 1, basically, this isn't a chapter. So chapter 1, like guys, again, I may stutter a bit. I do apologize for that. And we're going to start here, and we're going to start here. It was a cold, gray day in late November. The weather had changed overnight when a backing wind brought a genty sky and malizzing rain with it, and all through it was now only a little after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The parlor of a winter evening seemed to have closed upon the hills, cloaking them in mist. It would be dark by 4. The air was cleany cold, and for all the tightly closed windows, it penetrated the interior of the couch. The leather seats felt damp to the hands, and there must have been a small crack in the roof, because now again little drops of rain fell softly through, smudging the leather and leaving a dark blue stain like a splotch of ink. The wind came in gusts, and in the exposed places it blew with such force that the whole body of the couch trembled and soared, rocking between the high wheels like a drunk man. I resent that one. Just kidding. The driver, muffled in great coat to his ears, bent almost doubled in his seat in a endeavor to again shelter from his own shoulders, while the horse pulled suddenly to his command. The few passengers huddled together for warmth, exclaiming in unison when the coach sank into a heavier rut than usual, and one old fellow who had kept up a constant complaint ever since he had joined the coach at Tour rose from his seat in a fury, fumbling with the window, let down with a crash. Then he thrust his head out and shouted up to the driver that they would all be reached Bodmine if he pressed in driving at breakneck speed. He put up the window again, having thoughtfully chilled the intro of the coach and selling himself once more. Oh, so seating himself once more. People gotta stop gotta stop texting me, guys, totally, during this because it is getting fucking annoying. Sorry, guys. I have to put it that way. It is. I don't care if you're writing through calendar, what you're writing through, Beagle, whatever. You can't be dinging me like this 24/7. Definitely. This is a problem. Okay, silence that. Because then if I'm in a heavy Ghost Legends like this, guys, definitely. It's a distraction. Because I read the same sentence over twice, and it ruins everything. Totally. Okay. We were at Tour. Rose from his seat in a fury and fumbling with the window let down with a crash. Then he thrust his head out and shouted up to the driver that they would all be dead before they reached Bodmin. Bodmin? I think I pronounced it right. If he had pressed in driving at breakneck speed. He put up the window again, having thoroughly chilled the intro of the coach and settling himself once more in his corner, wrapped his blanket about his knees and muttered in his I believe that's beard. His nearest neighbor, a Jehovah. They don't. That was supposed to be a word for Jehovah Witness. They spelled it wrong. Horror stories always do. I like that part. Red Force woman. Oh, Jehovah is her name. Sorry. Okay. I screwed. For in a blue cloak the 20th time that it I may not have time to get to the other thing, but we'll try to. Was the district night she ever remembered. Then boring into the depths of a large basket, she brought out a great hunk of cake and plunged into it with strong white teeth. Mary Yellen, I can pronounce that one no problem, sat in the opposite corner where the trickle of rain oozed through the crack in the roof. Sometimes a cold drip fell upon her shoulder, which she brushed away with intimate fingers. She sat with her chain, Cupid in her hands, her eyes fixed on the window splashed with mud, and rain, hoping that some ray of light would break the heavy blanket of sky, and but a momentary trace of that lost blue heaven that had melted Helford yesterday shine for an instant as a foreigner of fortune, already through barely 40 miles by road from what had been her so large a part of her, and stood her in such seated during the long agony of her mother's illness and death, was now shaken by this driving rain and the nagging wind. This county was alien to her, which was a draft in itself. How remote now were the green hills and sloping valleys of Hilford, the white cluster of cottages, and the water's edge. It was a gentle rain that fell at Helford patried in the many trees and sank into the grateful soil, which gave back flowers in payment. This was a lashing, pitiless rain that soaked into a hard and barren soil. No trees here save one or two bent, twisted and blackened from countries of storm, a land without hedge, or without hedgerow or meadow, a country of stones, black heather, and stunt broom. So many childish memories clung about Helston, where Mary had taken the first coach, the weekly drive to market with her father, and when he was taken from them, the fortitude with which her mother held his place. Winter and summer he had done with her hens and her eggs, and her winter and summer as he had done with her hens and her eggs and her butter at the back of the cart. Oh, you got movement behind me. It's freaking me out. Well, Mary sat at her side. The name of Yellen was respected in the town, for there were not many women who would have lived alone as the window did, with never a thought of taking another man. There was a farmer at Manicon, who would have asked her had he dreaded, and another up the river at Greek, but they could tell from the eyes she belonged in body and mind to the man who had gone. It was the hard work of the farm that told upon her. In the end, little by little, her stock indiscreet. Then a sickness attacked the ground and killed the livestock in the village around Halford. The chickens and the ducklings sickened and died, and the young cliff fell in the meadow where he stood. The most pitiful was the old mar, upon whose strutted back Mary had first straddled her young legs. She died in the still one morning, her faithful head in Mary's lap, and when a pit was dug for her under the apple tree in the orchard, Mary's mother turned to her and said, "There's something of me gone in the grave with with poor Nell Mary. My heart feels tired and I can't go on anymore. Coffee break, guys. So far, now, guys, I'm wearing the sunshades because of the lighting and that kind of stuff like that. I'm also too is straining my eyes too, but that's okay. So far, guys, we're not got to any spooky parts yet, but we will. Definitely, we will. We'll try to do a couple chapters out of this one as much as we can. We kind of rotate, I guess, books. I guess we kind of. That's basically what we're gonna do up till till Devil's Night, guys. Totally. We'll see how much of this we can get in. We may actually have to do some during the day too, as well. I don't like doing this stuff during the day. This is work. It's not spooky enough during the day like it is at night. Definitely. You get more out of it at night. Same with watching a horror movie at night. It's the funnest part. But some people just can't watch horror movies at night. I can understand that. She went into the house and sat down. In the kitchen, listless, plea as I get out of my softly, who had never cried before Mary fetched the old doctor who lived at Maiwang. Sounds Chinese. And who had brought her to the farmhouse at the top of the village. A neighbor met them at the gate. Your mother came out of the door just now, staring like a ghost. Staring like a ghost, And she fell down in the path of the path of dive, King James word, lifted her inside. Poor soul. Family, the doctor pushed, firmly, the doctor pushed the little gaping crowd away from the door. Together he and Will Surler lifted the still figure from the floor and carried her upstairs. It's a stroke, said the doctor. This is what I've been after. This is what I've been afraid of. That she'd snap suddenly. I don't know why they use the word snap suddenly. To replace the word died. Sure, she snapped suddenly. That makes sense. That is what how they used to talk those days. For 6 long months, Mary nursed her mother in this, her first and last illness, but it was not the widow's will to recover as though she longed. It's a breaking of the body and of the spirit. There's no call for you to stay on. at Hilford. After I am gone, it's best for you to go to your Aunt Patricia up to Bodmin. There was no use in Mary telling her mother that she would not die. It was fixed there in her mind, and there was no fighting it. I'd be no use in a town, said Mary. I've never knew anything but this life by the river. Going into Hillston is town enough for me. I am best here with the few chickens that's left to us, and the green stuff in the garden, and the old pig, and bit of a boat on the river. What would I do up to Bodmin? A girl can't live alone, Mary, without she goes. I'm going to skip that part. Too many people take that one seriously. In the head, or comes to evil. I've not rested in my grave, nor your father neither, if we didn't leave you're safe. You'll like your Aunt Patricia. She was always a great one for games and laughing with a heart as large as life. You remember when she came here 12 years back. She had ribbons in her bonnet and a silk petticoat. Yes, Mary remembered Aunt Patricia with her curled finger and large blue eyes, and how she laughed and cheated and how chatted and how she picked up her skirts and tiptoed through the mud in the yard. She was as pretty as a fairy. What short of a man your Uncle Joshua is? His name comes up a lot. I cannot say, said her mother, for I have never set eyes on him. But when your aunt married him 10 years ago, last Mitchell's, she wrote a pack of guided noises you'd not expect from a woman over 30. Minds of the gutter. This is getting spooky. They think May Ruff, said Mary slowly. I haven't the pretty manners they'd expected. They'll love you yourself. I want you to promise me this child that when I am gone, you'll write to your Aunt Patricia and tell her that it was my last and dearest wish that you should go to her. I'm going to put it there because I have to have a bit of a break because this light is... I'm going to have a little bit of a break before we carry on so I can rest my eyes here, guys. One more page to go, I'll tell you. Cool, kind of spooky quiet hour. And this is just Ghost Legend hours, I'll tell you. Devil Night's going to be, guys, Devil's Night, October 30th, is going to be the wildest. Totally. Definitely. I think. So you guys, those that are horror movie fans or whatever, and you're into this kind of paranormal stuff, feel free to jump in and watch and follow. You guys are going to love it. Totally. You can always watch the replays of it later, definitely, on these YouTube channels. Nothing else better to do while you're being stuck at home. Totally. I don't know why this fly is flying around. Totally. It is driving me bazinkies. Definitely. Every single show, this fly has never failed. It's always made it apparent. It thinks it's a big time Hollywood star. I don't be thinking so, Mowgli. Yeah, that's what it is. I always have to find good names for these little things. I can actually tell you guys when exactly Halloween, the 30th falls. Yeah, October 30th, Friday, October 30th. I might know that. Now we know the days. October 31st is a Saturday. So Friday and Saturday, guys, are going to be the spookiest nights ever. So it is going to be Friday, October 30th, which is Devil's Night. And Halloween night, guys, is officially on Saturday, October 31st. And guess what? I was right. It is going to be October 31st, guys, is going to be a full moon. Full moon. I don't mean idiots on YouTube running around flashing or twerking and flashing their bums up to the camera. Okay, I'm talking about a real moon in the sky. I'm talking about the moon itself. Again, mine's over the other. The moon itself in the sky is going to be a full moon. Definitely, that night it's new moon. It's going to be a new moon night. It's going to be a full moon. We've not had a full moon on Halloween night for centuries. Not for a long time, anyways. This is actually. So, if you guys, just a word of encouragement, if you guys are virgins, don't be going into strange cabins and nothing about, and lighting a black wicker candle in front of a black cat, because you're going to raise a bunch of witches from the dead, and then you're going to be held responsible. And then guess what? All hell's going to break loose. Definitely. Then yeah, those witches are also going to be bitches, and guess what? They are going to hit you with "oh no, you didn't" bitch rounds. I'll tell you, and you'll be running for it. Word of encouragement from Haunted Hunter's Cabin, guys. Just be careful what you do on Halloween night. Totally. Because like I said, some of these ritual stuff is real, guys. So behave yourselves if you can. Totally. behave yourselves, especially when it's a full moon. All the weirdos come out at that time, especially on a full moon. Vampires, werewolves, witches, definitely. I mean the real ones. I don't mean people walking around in costumes. I mean real, authentic, um, realistic ones. Totally, they come out of the closet, especially during these times too. So, yes, Saturday, October 31st, guys, is a full moon on Halloween night. Awesome stuff. Why do I hear a tea kettle? Did you guys hear that? I hope it's not the show she's watching back there, because I've seen, just by reading this too, I've seen movement behind me totally. Just in the corner of my eye. Or sensing heavy movement behind me. Starting to hear voices too. That's not good. Definitely not good. So far, does anybody understand what the first legend is about here, guys? About the legend of the Jamaican Inn, and what's about to happen? Too bad people aren't in here commenting. If you're watching, getting in on the conversation. If you guys are paranormal fans or whatever, you just get, you guys just like watching. That's okay. You guys are too scared to put your input in now. We tell a lot of, in Haunted Hunter's Cabin, definitely, guys, we like, during these haunted houses, we try to have real live ghost legends for you guys as well. Some would be from books. Some I haven't made books, and some of them haven't been written yet. They've been told, haven't been written. Or some have been written and published, and then we share them. That's why I said, guys, if you guys have any cool ghost legends like these, guys, for while we're doing these seasons, feel free to send them in, guys. That kind of stuff like that, send them to me or whatever. Make sure they're I will view them if they're appropriate to read on here, because some of them probably won't be. So way some people get carried away and that kind of stuff like that. Indefinitely. So we're kind of creating also too, we're creating a good spooky moment here too as well, for this year's Halloween on Haunted Hunter's Cabin. So, like we did use a little bit of the narrator and that kind of stuff like that. But there is times too where we actually converse from the narrator to the regular legends out of books, or things we find interesting, paranormal legends that we find interesting like this. And normally this would be would be out in the bushes, would be a ghost legend time and that kind of stuff like that. Without no video cameras, because normally video cameras don't work out there. No place to plug them in. That kind of stuff like that. If there wasn't such a pandemic, we'd be sitting along an old what you call public trail in the bushes, and even if we're just sitting under flashlights or whatever, or lanterns, that's spooky enough. We'd be cracking out these ghost tales and that kind of stuff like that. Everybody would have to pre-prepare and bring their own ghost legends with them, that kind of stuff like that. That's why I said it is kept to a secrecy society. Definitely, that's what Celtic Gypsy Warriors is usually about. But with this pandemic, we can't go anywhere, so we're stuck at home doing everything digitally again. So, like we did most years, like the first year, we did the Elm Street walk down Elm Street or whatever, after dark, that kind of stuff like that, with no flashlight and that kind of thing. Like my wife back here participated in that one. There was two people participating in that one. The other one it scared the other one, so he didn't make it to be a Celtic Gypsy Warrior. He had a chance to. He didn't make it. I was just nice enough to buy him a bandana, give him one, anyways, for trying. But that doesn't fully make him part of our group yet. He's got to pass to be in this group. He's got to actually be able to be brave enough to face his own fears, his own inner self. He's got to be able to walk down a dark street or down a dark alley, blindfolded without a flashlight, and try to blindly sense his way towards the light to the cabin. And then when he comes in the cabin, he's still blindfolded. Now we have a digital fireplace. Stands in front of it, blindfolded, and he has to face his inner demons, that kind of stuff like that. And then the haunted fireplace will speak to him or whatever, and it may direct him in the right direction, may direct him another direction. And if the haunted fireplace accepts him, he's in. If it don't accept him, he's declined. Sorry, this is the way a lot of groups work. Definitely. So it is like I said, it's a haunted fireplace. It's got and the old traditional one is a lot harder to. The original one in the real haunted hunter's cabin that's really haunted is really hard to be accepted from compared to the digital one. It's a lot harder for it to spiritually read you and accept you, because 10 to 1, 9/10 of the time it's going to the actual apparitions of haunted hunter's cabin is going to decline you. Definitely. The spiritual senses of it is very, very strong, especially if you end up facing. You could face anything. You could face spiritual warfare. You can face anything. You can face a peaceful spirit or a very rough, violent spirit within you. The haunted fireplace has got a mind of its own spiritually, and it'll pick who it wants, more or less, for the group, or who's ready to be in this type of a group, or who's not ready to be in this type of group. This is how Celtic Gypsy Warriors is works on tradition, and definitely. So yes, it's not a Freemason group. It is just a Midnight Secret Society that me and my friends put together when we were 10 years of age, and these are traditions that we went through, were put through, and we kept those traditions. So that way it's helping us sense spiritually and picking the right people to represent our group. Now we don't have, like I said, save my battery. We don't have elected people. We don't operate on board of directors. We don't operate on president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, thing like that. We don't go around. We don't host. We'll go and help out and volunteer at some events and that kind of stuff like that, like everybody else does. But we ourselves as a group don't host any fundraising events or anything else like that. We don't get into that. That kind of thing like that. So we kind of group up amongst ourselves or whatever whenever we want to. And we have good, and I contribute to our society is bringing good ghost tales to each other, more or less. But we're not saying that we don't help our community out and volunteer in our community. We do. you just don't you don't know what we do other outside of that kind of thing. And we're a type of group you're not meant to know, because there is, like I said, there is a lot of magical secrecy to our group and that kind of stuff like that, and magical traditions, or if you can put it, traditions, ancient traditions. The new order of it that I'm calling it, like I said, basically it goes by amongst ourselves, amongst our friends, more or less, people we know. And generally, we don't rent halls to meet in. We're used to meeting. Now, when I was in the kids group of it, when we first started it, when I went through it at summer camp, we met out in the boondocks. And when we went as an overnight to this haunted cabin or whatever, the guy that owned the cabin took us to this haunted band for the overnight as a group. We went as a group with our counselors and that kind of stuff like that. So yes, we had adult supervision. We weren't going anywhere unauthorized. We like if we meet up on a public path or trail, more or less sitting there with just a battery candlelight lantern or whatever, telling a few ghost tales or whatever. That's all we do. But we don't do that now. Right now, we can't, because, like I said, there's a pandemic going on and that kind of stuff like that. So, to stay safe, we're staying home. So we're doing everything from home. Like I started back in 2015 on Facebook and YouTube, and turn my inside home into where I live into a haunted house. For Halloween night, I used to do outdoor haunted houses, but you got all the weather to deal with and everything else like that, and the wind blows a lot of stuff away and that kind of stuff like that. Basically, of my kind, I'm the only one really left totally. The others are still around, but the others have kind of went their own way since summer camp. As they got older, they got into careers and that they went right through college, university. They moved on, got careers and that kind of stuff like that. So they kind of went their own way. Now some of them still wear they're still wearing their Celtic Gypsy bandanas and their vests, that kind of stuff like that today. Some don't. Some have decided it's not for them anymore, and they went their own way. But deep down, they still remember their Celtic Gypsy Warriors days and everything else like that, going through it. And that, now with social media, they could have done their own live streams and that kind of stuff like I do, and that kind of stuff like that. Now half of them we don't know where they are today. Now some of them, like I said, a lot of them have moved on. They've gotten older. They didn't keep to their traditions, but that's okay. Nowadays it doesn't matter. At one time it would have. Today it doesn't. Like I said, they came and gone, that kind of stuff like that. Now some of them still exist. Some are still around today. Some of us are still around today, and they still wear their bandana and vests. Their cowboy shirts, their cowboy vests, their gypsy vests, their whatever vest they feel like wearing. Bulletproof vest. Doesn't matter. Vest is vest. But the old, what you call the old ancient. Some of the ones that are like at the top, like I am, with the cowboy vests on, and their native garment vests on. And their bandana, the black and red bandanas, or the red bandanas, or whatever. Now the native Celtic Gypsy, along with their bandana and kind of stuff like that. So, So, like I said, they're some of us are still around today, from Haunted Hunters Cabin sessions, that have become Celtic Gypsy warriors on top of maybe their nationality or whatever, that are declared Celts. They're also declared as they're also identified as being Celts as well, and that. So again, show respect, guys. Totally. Now we do have our Wiccan Celts. Our Wiccan Celtic Gypsies. I don't see too many of them from camp anymore, but they were in the order of the Celtic Gypsy warriors too as well. They're still Celtic Gypsy warriors, but some of them a lot of them are actually gone into Wiccan, are what you call actual Wiccan Celtic Gypsies. Their garments now are totally different than what they started out with. Totally. They went into Wiccan circles, into covens, that kind of stuff like that, and they've taken the Celtic Gypsy warriors order in with them. We have no problem with that. Like I said, guys, we're not judgmental group. We're not going to, we are not going to sit there and put them down like the Christian community does. Our group is not like that. Like I said, guys, we don't have a president. We don't have a vice president. We don't get into politics at all. We don't run elections, that kind of crap. We're more like a hippie gypsy, a Celtic gypsy friendship group kind of thing that meets at midnight. Now with live streams, we go live with a ghost tale with ghost legends. That kind of thing. Like I do the haunted house, reflecting back to the old back to Haunted Hunters Cabin. How it was told to me, but I do it. I kind of now I put kind of a bit of a twist to it to make it look different, sound different, and that kind of stuff like that. Added a few things to it. I always did since I excuse me, like I was saying. You can always change legends around. I did enough of that when I was a kid. I probably did a lot of things that the Baptist church would have got pissed off at. In a horror, demonical, satanical legend, like Hunter's Cabin, we'll put it. I was taking Bible scriptures, holy Bible scriptures, and things, objects from the Bible, and putting them into the legend of chariots of fire, that kind of thing. Totally making a big horror story out of it. Totally. At my end, my summer camp experience or close encounters, I know because the reverend that told the ghost legend was laughing, and he loved it. He loved it. He got a kick out of it, because I was mixing the both into a good horror story, totally, or adding to his horror story. He was getting one hell of a laugh out of it, totally. He'll never forget that. He'll never ever forget that night. I kept them up for 6 nights in a row, definitely, because of the close encounter I had. It was, guys, it was Hunter's Cabin. Okay, to me, the overnighter of Hunter's Cabin was a live nightmare on Elm, alive, real live, real live, Sleepy Hollow. Haunt, definitely, or close encounter that I had with the two native headless headhunters apparitions, and definitely at this Camp Northern Lights or whatever when I was a kid. That was even before Sleepy Hollow was even hit the big screen in the 90s. And definitely because it was just coming out in the 80s, late 80s, early 90s. And I had just and in 1989 was the same year after I heard had that close encounter with these two native headless headhunters of Hunter's Cabin. 1989 and 1990 from those summer camp sessions, that was the same year that Legend of Sleepy Hollow hit the big screen. Totally. All of them did. Definitely. So the actual Washington Irving story at the big screen. Too bad it wasn't Hunter's Cabin, which it should have been. But that's okay. Um, that is the freakiest part of it, and definitely. Um, so technically, I was, being what I am, the Gypsy Rover. Um, it felt like I was in a real live horror story, totally a real live horror movie itself in reality, at the paranormal or supernatural level, indefinitely, or in the middle of a real witch haunt, or apparition haunt, a witch haunt, or poltergeist haunting. Definitely. Shit, I have to say, the experience of it was quite real, totally. End of it. But yeah, I just got too much of a kick out of it, totally. And my counselors did too. Some of those counselors are still around today. I don't know what they're doing. They're probably all hiding out now. Now. Guess what? Now this is. They used to give me heck for close encountering these things, or hearing these things, or seeing these things, because they didn't believe me. Now they believe me. Now what's haunting them now is this COVID-19 is haunting them. Now they're knowing what life was like in my shoes, and it wasn't COVID-19, and I was hiding and was night trumpeting from. It was a legend that they told of haunted Hunter's Cabin, of these two headless apparitions, and then now they're suffering like the rest of us are suffering with, and I'm not scared of it. But these clowns are actually now are afraid of catching COVID-19. Half of them are doctors, today. And that, and they all started out as just volunteer camp counselors, and some are camp counselors and camp cooks, as kids' summer camps or town ghost stories. Now the biggest ghost story or devil story they're facing now is this COVID-19, this coronavirus. Ready to go anywhere. Definitely. So now who's having the nervous nightmare breakdowns? I've gotten over them, but like I said, my haunted house now is just a reenactment, or just sharing what I went through, or close encounters I really didn't go through spiritually. Definitely, but now they're close encountering something more scarier than I did. Which is coronavirus, COVID-19, and definitely, now the shoes are on the other feet. Definitely, or now they're crawling into. Now the way I could put it is, now they know what life is like in my sleeping bag, let alone their own. I was not expecting, everything I went through as in my childhood. I was never ever expecting to see these times. Totally. This is a so comical end of it. Definitely. I wonder how. Well, his real name was Livingston, but he was / camp cook. He was also my camp counselor. At summer camp, we used to call him Liver for short. I've not seen him for years. Totally, I don't know what he's up to today. If he's still around today or not, or how old he was. I think he was only when I was a little kid. He was only a teenager, so I don't know. He was just barely barely in his early 20s. I have not seen the guy for years. I have no idea if he's still around today, or if he's still working at camp nowadays or not. If he's still a cook there or not. I don't know if they changed directors around or whatever. I don't even know if Father Bill Maloney's still around today too. I don't know. But if you guys were looking for the actual, if you guys were looking for information for Hollywood, I was kind of suggested to talk to a Father William Maloney of Peterborough of St. Anne Parish. If he's still around, to get a hold of him. I don't know if he's got any family members that will know this story. I think he only told it to us at summer camp, to us kids. We were kids in 1989, 1990. Legend itself. If he's still around, you guys are looking good because you're getting the full information from him. If you're going to write it down and make a book out of it, or you're going to make a good horror book out of it, or if there's an actual book artist or author that's willing to write about it, to interview with him if he's still around. I can't say if he is or if he isn't. I don't know. Like I said, I haven't even seen or heard from him for years either. You can't miss him because he used to drive around in a Ford red and gray pickup truck that said Camp Northern Lights on the side of the vehicle. City of Kawartha said City of Peterborough County, City of Kawartha Lakes. It's his own business. He's the camp owner, and he's also the owner of this haunted cabin. Abandoned cabin, that kind of stuff. He wasn't able to ever rent it out to anybody. It's too badly haunted and whatever abandoned. But he bought it. He got suckered into a deal in buying it. He didn't even know himself it was haunted. He found out the hard way. That's why he shared about it. He talked about it. He was actually good. They disconnected me in my chat. Nobody talks to me anyways. He was afraid to share was afraid even then to share it. That kind of stuff like that. He wasn't sure how it would go or how it would affect us kids and that kind of stuff and that kind of thing. I got over that. It did affect me. I wasn't worried about it. But yeah, that was the first time he ever shared that about the history of it. Like he would have, he would be a good guy to connect with if he's still around today. I don't know if he's still around. Some are saying he is, some are saying he isn't. I don't know. I don't believe rumors until I see it, type deal. Unable to connect to chat. Please try again. I know I wasn't writing anyways. Somebody probably tried writing in. It was probably something stupid. Rude. But that's okay. I'm done writing in that section anyways. I only have to do that when I start my stream anyways. So, but yeah. So that's what I said. Like he is. I don't know if he's changed his vehicle since then because people can change their license plates and vehicles around big time. But yeah, he was the priest of St. Anne's Parish, Catholic parish. But it was a community camp or whatever. The guy told wild campfire legends. I'll tell you that there was a paranormal. Supernatural ghost really happened. It was quite interesting too. That's why I said it kind of. Now I can handle them. Back those days I couldn't. I was surprised myself. I just barely became a Celtic gypsy warrior. Got through everything, and I made it through the Final Iron Colors and that kind of stuff like that to get into the ghost legend to begin with. I thought it was cool. I thought it was a cool legend, even though it freaked me out. That was the best freak out, I have to grant. He did a way better job than Stephen King ever did freaking anybody out. Totally, and that was around a real live open campfire. Or a digital fireplace when it's live like this. This was really freaks you out. This one really comes to life. That kind of stuff like that. But it's no different. It's, even if it was to make the big time or whatever, if they were going to put it into a movie, it'd be no different than Friday the 13th. Or Nightmare on Elm Street, or it would be no different than the Legend of Sleepy Hollow. It would be totally different. Definitely, it would be way different. It goes, and it's part of Canada's history here too. it is the first error. It kind of happened around the same time frame as Sleepy Hollow that they said happened. But again, Hunter's Cabin was the worst ever to happen. That's why I said Hunter's Cabin was never ever brought out to the public until 1989. 1990 is when Hunter's Cabin was first told. Indefinitely. I don't know if it had any ties to Washington Irving or not. Told it had nothing to do with Washington. It was never talked or written about. It was kept sacred by the Freemasons for generations, probably for a reason, because on how reality of it was, until now that it is now finally they're letting it out of the closet. That they call it now, because all those tales now are ready to be told. That kind of thing, and it was ready since 1989, 1990. We were the first group that was ever told to. So basically, as Celtic Gypsy Warriors, we're the only ones that are authorized to tell it. It means I'm the only one between me and Father Bill Maloney is the only two that are authorized to tell that story. He even sat me down and told me that we're the only two, basically, that had the main experience of the close encounters of it. I had the close encounter on Camp Northern Lights ground and the cabin grounds, like he did. So I seen the same close encounter he did, experienced the same close encounter he did. So we're the only two. This is why I'm the highest order of the Celtic Gypsy Warriors. This is why I got the higher bandana. We're the only two that, like he sat me down and told me, he said when I was a kid, he said, we're the only two that can ever tell this story. We're basically, because we're the only two that we had the same experience. We had the same nightmare. Definitely. We had the same ghostly encounter. We witnessed the same apparitions. Even when we had the overnight there as a group, we were the only two that these apparitions revealed themselves to. They didn't reveal themselves to any other campers, but to him as being the camp owner and director, the owner of the cabin itself, and to one camper, and that one camper was me. And definitely, it came out of the spiritually. It came to life when I stepped foot on those grounds. For some reason, when I stepped foot on those Camp Northern Lights grounds as a 10-year-old boy, and Hunter's Cabin grounds with our overnight group, and I was at this community camp. For some reason, he said spiritually, spiritually it connected with me. It had a spiritual connecting only to me. So it kind of revealed itself directly to me, whatever it was spiritually. So these apparitions, he said there was something about me, very psychability and spiritually, that was able to spiritually bring them out. And that's what they wanted to see. Which campers the spiritual apparitions will reveal itself to, and why it gets so close. I haven't even gone to another. I haven't even myself haven't gone to any other psychics to find out why it's so attached to me. Why that story became part of me. Why that legend became my legend. As a 9-year-old, 10-year-old boy at that time. Totally. It has its reasons, definitely. It picks and chooses. Most spirits do. Who they want to, who they're drawing to. So basically, this is why he told, between me and him, we had like a spiritual bond and that kind of thing, because we experienced the same apparitions together. what he did when he first bought the grounds, and then I seen them by when I stepped foot on the grounds. That's when he declared me then. Actually crowned and declared me then. When I became a Calaca Gypsy Warrior, my gypsy name became the Gypsy Rover, because there was something spiritually about me that that spirits are drawn to me very quickly, very easily, that I can search for different reasons at different times, where normally to some of the other kids would believe there's nothing there, but there is. It could have been trying to draw itself to them, but it couldn't, because they were the type of kids that don't believe in nothing. Because the saying is, spirits will only draw themselves to you if you believe in them. If you believe they're there, and you sense they're there, and you know they're there, they're in the spiritual world, they're in the atmosphere, and you sense they're there, and you know they're there, and you can hear them talking to you, or you can sense them spiritually or very strongly, no matter how powerful they are, they are going to respond to you a lot quicker. They're gonna use you as a channel. They're gonna channel through you quicker, because they'll be drawn to you quicker, because one, you believe they're there, and you're listening. You're giving them what they want. They're thriving for attention. They're attention getters. Most identities, ghost apparitions, poltergeists, whatever, they're what you call attention getters. That's what they want, is the attention, is your attention. That's all they try to do, is get your attention. If you don't believe in them, and you don't get it, and you don't, and they can't get your attention or whatever, they go to the person that is more vulnerable to somebody like me, that's more vulnerable and open to the spiritual world, a lot easier, and it's easier for them to channel through. Totally use you as a channel, more or less, because they know your spirits know your spirituality more so than you do. That's one thing you got to remember. They see everything you do. They're like God. You cannot get away. Sorry to have to put that as an example, a quote. They see everything you do. Okay, spirits will see. They can see everything you do in life. They know what you do every day. When you're awake, when you're sleeping, if you're taking a shower, if you're taking a bath, they're there, like it or not. They see everything you do. Definitely. No matter if they're spirits, angels, whatever they are, demons, devils, they're spirits. They are always in your surroundings. They are always there. You don't know it, but they're always there. They see everything you do. You can't hide. You can run, or you can't hide. Okay, they see everything. Same with aliens. They see everything. Like, if you believe there's life on other planets in our solar system, if you're open to spiritual manifestations, that they call it, and spirits will link and draw themselves to you easier. They'll channel through you, because you know they're there. You see that they're there. You sense they're there. You can feel their presence, and you believe that the paranormal exists. You believe the paranormal world exists. You believe the supernatural world exists. Then you're a type of person that they're ready to reveal themselves to. Sometimes at first spiritually, then physically. And if they know that you can hear them, they will speak to you. If you're the type of person, that, and it's okay to be those other type of people that don't believe them. That is okay too. They will not, but them type of people, the spirits will not close encounter with. So those people will never ever experience a close encounter of spiritual manifestation or identities, poltergeist, whatever. I'm not saying never in their life. Now over time, there's been cases where there's been unbelievers that have experienced stuff because they were unbelievers, but it just means that they were slowly breaking down, and they started coming out, and deep down all along they really believed that there was something there to begin with. They started coming. They just hid it. They were just good at hiding it, or not admitting that they really believed. But the ones that honestly don't believe in anything like that, will never in close encounter anything. They pretend that they do to mock or to make fun of us people that do actually see stuff or have had these close encounters. But individually, no, they'll never really encounter anything. There's what you call, I'm burning myself again. There's a total difference, and definitely, that's why I'm so used to. This is why I'm so used to everything being so silent and quiet. I'm not used to other rooms playing TVs all hours of the day, all hours of the night, because there is times where I like to hear how these spirits are moving, what they're saying, because, like I said, they can talk and move around at different times, and they try it if they're trying to say something to you, and there's a bunch of noise coming from another room. It disturbs them and upsets them. They won't, it's harder for them to interact. And it's harder for you to channel and interact with them too, as well. To hear what they're saying, because it could be important. It could be a warning. It could be important. They could be trying to tell you something. I've consulted a lot of people. Consulting means talk to a lot of people. And I've shared these experiences a couple times with some people on Beagle. One lady on Beagle lives in British Columbia, and she says, "Yeah." She says, "I believe it." She says, "I believe it is possible happening." She said. She even said, some people will try to hide it, but they eventually come out. But she said, yeah. She said she used to do paranormal investigations too, and that kind of stuff like that. So she used to close encounter. She actually used to close encounter actual authentic real witches, and that at one point, and she's explained her different experiences, and that kind of stuff like that. And she also, some of the things she was telling me, I've always thought that was quite interesting. She has actually done real psychability. Like she can even sense like if you're sensing any spirits in your home or whatever, she can actually, she doesn't even have to be in your home. You could live in the United States, and if you're talking to her online or she's on any social media still, I don't know. She can actually sense what's in your home from wherever she is, and she can be able to tell you what it is, and definitely, and how powerful it is. and why it's there. It's not always an evil to be there to be evil doing. Sometimes, as she said, it could be a peaceful one, and you wouldn't realize it. It can come across at first to being evil, but then it can change to be peaceful, or it can start off with being peaceful and then go evil. It can go either way. Back in a minute. Now, some people, there is some people that think because they get a diploma in the arts, okay, of it, that they're real, big deal. Not always, okay. Those type of people are your type of people that are going to screw you over. That's just after you for money, okay. Just be prepared of that. They use spirituality to make money. There's a lot of Christians that do the same thing. This is a matter of real experiences. Like myself, when I was 10 years of age, I really had. This is, for me, this is not a money-making thing. I don't make money from this kind of stuff. I'm just sharing my experiences from when I was a kid and that kind of stuff like that. I'm not out to bill people or charge money for stuff. Over religion like that. I think that is stupid, or science or evolution. To share my experiences of it. Most people won't share their experience if they did close encounter stuff as kids, like I did, without people out there are just out there to get your money. I am not about that. And definitely, I'm just sharing real life experiences that I had, or close encounters that I really, really had. This stuff is not, this spiritual stuff, guys, is not about head knowledge. It is not about education. A lot of people are, they think they sit there and they've got the attitude. It's about money. It's about education. That it is about head knowledge, a certificate on the wall. No, it is not about that. Neither should Christianity. People that go to church, like if you're just going to church to get a certificate, or because you're after a certificate or a piece of paper, you're not worshiping who they believe in. You're worshiping a damn piece of paper. That's all you're about. You're idolizing a piece of paper. Or if you're a minister and you're just going there because you want a paycheck, or you're there to make money off the congregation, you're not real. You've got to be the biggest, phoniest, fraudest bastard on this earth. I'm sorry to say it. Because if anything, it is about what you believe in. It's not about what goes in your pocket. Or it's not about what you read about. The point is, it's not about what you read about in the book. It is about real life experience, and a lot of books are written based on real life experiences. That's why they become books. They don't become books to become a profitable business like it is today. They're not supposed to be treated that way, anyways. And definitely. But nowadays, yes, I understand people have to make make a living, but if you go back to the early Celtics, okay, before books were invented, everything was told out loud the way we heard them. I always like that quote. It was before it even was written down in a book. Definitely. Before the book generation, Celtics used to tell realistic, real supernatural, spiritual, true, mystery, ghost legends that really happened. or close encounters that they experienced or real apparitions they experienced. It is like people want a church telling their testimony, even they're getting phony with some people. Half the shit the people make up telling their testimonies. The real ones from the ones that are just making stuff up out of their head. You can tell the difference. But sometimes you just kind of have to let them walk with the lunch crowd. You can't be rude. They're allowed. My nose is running. There's too much of a there's too much of a freedom of right of speech. In some countries like the United States, now Canada, we don't have it here. But in the United States, they have what you call the freedom of right of the Fifth Amendment. So don't matter if you agree or disagree. You might as well just shut up and let them out the dance floor. The way I put it. That's basically what they're trying to tell you, more or less. No matter if it's really a testimony or if it is them telling you a fish tale, or a Jesus tale. Definitely, you let them have their speech. You let them speak. It's rude not to, even if you agree or disagree. Sorry, that's the way we'll watch today. Definitely. But yeah, like I said, like some of our ghost legends, like some of the cool urban legends. I do read from a book, like you see here, and then some are based on legends I heard when I was a kid that I remember. Now, again, like I said, it's not about head knowledge. Okay, it's not always about head knowledge. That's what I said. It's not about head knowledge. It is about life. Basically, with me, it is based on experience that I actually close encountered and experienced. To sit there and confront people and call them because they share an experience on live social media, to sit there and rudely tell to their face that they're a fucking liar. Sorry to put it that way. Is disrespectful, totally. Sorry to have to use that quote on here. And generally, it is rude to that person and very disrespectful because you don't know that person. You don't know what they went through. It like you don't know what I went through as a kid. You don't know my experiences. You weren't there. You're just a town I moved into, that I married into, more or less. Yeah, like my father was divorced from my mom for years. And he lives here. Well enough to actually dictate, to be able to dictate my life. Totally. So like I said, he wasn't there at the summer camp and experienced what I experienced. Neither have these people in this town. Okay, and can honestly put it that way. Only what brings me here is one, because I tried getting to know my father after all these years, but it's his choice. He doesn't. That's fine. I leave him alone. He's on his own. But my wife has family here, and that's what brings me here. Totally. Life you used to be. That is not your judgment call. That is not your, really, to put it, your say. The way we do our live streams, or we're on social media, what we share on here of our experience, what our shows are about, or whatever. Like I said before, this is my page. This is my registered channel that I go on, my studio channel or whatever. As I say I was volunteer host, that kind of stuff like that. So like if I'm sharing like doing, bringing life a ghost legend haunted house for you guys for Halloween, that's a treat. You look at it that way. But it's based on my real life experience. So like everything I shared about my childhood is true. Like I said, people here, they like to think they've known me since I was a child, or they say they've known me from a child. Literally, they don't know me from a hole in the ground. The groundhog doesn't even know me from a hole in the ground, but he's nice to me. When I'm out walking during the day through the park and he happens to be out in his cage, watching when the tourists are around, watching the tourists go by or whatever. And I now live here. I've been living here since 2011, 2012. My dad lives in Salt Beach. Again, remarried, whatever. So like I said, guys, it is a thing called showing respect. So like I said, it's like sitting in church. What are you gonna do if you guys are church going people and you sit there and I'll see if I can put it in a better format this way, because I think YouTube is getting upset. If you go into a church, for an example, and people are sharing their testimony, about and it's based on their life experience or whatever, you're not gonna walk up to them in the middle and disrupt them and call them a liar. You just don't act like that. You don't, because you don't know that person. You don't know what they've been through. You don't know what their experiences are. You're not God. You're not the devil. You're nothing in their life. You're just another church hippie like all the rest of them. That goes to church because you were religiously brought up in a church. And you have to go to church because your parents, when you were kids, made you go to church, or they spanked your bottoms if you didn't go to church. And they crammed religion down your throat all your childhood. And you went nuts in the head. Definitely. I'm just using that as an experience, guys. Totally. But yeah, that is the best example that I could put it at my end. Totally. But yeah, it is no different than what I'm sharing my experience, what I experienced as a child, and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, like everybody else is allowed to share their stories live on here. They're allowed to share their childhood experience, their experiences of their summer camp days or whatever, or what they close encountered, because you hear a lot of that on YouTube and Facebook. But if it's me, I live in a town where I get griped and bitched out. That crap definitely needs to stop, because like I said, you guys don't know me from a hole in the freaking ground. I can honestly say that. You were not there in my childhood. I didn't know you in my childhood. You didn't exist until my adult years. Life was like growing up in Bob Cage and Halliburton and Peterborough area. Or my summer camp days. You guys just listen to my father too much, because he thinks he knows my whole entire childhood. He doesn't, because he hasn't been around for half of it. He walked out on me when I was 3 years of age. He divorced my mom when I was 3 years of age, and my mom kept me from seeing him. She stopped his visitation rights without court approval. So technically, when she was alive, she broke her own court conditions. I had nothing to do with that. I was just a kid caught in the middle. I definitely. Because I was too young to speak for myself at the time, at that age, or even in my childhood. I got so used to not having him around. or my sister, my older sister, not being around, because he did the same thing to her, provoked her visitation rights too. But but like I said, guys, like I said, you guys really don't know me at all, or my childhood, or my summer camp days. I'm just sharing what I experienced at summer camp as a kid. And everything that I went through, everything that I belong to, what is the truth that I really truth. There is people I can bring into town. I could bring all these people into town, and they'll tell you that's where they know me from. They'll say, yeah, all those people, the ones that really do know me from when I was a kid, that was around in my childhood, like everything from Camp Northern Lights as a kid, when I was a kid or whatever, and everything I went through, they will share the same stories I'm sharing with you of my childhood, because they remember me sharing that with them. Even my time in the Orange Lodge, there's people today that I still know that are still around today, that is retired from it, because, like I said, a lot of it's not around anymore, but still know me, or know me from, or even from my religious church days as a kid. They'll tell you, verify, everything I'm telling you is basically the truth. And my age is the exact age that I'm telling you that I am. I'm 40 years old. I was born in 1980. They will tell you that too. So you guys that want to think you know people, when you don't have the right to sit there and pretend you know somebody when you don't. You do not have that right. You do not have that right to dictate. That is, and you don't need to always, and not everything. And there's a lot of things I've never really shared till now. Of my hidden talents, I never shared with people, because I never shared them with people growing up. There's only certain crowds of them. Some close people that were close friends of the family, that know me on a very well basis, or agencies I used to be in with. I hate these phones. The place is so full of electronics. So, in generally, I know basically my own history, like that. I know my family history, both sides. And yes, I know more than they do, because, like I said, my mom, when she was alive, she had information that she shared with me, not on paper, but she by word of mouth, she had shared with me. Many years growing up along with her, she has shared things with me that will shock you totally. She said things to me about my father. She's come out with, some of them were probably, I don't know if some of them were actually accusations or not. True accusations or false, I don't know. She used to tell me a lot of horror stories about him that scared me away from even knowing him. So that's why I said, like, I see him off and on now and then. Now, my wife has brought me back here, but I tried living with him for 1 year. But he just had a full house, and I had moved into the boarding house because he needed an extra bedroom. But growing up, I didn't really see much of him. or his side of the family, because I wasn't allowed to. I was totally kept away from them, in general, and I was told to stay away from them. I was deliberately ordered by my mother to stay away from them, that because some of the things she was saying about him. Now, we can't do anything about it now. She's passed on, but people can't get mad at me over that. Like that was things my mom had said about him, about his past, everything else like that. She should have never told me as a kid, but she did. A lot of things she told me could have legally had him arrested a long time ago. Some of the things she told me growing up as a kid. Definitely. As a kid, I always let it in one ear and out the other, because I didn't know what to believe. I was so screwed up. For my inner, like I said, my inner talents that are coming out now to come out. Since now, I'm not saying that I'm grateful she passed on. I'm just saying that now my inner talents are easily coming out. Our personality is easier coming out, and now basically that is a relief at one end. It's a shame she went, but it's nature. You can't control when nature's time is, that kind of stuff like that. And my older sister, like I said, never lived with my mom. So I grew up. So I remember a lot of stuff she had told me that totally slandered my own father from her own mouth, that I never shared at all with nobody. I tried warning him of it, or telling him of it. Even he doesn't. Even he sit there and he wouldn't believe anything I was saying. But I know everything I told him was the truth, totally, because I know what she used to tell me that kept me from him. Because some of the things she was telling me, and she's told all her friends in Peterborough. All her friends in Peterborough. There's one lady she used to associate with. The other lady passed away before she did. But there's one other lady there in Peterborough, still alive today, that she has tea with every day, that she used to say stuff to as well, about him, totally, in front of her, in front of me, and in front of her, indefinitely. And they would get into what you call a gossip chain. And then she had this other guy coming around, this rich ass guy coming around. Definitely, he was a pipe fitter, a construction pipe fitter, or whatever. And she used to be telling him stuff too about my father, about his past. She used to come up with a lot of crap. Like he's still around today. Like they questioned him about it. And definitely on everything she used to tell him. Like I said, there was a lot of stuff that she used to come out with. Totally would come out with. She used to call my dad every name in the book, everything. She used to slander him to her friends. She used to slander them. She used to slander him to her Jamaican friends. Totally. And they were from another country. They moved here from another country. And definitely. And they became Canadian citizens. But I grew up with her kids. They were wonderful kids. When we were kids, we were friends together. But like that's what I said. Everything I said was very truthful. But now, because she's passed on, it seems that people rather accuse me of everything she said when she said it from her own freaking mouth. I had nothing ever to do with what she ever said. My dad's always blamed me for crap. Always blame. Because I was born from her. And in his eyes, I wasn't a little girl. So technically, I'm the bad fucking devil seed. Sorry to put it that way, guys. Or devil spawn, according to him. Sorry to have to put it that way. Like these are now these are true facts, guys. Totally true facts. I know you can question my wife. When my wife was when we moved back there, or you know, because she tried living there, she'll even indefinitely. Sorry to have to put it in these quotes and that kind of stuff. I know YouTube doesn't like that. I do apologize for that. But like I said, I guess this before we get back to the book, we're getting kind of into a spiritual moment here. I'm just like basically just sharing basically, and I'm not mentioning no names in this, so it's not slander. So like I said, basically, I was told a lot of things. Okay, I was told a lot of things about my own father's past that I should not know. You know, that goes back to the 50s, goes back to the 70s. You know, a thing supposedly he's done to her that I got falsely blamed for growing up. You know, basically he got away with and ran. The way she put it. And then had the nerve to sit there, and you know, she definitely had a schizophrenia problem. I did not know that. My mother had a schizophrenia problem, where for some reason she was you know, she would accuse me of stuff falsely and lie, and make stuff up about me, because every time she was doing that, she was visualizing him. Made me always feel uncomfortable. That's why I moved out when I was 21 years of age. I wasn't sticking around. You know, I felt like I was in a place where I didn't belong. Totally. You know, neither with either side. This side or her side. I felt like I didn't belong at all. You know, I felt like, you know, I basically felt like I should. I technically, that's why I got feeling like I should have been born a girl, not a boy, or a male, because I was caught in I was caught in the middle of a domestic violent fight. Being born, I was born in the middle of one, definitely from both sides, totally, because even though now she's passed on, she took that guilt with her to the grave. She took all that hate with her to the grave, to her grave, totally. You know, he is. I have to grant, he's let go on a lot of things. You know, he did the smart thing. He went his own way. He actually walked away and went his own way. He didn't care who he was hurting, but and he didn't have a care in the world. That's probably why he's been to the altar and been married 3 or 4 times. But I'm not going to go there. But yeah, you know, but she always continued to put him down, totally. You know, so like I said, like I'm at the point in my life now that I'm inside me, I'm spiritually transitioning. Now, if I get to the point that I end up physically transitioning, that's probably why he hates me, is because of the fact that when I'm ready to come out, if I go through with it, if I was ready to come out, I'm gonna come out looking like her, and that's what he's mad about. Already, you know, he don't want nothing to do with me because the fact that normally I wear glasses and I look like her. That's why he doesn't want nothing to do with me. He never did. You know, he was always the type of person who was always by himself, technically, and now he's up in his age. This is why I said this is why I've got to the point in my life I've left him alone for all these years. I didn't bother him, but he hasn't been around most of my life. So. He's never had custody over me at all when I even growing up as a kid. So technically, he does not have no legal say or right to any decision that I make in my life. Now, if he had, as a child, if he had legal custody over me, then yes, or if he had raised me, then yes, he would have had today he would have still had he would have had those parental rights. But those parental rights was taken away from him by my mother a long time ago when I was under her legal custody. And I was falsely put under her custody as a baby because I wasn't able to speak for myself is how I understood it. And she gets or whatever, she lives on her own. He only has legal authority or say about her life, more or less. That if she has any problems, that kind of stuff like that, not mine. He doesn't. I can honestly put it that way. And that is basically the truth at that. So basically my whole entire life, now I'm kind of more, which made me more independent, because like I said, I grew up as a child without him. He can't do much now because I'm over 18 years of age. He does not have any power authority. He has no legal custody over me. So he really cannot dictate and tell me what to do and what I cannot do. That definitely has no grounds. He might be, he might be because yes, he was married to my mom and I was born from him, but he had no legal custody over me as a kid. Neither did any of my stepmothers. So technically, none of them really adopted me. So this is why I said, so technically, like I said, the only person that has that legal custody over me is passed on. So like I said, that's what I said. So technically, whatever as an adult, what decisions I make, I technically am free to make them on my own, more or less, no matter which way I come out as. If I come out as what, if I come out as Satan, I come out as the Antichrist, I come out as a witch, I come out, I come out, if I end up coming out as a transgender, no matter which way I come out, my father has no decisions on anything, totally, because the fact that he has never been in my life, he has never had. In my childhood, he's never had no custody over me. He was grown. If he is trying to cover up and burnt all his court divorce documents from her, which he probably did, technically, he is going to try to pass himself off as still all these years being married to my mother, and he wasn't. He was divorced because it even quoted in her obituary she was divorced. So she was single. She was divorced. She was a single mother with me, growing up with me as a kid. Raising me as and living at home with her. She never told any of the welfare office about her having a daughter even. She should have, but she didn't. That was her own choice. But yeah. But when my older sister started coming back around, just I guess before she died, that's when they found out. That kind of stuff like that. After I moved out on my own after all those years. But again, she never ever lived with my mom. She always went whenever she could, and those are true facts. But other than that, like I said, at both ends, like my mom had stopped the visitation rights from my father, and my father stopped my older sister's visitation rights from my mom. They both did the same thing to each other at both ends. So, it is, sorry to have to share that, but yeah, so like I said, all these years he was quick to tell the fish tales. He's quick to lie. He is. When he wants to. If he wants to get out of hot water bad enough, he'll crack out a lie. He will. He'll make it sound so truthful that he'll sit there and have you wrapped around his finger. You'll believe it. He's so manipulated. It can be. I'm just saying he can be manipulated that way. Totally. But yeah. That's why I said I know my family way too well, or its history. Definitely. I can honestly say that. But that is just my point being, guys. Like I said, don't try to assume that you know me when you don't. Okay, that's all I'm saying. That's my point being, before we continue on with this book. It really has nothing to do with the Haunted Cabin shows that I put together for this Haunted Halloween. I know I used a little profanity there. I did click on restricted show to kids, that kind of stuff like that. Just in case if I had those little slips. And definitely, but yeah, like I said, don't believe everything that he says. He's quick. He's quick with the stories. This is my point. He is quick with the stories when he wants to be. That's the only part of him that I know. I've got at that part of it. I have started to see through him on that one. There's growing up. There's some things have lined up. There has been some things that have lined up to what my mom was saying all these years when I was growing up. That is coming. That is coming out of him. That has lined up with some of the things she said before she died. Way before she died, when I was a kid growing up. She just died in 2017, but when I was growing up living at home, some things that she said about him is starting to come out. It's starting to match up. Is starting to match in line. But I'm not going to point fingers. I'm not going to pin. I'm like I said, I'm not one to put a judgment on anything. Indefinitely, because like I said, I wasn't married to the guy, so I don't know. Like I said, I'm just a child that never seen his father growing up in my life. Totally, definitely grew up without him around. So I didn't meet back up with him until until I was about 20, 21, when I came out of the mission. When I went to live with another couple. That was working for Community Living Peterborough, and I was renting a room from them and whatever. The one that which is now her husband, is a police officer in Toronto. He's on TikTok a lot now. He's a big time TikToker, definitely. But she was a nice couple. She was always a nurse, but at the hospital in Peterborough, but in general. When I lived here, not when I was 21. When I was 24, sorry, I lived with my dad when I was 24. I tried living with him. That's when I moved out of my house, out of my mom's place when I was about 23, 24, 22, 23, 24, 2003, 2004. For some reason I was thinking earlier. No, I tried moving out early. I couldn't do it. I didn't do it until 2002, 2002, 2003, 2004, around those years, and that kind of stuff like that. So, you know, and then when I came out here the first time in 2004, 2005, I tried living with him in Solid Beach at 2004, and he had all those CAS kids there. He's putting them up. I guess he was putting them up as number one priority over and above his own kids, us own kids, and that, which was his own choice, especially, you know, that kind of stuff like that, which is understandable. So you know, he didn't really want me there. So he moved me into town here, into a boarding house, that kind of stuff like that. Because he wanted the extra room, which was understandable. So I had moved into this boarding house, and that's where I met my wife and that kind of stuff like that. And then we moved away from here, and then we moved to Peterborough, got married, and then, you know, we lived in other places for a bit, and then moved back out this way in 2011, 2012. But I've been here ever since. So, like I said, it's you know, but yeah, like I said, guys, basically my point is, don't assume that you know somebody when you really don't know their life history. You're just going by head thinking knowledge. Don't do that. That is dangerous. Totally dangerous, because like I said, guys, you know, I am an alright type of person. But I don't like it when people sit there and they're quick to judge, and they assume they know me when they don't know me. You know, I hate that in people. Totally. You know, you guys only met me in my adult years by living here. You know, or being married to somebody that's from here, and yet my father has been lived here for years. Technically, I can say, you know, basically this is between Napanee and back to Napanee, and here is where he ran to all these years. Definitely. But yeah. But yeah, so like the last time, to be honest, really, if you really look at it, that his relatives has seen me was when I was about, the last time that they ever seen me was when I was about 3 or 4 age. Other than that, they have not seen me for years. Definitely his brother, my Uncle Terry does remember me, but he is shocked that it's been 40 years since he's seen me. I'm 40 years old now. I was 4 years old when he last seen me. You know, same with my cousins that live in Brockville. On my dad's side, you know, they haven't seen, and they're all Seventh-day Adventists. They have not seen me since I was 4 or 5 years of age. That was the last time they seen me. Other than that, they had no contact with me at all, because my mom would never allow it. You know, he was not allowed to come within 100 feet of me, because she put a restraining order on him through Peterborough. Definitely. I don't know if that's still sticking today. I hope it isn't. All due to the fact because her brothers, my mom had a violent brother that was a drug addict that actually, I hate to say that about my uncles, definitely, or the uncles on my side, on my mom's side of the family, that's been family to me. I used to take them out for a couple of rounds in the parking lot and try to beat the heck out of them. You know, every time he pulled in, you know, that, but that uncle passed away. So did the other ones. Fran, I'm live. I'm live, and I'm on that. So, like I said, you can't keep walking across my camera.
People do have to use bathrooms.
I know, but I'm just saying, when I'm live, you don't walk across my camera. I didn't do it with you for school. You don't do it with my shows. I'm just saying that in a polite way. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not saying you can't use any facilities in Hawaii. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, um, it's a two-way street. I'm in a serious topic on things that kind of stuff like that. I couldn't walk across your cameras when you're doing your live school education online. Why should you have the right to walk across my YouTube channels without my permission or anything like that? I'm not trying to be mean, but then you sit there and you say you don't like being filmed or whatever. I just do that under respect. So, don't be like half the twats in this town just walk across your camera when they feel like it. They don't want to be on camera, then don't walk across my camera. I put that in jokingly. But yeah, serious point. But yeah, so that's my guys, totally. So basically you can't hold me, like I said, people can't hold me accountable for stuff my mom said because that came from her own mouth. And I know what she always said to me when I was growing up as a kid. I know she said things to my wife too when she met her. Definitely. Like even now she's passed on, like you cannot sit there and actually accuse me of that, all that, or throw all that hassle on me. That is just totally wrong, in generally. Because like I said, that was all her doing, not mine. I did my own thing as growing up and that kind of stuff like that. I did whatever I wanted to do. I didn't give her the time of day. Neither did I give my dad the time of day. That's what I said. She had wonderful, I tell you, she had a lot of wonderful horror stories. I'll tell you, if I was like Stephen King, I could write a book and make thousands of millions of dollars more than Stephen King did of remembering everything that woman said to me. I tell you. I hate to say that about my own mother. I tell you, and probably would probably sell at a higher price than Haunting of Hill House ever did. I tell you. But on top of it, there was also a lot of stupid stunts that woman pulled too. I won't go there. Definitely, as a child growing up, that I was caught in the middle of, that I didn't like totally. But
You know where her collar
no, I
is?
don't. It's probably up on somewhere up on the fridge. And generally, sorry about all the distraction, guys. Totally. And definitely we will not on the 30th, especially guys, when we're going into spiritual communications, we are definitely, I'm not going to allow all this interruption at all. Definitely. I'm really going to put my foot down on that. Totally. Not in a mean way, but in a polite way, more or less. But yeah, but yeah, so before you guys go and judge me on stuff, like I said, guys, you don't know me. You don't know my history like you think you do, or what people around here think they can gossip about and think they do. that kind of stuff like that. They don't know shit. I can honestly say that about me, of my childhood. I'm just basically sharing what I experienced. Now, my close encounter experience has nothing to do with my family experience. It's not linked, nothing like that. But yeah, but just to make things clear, guys, I've always, growing up, made my own decisions. When I became of age, I made my own decisions a long time ago without both of them deciding what I'm to do in my life. Even when my mother was raising me, when I first moved out on my own, that's when I put a stop to her making decisions for me. I started making my own decisions, that kind of stuff like that. And like I said, as far as my father's end of it, he never ever, because I never was raised under his custody, does not have no say at all. Not so, like I said, because he's never been in my life as a kid. So technically, he's hoarded all his child support money or whatever, which according to his lawyer, he was allowed to. So, or his lawyer actually encouraged that, to do that. So, I'm not saying that in a bad way, or a mean way, to put him down or to make him feel bad. I'm too old now, but like I said, I leave him to do his own thing. He's happy he is happy with his retirement lifestyle. I don't get in the middle of it. Now the odd time he slowly writes my Facebooks on my birthday and wishes me a happy birthday, but that's the only way I hear from him. Other than that, I never hear from him. We never see him. It's just like when I was growing up. Basically, we technically are two different people, two different personalities. I have developed over the years that he doesn't know about. I've developed talents growing up. I got involved in things growing up. I got involved in spiritual things growing up. I was taught spiritual things and skills growing up. What makes me a spiritual person. I was basically taught spiritual. I ended up becoming, or what you call, very spiritual growing up. That's why I can put it that way. That he doesn't know about, that he heard about, that he never liked. But again, like I said, it's out of his control. I was never under his custody, so and plus because I'm over the age of 18, I make my own decisions. He is not allowed to make any decisions for me at all. Not at my age, totally. Now, if I was under if I was under 18, yes, that would have been a different story. He would have to declare custody over me, or whoever he's married to. But I've been on my own since I was 24. Even before I even got married. Worst mistake to ever made. I'm just kidding. Of course, stupid me. I always have to grab the first thing getting off the city bus. But oh well. Here comes rolling down the bowling alley. Yeah, definitely. But I have to grant, I lasted 13, 14 years. I'll tell you. Compared to most people, some people only last a year. But yeah. But like I said, I like there's just, like I said, there is spiritual transitioning going on inside me right now, and always has been since I was a little kid. And like I shared the fact that my mom decided when I was a kid growing up in her custody that she was not going to raise me like a boy. She was going to raise me like a little girl. that's what I got used to, and I loved it. I loved it. That's what I wanted to. That's what I wanted to be, because girls and women are more respected than what boys or men are. More or less. I'm not going to go into any detail. Totally. But yeah, like I said, that's, if you notice, I don't, for my age, I don't look my age, but like I said, it is because, like I said, I still got a pretty young figure to me, and I keep myself clean shaved all the time. People don't like that; they get offended. Because they want to walk around looking filthy and dirty with facial beard on their hair beard. That's their choice. But definitely, they get it all full of boogies and snot, and they don't look as nice. And even honestly, to tell you the truth on here, if I was gay, I wouldn't kiss them with a 3-foot pole. I would definitely, they would literally infect me with COVID-19. I'll tell you. I wouldn't kiss a baboon with facial hair. Even if I do, I like right now I'm spiritually transitioning inside myself. But if I ever physically get afford to officially transition, I would, in my near future, if I, something ever happened to her and I physically did transition, and I wouldn't kiss a thing with facial hair. That'd be like kissing a monkey or a baboon. I wouldn't want snot in my mouth. Man, I definitely no wonder they're making couples wear masks to bed now too, or plastic shields, face shields. Because nobody, the men out there today, they don't shave. They're disgusting looking. It's like it would feel like sleeping with a monkey or a baboon, or a caveman out of the jungle, or sleeping with Jesus Christ. Sorry, we're not gonna go there. We're not gonna go there. Definitely. But I like, sick. I don't know how women can like guys with beards. That's fucking disgusting. Sorry, guys, totally. That's gross. I'm telling you. My ex-girlfriend had a beard. I'll tell you, and she was twice as gross. Definitely. So I didn't put it that way. But off that topic, I know it's not funny, but I look back at these, I kind of understand, talk about now. No wonder hygiene is so important. That kind of thing. My dog wouldn't sleep with anybody that looked like a coyote.
Leave her alone.
Definitely. But yeah, I think we're gonna, guys. I think we're gonna save this other page for tomorrow night. Definitely, it is getting late. My eyeballs are going to be all over the place. Sorry to put it in adult or what you call vocabulary. Everybody's probably now cracking up laughing. Totally. This is supposed to be the spooky part of Haunted Hunter's Cabin. What happened? We're supposed to be getting into that. We will, guys. We will get in with Halloween. And actually, guys, again, Devil's Night and Halloween Night, guys. Monday, October 30th. No, Friday, October 30th. Saturday, October 31st. Halloween nights, guys. We are going to get into the spooky stuff. We'll have to really focus on that because right now I kind of I'm getting a comedian spirit right now. Indefinitely. Besides the fact that I'm 40 years old, I was born in 1980, which is the truth. I can even flash my birth certificate on here, but I won't do that under respect because that stuff is confidential. But and I still am young looking, where most people at my age are old and ugly, and full of gray hair, and probably walking with a cane and full of arthritis. And forget which way Walmart and forget which direction Max Milk store is in, more or less. And they don't know their left from, they forget what their left, they forget from their left from their right. More or less. Talk about being in a fine fix. Definitely. So I'm sitting in the wonder years. I guess if you want to put it that way, totally. But yeah, so you guys have it. So basically, you guys have a clear understanding what my lifestyle was like. It wasn't always the prettiest. Was never the richest. Like the only rich people in my family would have been my grandfather because he was the head of the Freemasons. He was head of the Illuminati. He was a master Mason, Grand Lodge Masonry for years, and he was a World War II vet. And he went down in through the States, and he was also a Klansman too. And he was also a Nazi too, so in his time. But he survived everything, all that war and that kind of stuff, to see me born in 1980. Into peace times. And like I said, he finally went in 1994, 95. I was about 14 or 15 when he went. He was living out in Calgary, Alberta. But yeah, that's when basically the Cowdrey side of my family, which my mom's maiden name was Cowdrey. Her mother's last name was a Fowler. She was from Aberdeen, Scotland. My mother was from Quebec. Lived in Ontario here, but that's when the dying trend started happening on my mom's side of the family. That's when they started. That's when they ended up developing Huntington's disease and all that kind of stuff like that. Now, I was tested for that. I came up negative. I'm grateful for that. I did come up negative for Huntington's. Means it bypassed me. So they say, anyways. And I'm 40, and it's never struck me. So the results are good. If the negative, they're good. It did come up positive. Not saying it never could ever in my life come up positive ever in the near future, but right now it is come up negative. So like I said, there is like I said, so for that to come up and having Cowdrey genetics in me, for that coming up negative, there is a magical personality to me that my dad's side of the family doesn't even know about. Is not meant to know about, if you want to put it that way. And they're not meant to know about it for a reason. It's a gift. Totally. It is a gift to have. Not everybody has this gift, or have the spiritual ability, or growing up as a kid, having what you call a spiritual having a spiritual psychic ability. There's not too many kids around that were born in the 80s that grew up the same timeline as I did with these kind of abilities. Definitely. that were naturally born with it. And also too, at 18 years of age, being diagnosed with a disability too as well. I may not look like I have a disability, but I do. I have a slow learning disability. I was also diagnosed with HADD. Not everybody that was diagnosed with HADD in 1998, when I was 18 years of age with disability, was diagnosed with a disability. Not all of us was put on medication for it for safety reasons. I wasn't, because of the fact I was on other meds at the time. I was on Risperidol for anxiety, depression. That my one doctor had took me off of because of what it does, which I need today. What could I use today? Then you won't have to go worry about going on the other, the actual booking an appointment with a doctor to go on the transition pills. Just go on Risperidol. Definitely. But again, now it is not using they don't use the Risperidol now for anxiety, depression. They use it for schizophrenia. It is went from one thing to another. From treating from one issue to another issue, medically. But yeah, according to the FDA or whatever they call it, that actually does does all the prescriptions and that kind of stuff like that for the doctors and that kind of stuff that they apply to. But yeah. So again, like I said, guys, there's a little bit of my PSA. Another one. I'm doing too many PSAs. Good, I'm caught up with PSAs. So they can't say I'm not doing my PSAs. Sorry. It's an ear pick to pick my ears with, to pick the wax out of my ears. I'm going to put that down so nobody thinks it's something else. So I kind of conclude tonight, guys. Tomorrow night, guys, we're going to go into that other book, other page. But don't forget where I left off. But yeah, basically giving you guys a bit of an understanding of where I'm coming from and that kind of stuff. That. So now, guys, you know a little bit about me. Guys, definitely, definitely that is to be kept confidential. Whatever I say on here or whatever, don't blab about it downtown. It's not a downtown topic anywhere. So, like I said, don't start stupid rumors, because if I overhear one stupid rumor, I'm coming after you, big time. So I'm not saying that in a bad or violent way. I'm just saying in a legal way, totally. But so again, guys, please, again, like I said, we respect these shows. More or less. So now you understand a little bit about what my lifestyle was like. Definitely. There's my TV. I have to close it. I'm closing out soon anyways, so I'm not worried about that. Digital fireplace goes out when it wants to. That's like the haunted the ghost of the two headless headhunters of haunted hunters cabin here. Like, okay, time's up. You're done. Shut up. But yeah, thank you guys so much for tuning on in. We will go to a couple more pages tomorrow night, guys. Monday, October 30th at night, guys, is when we're going to start into spiritual communications. If I don't hear of any tragedies or anything like going on in the world or whatever, or I mean, amongst friends or whatever, issues, or any updates, if things are clear and fine, we will go to spiritual communications on the 30th. Or probably before. But until then, we're going to continue on with Ghost Legend Hours, guys. The haunted, paranormal, supernatural ghost legends. Guys are liking that. Some words are hard for me to read. I do apologize for that. But yeah, thank you guys so much for tuning on in, and I hope you guys enjoyed this session. And I did restrict this session. I did restrict these sessions not for kids. So in case if I slipped with the vocabulary, but that is okay. I bet. What show doesn't? Adult show doesn't. But yeah, thank you guys so much for tuning on in, and we'll catch you guys later. Bye for now.